Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Chapter 1 Heaven Awaken World. It was 3 a.m. in the morning, and a full moon hung high in the sky. Its bright moonlight shined down on the ground, making the surroundings seem not so dark. By now, the streets were quite quiet because most people had already fallen asleep. However, a delicate-looking youth was walking on the streets, dragging his weary body back home. This youth was called Xiaofu, and he had taken his mother's surname. He was 21 years old and a second-year student at Nansha University. He was currently working while studying. For convenience's sake and because his night job earned him quite a bit of money, Xiaofu did not live on campus at his university, and he instead rented a room outside. As a lowly commoner, Xiaofu's thinking was very simple. He did not have any lofty ambitions or great ideas. He just wanted to find someone who he could spend his life with and live a peaceful life that would leave him extremely satisfied. Xiaofu continued walking along the street. Right now, all he wanted was to have a good night's sleep. Suddenly, a dark figure rushed out from a corner, slamming Xiaofu against a wall and pressing a fruit knife against his neck. Feeling the icy blade pressed against his neck, Xiaofu's body froze, his hairs standing on end. He did not dare to move at all because he knew that the person might not hesitate to kill him if he moved rashly. Luckily, he had forgotten his phone today, and he did not have anything valuable on him. All he had was $36.50, and if he had to choose between the money and his life, he would not hesitate to choose the latter. Xiaofu obediently took out all of his money, $36.50, and smiled stiffly. "Big bro. This is all I have, please take it." "Who wants your money?" "Turn around, press yourself against the wall, and take off your pants," the man shouted, dashing Xiaofu's hopes of paying him off to save his life. Turn around, press myself against the wall, and take off my pants?" Xiaofu frowned and looked over. The lewd-looking middle-aged man started to unbutton his own pants. Fudge. This isn't a robbery, this is a rape. Xiaofu inwardly cursed. At this moment, the lewd-looking middle-aged man waved his knife and said threateningly, "Didn't you hear me? Your elder said to take off your pants. Is my chrysanthemum going to be torn today?" Xiaofu shuddered as he frowned, thinking about how he could escape. Boom. At this moment, a deafening explosion sounded out from above. Xiaofu, who was pressed against the wall, raised his head in surprise. The entire sky seemed to be burning, turning into a massive sea of flames. Countless rainbow lights fell from the sky with long tails trailing behind them, making them look like meteors as they descended. This shocking scene not only grabbed Xiaofu's attention but also the lewd-looking middle-aged man's attention as well. Xiaofu took advantage of this to grab the man's wrist, and he twisted with all of his might. "Ugh!" The lewd-looking middle-aged man cried out in pain, his knife falling to the ground. Following this, Xiaofu brought his knee up and kicked the man's groin. "Ugh!" The man screamed again as he collapsed to the ground, his face a mask of pain. He arched his body with both hands covering that area. Xiaofu was still feeling quite angry, and he continuously kicked the man a few times before quickly running away. Bang! Just as Xiaofu was running out from this street, a rainbow-colored meteor crashed in front of him. The blinding light caused Xiaofu to instinctively use his hands to cover his face. After the light disappeared, a crystal that was 1 finger length in length and 2 finger lengths in width silently floated 2 meters above the ground. Xiaofu curiously walked forwards and held the crystal. The floating crystal did not react at all as Xiaofu grabbed it. By now, everyone who had been sleeping had been woken up by the loud sounds. They all opened their doors and windows and looked at the countless floating crystals, and began to madly rush out. They all started to fight over these crystals because they looked quite valuable. Seeing this chaotic scene, Xiaofu did not stay around and hurried home. Within his single-room apartment, Xiaofu carefully examined the crystal. From its appearance, no gemstone could compare to it, and if it was rare enough, it could be worth cities. However, a countless number of these crystals had descended from the sky, at least a few billion, so they definitely wouldn't be worth much. Suddenly, the crystal shined with a rainbow glow as a robotic voice said, "Host has been detected to be a basic intelligence life form, soul binding commencing." Ding. Soul binding has been successfully completed. You will now head to the Heaven Awaken world. After hearing this, Zhao Fu's vision darkened as he fell to the ground. 2 Legacy Trial Ding. You have 2 imperial bloodlines within you. One is the Great Tang Imperial family's bloodline, and the other is the Great Qin Imperial family's bloodline. Please select which bloodline you would like to take the legacy trial for. Warning. The legacy trial can only be attempted once, and upon failure, all qualifications to inherit a legacy will be made void. Legacy trial? Great Tang Imperial family bloodline. Great Qin Imperial family bloodline. At this moment, Zhao Fu was standing in a gray, foggy area. When he heard that announcement, he felt quite confused because he had no idea what was going on. He remembered that he had been holding the crystal before he fainted, and was in this space when he had woken up. Even though he didn't know what a legacy trial was, when Zhao Fu heard Great Tang Imperial family bloodline, he couldn't help but grit his teeth and clench his fists. He would never forget what happened on that rainy day even until he died, and was filled with hatred and disgust towards that bloodline. From what he knew, the Li family was a descendant of the Great Tang Imperial family, so the Great Qin Imperial family's bloodline was definitely from his mother. As such, Zhao Fu didn't hesitate to choose the Great Qin Imperial family bloodline. Selection complete. A 100 meters or so tall altar slowly appeared in front of Zhao Fu. The altar was made of black stones, and each step was about 25 centimeters high and half a meter wide. The altar seemed to extend up into the clouds, giving off an ancient, majestic, and dignified feeling. When Zhao Fu stepped onto the first step, he felt his body become heavy as a pressure weighed down on him. In the beginning, the pressure was not very great, but as he advanced step after step, the pressure pressing down on him became more and more intense. By the time Zhao Fu had climbed up half of the altar, his body was covered with sweat, drenching him completely. He was barely able to stand firmly on the steps, and he swayed as if he was going to fall. However, Zhao Fu gritted his teeth and continued, walking step by step up the altar. Soon, illusions started to appear. Some were incredibly beautiful women doing their best to entice him, followed by other illusions of power and money. These illusions may have caused normal people to have chased after them, making them unable to extract themselves from them, but Zhao Fu's cold heart was completely unaffected. Finally, after much effort and hardship, Zhao Fu finally stood on the top of the altar. His mind felt empty and clear when countless images started to flash before his eyes, all of which were related to the Great Qin Empire's beginning, rise, and downfall. The scenes started to play before his eyes like a movie, starting from the Qin family's ancestor Qin Fzi. He was a skilled horse breeder who gained the favor of the king of Zhou and was given a small piece of land on which he established his fief. Then, there were scenes of King Yingzheng of Qin destroying the 6 states in 10 years, unifying China, and establishing the Qin dynasty. In the end, King Yingzheng of Qin surrendered to Liu Bang, resulting in the end of the Qin dynasty. Zhao Fu stared at the scenes, feeling as if he was right there. The rise of Great Qin caused his blood to boil, while the fall of Great Qin caused him to feel desolation. Suddenly, Zhao Fu felt as if his blood was burning, and it was as if there was a fire that was causing his entire body to erupt in flames. This feeling came from within and spread outwards, but it was not painful. Rather, it felt quite warm and comfortable and was as if he was bathing in a hot spring during winter. Following this, Zhao Fu slowly opened his eyes. A figure appeared before him. He was wearing a black gold dragon gown and gave off a dignified and imposing aura. He stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes seeming to look down on everything under the heavens. He gave off an air of invincibility and seemed quite domineering. He was the first emperor of Qin. Yingzheng. Yingzheng examined Zhao Fu before faintly smiling and saying, "I'll leave Great Qin in your care." After saying this, Qin Zheng's figure slowly disappeared, and a magic cube glowing with a violet light appeared at the center of the altar. Even though Zhao Fu had guessed something like this would happen, he still felt slightly shocked. His bloodline belonged to the Great Qin Empire that had ended the Warring States period. Now, he was responsible for making this empire rise again. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Fu walked forwards and grabbed the violet cube. After a dizzying feeling, he appeared in a forest. The trees in this forest were dense and tall, and the tallest ones were hundreds of meters tall and more than 10 meters wide. The leaves growing on the trees were able to completely block out the sun. Even though it was still daytime, there was not much sunlight where Zhao Fu was. Moreover, these trees had strange shapes, some looked like humans, while others looked like beasts. Some of their expressions were ones of struggling, while others had painful or savage expressions. Adding on how dark it was, this forest seemed quite horrifying. Zhao Fu had never expected that he would appear in such a place. After obtaining the legacy, he had obtained some information. Zhao Fu looked at his attire. He was wearing clothes made of coarse hemp and had cloth shoes. That was all he had. Zhao Fu then opened his stats interface the way that the system announcement had told him. Name, Zhao Fu. Title, Non-Profession, Non-achievement points, commoner, 0 out of 200, race, human age, 21, 100, stats, strength, 5, intelligence, 8, constitution, 4, agility, 6 cultivation, stage 0 cultivation technique, non-skills, none equipment, coarse cloth clothes, cloth shoes, coarse cloth pants. After looking at his stats, Zhao Fu found that his strength and constitution were fairly low. His current stats were based on his body and mind in the real world. In the real world, the more exercise he did, the better his body would be, resulting in better stats. Conversely, the weaker he was, the lower his stats would be. The world he was currently in was called the Heaven Awakened world, and it was tens of times larger than Earth. Only Zhao Fu's soul had entered this world, while his real body was still in the real world, similar to the situations in virtual reality novels. The Heaven Awakened world's time was different to the time in the real world. A single day in the real world was equivalent to 3 days in here, and he would not truly die after dying in this world. Rather, he would not be able to enter this world for 10 days and would lose all of his levels, equipment, and skills. What was important to note was that this world was not safe. Other than the human race, there were countless other races and terrifying magic beasts. Normally, he would have been sent to the system's main city after entering the Heaven Awakened world. However, because of the legacy trial, Zhao Fu was not sent to a main city. Following this, Zhao Fu quickly found a concealed mountainous region, took out the violet cube, and pressed it against the ground. A system announcement immediately sounded out, "Would you like to use the legacy stone?" Zhao Fu immediately replied, "Yes." Ripples of light started to come out from the violet cube before a formless energy covered the surrounding 1 square kilometer area. In the next second, all of the trees, grass, and flowers disappeared, revealing flat and smooth ground. Buildings started to slowly appear. There was a thatched cottage with 2 rooms and a name, Village Hall, above the cottage. There was another thatched cottage with a furnace and a flag hanging outside it with the name, Smithy, above the cottage. There was also a thatched cottage with many simple clothes inside it with the name, Tailor Shop, above the cottage, as well as a thatched cottage called the Medicine Shop, with all sorts of bottles filled with medicine. There was also a round stage made from bricks with the name, Origin, and another thatched cottage with 5 stone steels and the name, Profession Change. 3 village stats after these buildings appeared, 5 figures also slowly formed before Zhao Fu. The 2 people standing at the front were both youths. One had a cold and handsome appearance, while the other looked refined and cultured. Behind them were 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men was well-built and muscular, looking like a blacksmith, while the other was dressed like an apothecary. The woman was quite pretty, and she was most likely the owner of the tailor shop. "We greet your majesty." The 5 people looked quite dazed after appearing, but they quickly came to their senses and half-knelt as they spoke in unison. Zhao Fu was naturally the Lord of Greatkin now that he had received the Greatkin's legacy, so he calmly replied, "All rise." The 5 people respectfully stood up. Zhao Fu started to look at their stats, starting with the cold and handsome-looking youth in front. Name, Beichi grade, SSS title, God of Killing, title effects, all stats plus 10% and causes enemies to feel fear, reducing their battle strength and increasing his own troops' morale. Profession, General, profession effects, can hold 2 different military professions. Achievement points, Commoner, 0 out of 200, race, human age, 24, 100, loyalty, 100 stats, strength, 10, intelligence, 10, constitution, 10, agility, 10 cultivation, stage 0 cultivation technique, non-skills, none equipment, coarse cloth clothes, cloth shoes, coarse cloth pants. Even though Zhao Fu had expected to see the Greatkin's strategic experts and powerful generals, Zhao Fu still felt quite surprised when he saw Beichi. Beichi was the strongest of the 4 great generals of the Warring States period, and he had fought in countless battles during his lifetime, winning almost all of them. He had killed over 1 million people in his lifetime, so he was called the God of Killing. However, his end was not pleasant. He was forced to commit suicide out of fear of him joining another state. After looking at Beichi's stats, Zhao Fu turned to look at the refined and cultured youth. Name, Lisi grade, SS title, Prime Minister, title effects, raises popular support, population attraction plus 5%, chances of attracting higher grade population plus 5%. Profession, civilian court official, profession effects, can choose 1 type of military profession, intelligent plus 2%, constitution plus 2%. Achievement points, Commoner, 0 out of 200, race, human age, 23, 100, stats, strength, 6, intelligence, 10, constitution, 5, agility, 4 cultivation, stage 0 cultivation technique, non-skills, none equipment, coarse cloth clothes, cloth shoes, coarse cloth pants. After looking at Li Si's stats, Zhao Fu did not feel as shocked. Li Si was a famed prime minister of the state of Qin, and he had greatly helped the first emperor of Qin unify China. However, his end was not very pleasant either. He was charged with treason and was executed by waist chop. Following this, Zhao Fu looked at the other three people. They were Wang Dou, profession, blacksmith, skills, forging, can create weapons; Zhang Beizu, profession, apothecary, skills, healing, can heal sicknesses; He Yun, profession, tailor, skills, tailoring, can create defensive items. All three people were S grade, and their other stats were not so important. In the Heaven Awakened world, grade was of paramount importance. There were 9 grades in total, and they were, from highest to lowest, SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. The higher one's grade was, the faster his or her cultivation and comprehension would progress. E grade was 2 times faster than F grade, D grade was 4 times faster than F grade, C grade was 8 times faster than F grade, B grade was 16 times faster than F grade, and so on. Military forces also had grades, and they were also split from F to SSS. However, there were 3 subgrades for each grade, such as F, F, and F+. After looking at their stats, Zhao Fu asked them to wait before he entered one of the rooms in the village hall, where the violet cube was silently floating in the air. He then looked at the village's stats. Village name, Great Qin Village, epic rank, level, primary, 0 out of 5,000, village area, 1 square kilometer village territory, 46 square kilometers residents, 6 out of 1,100 soldiers, 0 out of 440, every village has a population and soldier limit. Most bronze rank primary level villages have a limit of 300 people, secret silver grade villages have a limit of 400 people, fine gold grade villages have a limit of 600 people, dark gold grade villages have a limit of 800 people, and epic rank villages have a limit of 1,000 people. Currently, it displayed that the limit was 1,100 residents because 100 residents were from the village's special stats, while the military limit of 440 was the number of residents that had a military profession. Popular support, 100. Popular support refers to the loyalty of residents. If popular support is at least 80, the village will attract more people. If popular support is 0, residents will start to betray and flee. When popular support is negative, criminals will be attracted. Those people will of course not be loyal, and they must be continuously monitored or lives could be lost, because the 5 residents in the village were all given to Zhao Fu by the system and they had a loyalty of 100, popular support was also 100. Village special stats, territory crop output plus 30%, territory crop growing time minus 30%, population limit plus 10%, residence stats can randomly plus 1, soldiers stats plus 1%, population attraction plus 20%, chances of attracting higher grade population plus 20%, subsidiary village limit. 4. Subsidiary villages receive 10% of the special stats from the main village. Normal villages cannot have subsidiary villages, and they need to be raised to intermediate villages before they can have any. Secret silver grade villages can have 1 subsidiary village, fine gold grade villages can have 2 subsidiary villages, dark gold grade villages can have 3 subsidiary villages, and epic ranked villages can have 4 subsidiary villages. After looking at the village's stats, Zhao Fu felt that his village was quite powerful. However, it was a pity that it was not the only one because the Qin dynasty was not the only dynasty to exist in China's thousands of years long history. There were the 3 holy dynasties, Xia, Shang, and Shu, the 7 powerful states of the Warring States period, Qi, Chu, Qin, Yan, Zhou, Wei, and Han, the Chu-Han contention, Chu and Han, the 3 kingdoms, Wei, Shu, and Wu, the 5 dynasties, later Liang, later Tang, later Jin, later Han, and later Zhou, the 10 kingdoms, Wu, Yuiu, Minutes, Chu, Southern Han, former Shu, later Shu, Jingnan, Southern Tang, and Northern Han. There were countless dynasties and kingdoms, and even though there were many forces that had unified a country, there were not that many epic rank level ones, and this was only China, there were many other countries as well. At the same time, enmity and hatred would also be passed down with the legacies, such as Qi, Chu, Yan, Zhou, Wei, and Han hating Qin. The 6 states destroyed by Qin would definitely have vowed to destroy Great Qin, and this sort of hatred was simply irreconcilable and unforgettable. It was something that would only disappear when one side was destroyed. Great Qin also had hated foes such as Great Han and Great Chu, who destroyed Great Qin. All of these chaotic forces from history would now appear in this world at the same time. There were also normal people who could develop their own city by obtaining a city heart or by conquering a village. Adding on the countless other races, one could only imagine how cruel, bloody, and dark the future would be. Zhao Fu took a deep breath, putting all of this out of his mind. He walked out of the hall, taking the 5 people to the origin. This round stage made from bricks was where new residents would come from. Bronze rank primary level villages were only able to summon 1 to 4 new villagers every day. Secret silver grade villages could summon 3 to 6, fine gold grade villages could summon 5 to 8, dark gold grade villages could summon 7 to 10, and epic rank villages could summon 9 to 12. Because of the village's special stats and Li Si's title bonus, the village had a 25% bonus to population attraction, so the Great Qin village could summon 11 to 15 people in a day. Zhao Fu waved his hand toward the origin, and new villagers started to be summoned. 13 figures slowly appeared, 8 males and 5 females. Some were elderly, while others were children. The new villagers' loyalty was not very high, it was around 60. As such, the popular support fell from 100 to 70 when the people were summoned. For military as for their grades, bronze rank primary level villages usually summoned F grade villagers and 1 E grade villager every 3 days, 1 D grade villager every 12 days, 1 C grade villager every 48 days, 1 B grade villager every 192 days, and 1 A grade villager every 768 days, while S grade and above villagers simply couldn't be summoned in normal villages. From this, one could see how rare high grade villagers were. If it took more than 2 years to summon an A grade villager, it would be essentially impossible for a normal village to summon S grade villagers or above. This was how long it took to summon certain villagers for normal villages. The time was reduced by 2 out of 3 for blue villages, another 2 out of 3 for silver villages, and so on. Most of the villagers summoned at violet epic rank grade villages were F grade, some were E grade, a few were D grade, and very few were C grade. Higher grades required more than 2 days, but adding on the Great Qin village's special stats and Li Si's titles effect, the Great Qin village had a 25% bonus to attracting higher grade population, so it would take a bit more than a day for the Great Qin village to summon higher grade villagers. Out of the 13 summoned villagers, 1 was C grade, 2 were D grade, 3 were E grade, and 7 were F grade. After this, Zhao Fu brought Beiqi and 6 of the youths who had decent fighting power to the 5 stone steels. The 5 stone steels were profession change stone steels, and 4 of them could be used to change one's profession to a certain profession. Great Qin soldier, E grade military. Description: the Great Qin soldiers who swept across and destroyed the other 6 states. Effects: every soldier who changes professions will receive the basic cultivation technique, Great Qin mantra. That was the introduction to the Great Qin soldiers, and the different professions were as follows. The first was infantry, which could choose saberman, swordsman, or spearman. After changing professions, infantry could obtain profession-specific skills. For example, saberman received the skill, basic saber technique, and the infantry profession bonus of strength plus 2% and constitution plus 2%. The second was shield bearer, which could choose saber and shield soldier, or spear and shield soldier. They received the skill, shield defense, and the shield bearer profession bonus of strength plus 1% and constitution plus 3%. The third was archer, which could choose sword archer, or dagger archer. They received the skill, basic archery technique, and the archer profession bonus of strength plus 2% and agility plus 2%. The fourth was cavalry, which could choose saber cavalry, sword cavalry, or spear cavalry. They received the skill, horsemanship, and the cavalry profession bonus of strength plus 2%, constitution plus 1%, and agility plus 1%. The fifth was not a battle profession but a scholar profession change stone steel, which allowed 10 people to change their profession to scholar. They received the skill, research, and the scholar profession bonus of intelligence plus 4%. The amount of scholars was limited to 10 at most, and they conducted all sorts of research, such as agriculture, which increased production, animal husbandry, which allowed one to tame wild beasts, and brewing, which allowed one to make good wine. Of course, the higher grade scholars were better. As such, Zhao Fu did not plan on changing anyone's profession to scholar today. Because the village had just been established, he had 50 free profession changes. After 50 profession changes, he would only be able to change professions by paying the corresponding number of copper coins. Zhao Fu changed the 6 villagers he had brought to infantry. Zhao Fu regarded Beiqi as quite important, so he turned and asked, "Beiqi, what profession do you want? You can choose for yourself." Hearing this, Beiqi nodded. Because generals could choose 2 professions, he chose cavalry and infantry. Zhao Fu also chose infantry. He did not like using sabers or spears, so he chose swordsman and received basic sword technique, as well as the Great Qin mantra. It is only possible to cultivate using cultivation techniques, and his current cultivation was only stage 0, which he could only raise by cultivating. Cultivation was split into 9 stages, and each stage was split into 9 steps. Every time one advanced a step, he or she received +1 to all stats. Only by having a epic rank village would one be able to obtain the corresponding cultivation technique and have such comprehensive military professions. If it was a normal village, they would only be able to change to F grade, militiamen, at the beginning, and would have to obtain their own cultivation techniques. There were wheat seeds in the village hall, some simple farming tools, ironware, and weapons in the smithy, clothes in the tailor shop, and basic medicines in the medicine shop. Zhao Fu arranged for the women to go and pick wild fruits and berries, while the men were to cut wood and build houses and fences. After settling down, they could start clearing wild areas for farming. At this moment, when Li Si saw that Zhao Fu was also going to cut wood, he quickly called out, "Your Majesty. Please rest, how could we allow your Majesty to do such heavy jobs?" Everyone heard this and looked quite worried that Zhao Fu would tire himself out. When Zhao Fu saw this, his cold heart finally started to relax, and he slightly smiled as he said, "Don't worry about me, just treat me as a friend or a family member." When Li Si heard this, his expression tightened. Zhao Fu was the great Qin Empire's inheritor, and he would one day be an emperor. How could he treat him as a friend? That was blasphemy. However, just as he was about to say something, Zhao Fu cut in front of him. "Alright, it's getting late, so let's go cut wood." Li Si didn't dare to say anything, but his respect towards Zhao Fu increased. After working for a while, they finally built a few wooden houses and some simple fences. Without knowing it, the 13 residents' loyalty all increased by 10, bringing popular support to 80. At night, Beichi hunted a wild deer and a few rabbits. Everyone sat around a large bonfire together, making it seem quite lively. However, Zhao Fu was too used to being alone and could not join in, so he stayed indoors. Normally, killing non-humanoid creatures in the Heaven Awaken world would not result in any drops apart from a few copper coins. At the same time, residents or soldiers killing other creatures increased the experience of the village, which helped the village level up. At this moment, Li Si respectfully walked in with a wooden plate with many carefully cut pieces of cooked deer meat on it and said, "Your Majesty, please eat." Zhao Fu nodded. After working for so long, he felt quite hungry. He picked up the wooden chopsticks that they had made and tasted a piece, finding it incredibly fresh and delicious. He was going to continue eating, but when he saw Li Si politely standing by his side, ready to tend to his needs, he couldn't help but say, "Li Si, you don't need to stay here with me, you can go outside. It's more lively out there." Li Si slightly smiled before replying, "It's better for me to stay with your Majesty." Zhao Fu felt a slight warmth within his heart and didn't say anything. He continued to eat the deer meat when Beichi also walked in and stood by his side. "What are your thoughts towards Great Qin's future?" Zhao Fu, who was eating the deer meat, suddenly asked. Li Si was the prime minister of an empire, and Beichi was a famed general. Their insight and knowledge of tactics were definitely above Zhao Fu's, so he did not act arrogantly, and instead sincerely asked for their opinions. Right now, the entire world was a chaotic chessboard, but there was nothing that had been determined yet. Life, death, heroes, altruists, and formidable characters had not been determined yet, neither had who the chess pieces or the players were. None of this was certain. If they didn't start preparing now and failed to advance and consolidate at every step, all that was waiting for them would be failure and death. 5. The 100 schools of Your Majesty, can you tell us what happened after Great Qin perished? Beichi asked as he cupped his hands respectfully. Zhao Fu nodded as he said, after Qin perished, Chu and Han fought for supremacy. Following this, Eastern Han was split into the 3 kingdoms. The Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties followed when foreigners suddenly put China into grave danger. Why? How could our glorious country be bullied by other tribes? Beichi couldn't help but speak when he heard what Zhao Fu had said. After realizing that he had spoken out of turn, he quickly apologized to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu lightly shook his head, signaling that it was fine. He explained that China was no longer a place that other tribes feared and could be bullied easily after the Qin dynasty. During the Qin dynasty, there was the school of the military, legalists, school of vertical and horizontal, Taoists, Confucianists, and Mohists, creating the 100 schools of thought and a galaxy of talented people. However, after the Han dynasty, the 100 schools of thought were rejected, with Confucianism being favored. Studying literature became favored, and even though this was not bad, the military was neglected as a result. Your Majesty, I believe that we must stay away from big battles if we are to win, especially those with other Chinese factions, Beichi said seriously. Even though Beichi had been quite angry initially, he quickly calmed down. Li Si nodded. Your Majesty, China is currently the largest battle region, and if we're caught up in these battles, our consumption of resources may be too great. The best thing for us is to remain independent and neutral. Zhao Fu took in their advice and nodded before continuing to outline the history of China. Soon, the three of them created a roadmap of Great Ken's future. Even though they had planned quite far into the future, this was the direction they would head in. Right now, the most important thing was to develop the Great Ken village well. Without knowing it, Zhao Fu had stayed in the Heaven Awakened world for 10 or so hours, and it would nearly be dawn in the real world. Because there were some things he needed to take care of in the real world, Zhao Fu instructed Beiqi and Li Si to send people to patrol during the night to ensure their safety. Following this, he came out of the Heaven Awakened world. After his consciousness returned to his body, Zhao Fu slowly opened his eyes and saw that it was daytime. He found his phone and looked at the time, and it was already 8 a.m. After crawling up from the ground, Zhao Fu washed his face and rinsed his mouth before going out to buy some things for breakfast. Following this, Zhao Fu planned to withdraw from his university. During the legacy trial, he had been warned that the real world would be devoured by the Heaven Awakened world not too long in the future. As such, continuing to study was pointless, so Zhao Fu decided to change his way of living. Nanxia University was a famous university within China, and anyone who could enter was elite. Entering this kind of university was something that many people dreamed about. Are you sure you want to withdraw? The teacher in charge of Zhao Fu's classes, Li Hong, looked at Zhao Fu with pity and tried to talk him out of it. Zhao Fu was quite reclusive during class, but his grades were always quite good. If Zhao Fu graduated, he would have a bright future, but Li Hong had never expected that Zhao Fu would suddenly withdraw. Zhao Fu sincerely nodded, confirming that he had thought about it thoroughly. In the end, Li Hong could only reluctantly agree. After going through the withdrawal procedures, he received $5,000 from the university. During his years in university, Zhao Fu didn't have any fun. Whenever he had free time, he worked. Currently, he had 3 different jobs. Even though it had been quite tough, he had quite a bit of money saved up. If he lived frugally, it would last him a few years. Zhao Fu bought a few boxes of instant noodles and returned home. He turned on his second-hand laptop and looked through some of the information regarding the Heaven Awakened world. Right now, the Heaven Awakened world was the most popular thing on the news. Almost everyone was chatting about the Heaven Awakened world, and as Zhao Fu searched on the internet, countless pieces of information jumped out. Zhao Fu found that someone had already created a Heaven Awakened world forum, on which there were already over 100 million users. What's more, this number was still rapidly increasing. Who created this forum so quickly? Zhao Fu wondered before creating an account. He entered the forum and had a look around. Apart from chatting about things in the Heaven Awakened world, there were threads about selling and buying things in the Heaven Awakened world. 1 copper coin was already worth $8 in the real world. Of course, the powerful families in the real world also knew what would happen in the future, so they started to funnel all of their resources into the Heaven Awakened world. In fact, someone had offered hundreds of millions of dollars to purchase a legacy stone. Normal people had no idea about what was to come, and they only felt incredibly jealous. If they had one of those stones, the money they could earn from it would last them several lifetimes. However, to those who had legacy stones, they could only laugh. They had to pass through many trials to obtain the legacy, and if they sold the legacy stone for a bit of money, they wouldn't have deserved it in the first place. Zhao Fu felt quite a bit of pressure when he saw the large families pouring their resources into the Heaven Awakened world. However, something worth rejoicing over was that even though there were many main cities from the system, each main city was managed by the lord of that city. This meant that the regions were not connected to each other, and it also meant that there were many different regions within the Heaven Awakened world. If one wanted to move to another region, it would depend on his or her own efforts. However, with how big the Heaven Awakened world was, all of the regions were tens of thousands of kilometers away from each other, and one could only imagine the danger of crossing to another region. When people usually entered the Heaven Awakened world, they were randomly placed at a location. Even though the powerful families had invested massive amounts of resources, they were in different regions, or Zhao Fu would have lost from the very beginning. In the forums, Zhao Fu found the place where he was. It was called the Forest of Horrors and had 3 main cities. The one in the east was called Holy Light City, the one in the south was called Soldier Forest, and the one in the west was called Demon Tree City. Zhao Fu looked at the introductions of each of the main cities. Each main city was very big, and it could hold more than 1 million people. Entry into the main cities cost 2 copper coins, and ordinary fights were forbidden, though there was an arena where one could legally fight. The guards at the main cities normally had above stage 1 cultivation. There were all sorts of things in the main cities, such as fine gold rank weapons. The Heaven Awakened world's weapons were split into normal, white, superior, blue, rare, silver, perfect, gold, epic rank, orange, and legendary, violet. Normal weapons gave 1 stat, secret silver rank equipment gave 2 stats, fine gold rank equipment gave 3 stats, dark gold rank equipment gave 4 stats, and so on. Apart from the things sold in main cities, each main city had merit points, and completing quests from the main cities gave merit points. Merit points could be exchanged for different rewards, and they could even be exchanged for positions in the city. Zhaofu read the introductions to the main cities with great interest before letting out a breath, planning to enter the Heaven Awakened world again. The real world looked quite peaceful as usual, but in actuality, it was only the calm before the storm. 6 goblins. It was morning when Zhaofu entered the Heaven Awakened world again. This time, Zhaofu summoned 14 people, 8 males and 6 females, and 7 of them could fight. There was also a B-grade villager among them, a white-haired elder, and Zhaofu immediately changed his profession to scholar. As for what he was to research, because crop output was not a problem due to the village's special stats, Zhaofu had the elder choose taming. If they could obtain the taming skill, they would be able to tame some wild beasts and start developing livestock. Now that they had houses, they had more safety and could start farming. Zhaofu did not do this himself, and he instead left it to Li Si. Zhaofu brought Beiqi along and took the few weapons in the smithy. They started to patrol the surrounding area to see if there were any dangers or resources. On the way, Zhaofu and his super bodyguard Beiqi killed a few wild rabbits and 2 wolves. They only dropped copper coins, and the wild rabbits only dropped 1 copper coin each, while the wolves dropped 3 to 4 copper coins each. Suddenly, the grasses shook as a rabbit that was a little bit bigger than the dog appeared. It had flame red fur and was not cute like most rabbits. Instead, it looked quite ugly, and there was a savage and vicious look in its eyes. Beiqi threw down the rabbit and wolf corpses he was holding and blocked the path in front of Zhaofu. At this moment, the rabbit opened its mouth and fire elemental essence gathered in its mouth, forming a fireball. Following this, it flicked its head upwards as the fireball rushed towards Zhaofu. While facing the fireball, Beiqi said seriously, "Your Majesty. Please retreat for a moment." Zhaofu nodded. Fighting was not his strength, so he wasn't going to bring trouble to himself. The fireball flew over, and a hint of sword chi covered Beiqi's sword as he slashed the fireball. Bang! The fireball exploded into sparks, not injuring Beiqi in the slightest. Zhaofu sighed in amazement when he saw this. SSS-grade characters were indeed quite powerful. In just a short period of time, Beiqi's cultivation had already greatly increased. Following this, the rabbit once again shot out a few fireballs towards Beiqi, but he easily evaded all of them. Beiqi was not only SSS grade, but his stats were also incredibly high, and he had a buff from his title and profession, making him quite strong. The rabbit started to look irritated when he saw that its fireballs were unable to hit Beiqi. It leaped up and opened its mouth, revealing 2 sharp fangs as it tried to bite Beiqi. Beiqi coldly harumphed and turned his body as he stabbed it with his sword. Blood flew through the air as the sword pierced through the rabbit's throat, killing it instantly. System announcement. Your general has killed an elite magic beast, the Violent Flame Rabbit, and has gained 6 achievement points. System announcement. You have gained 3 achievement points. So it was an elite magic beast. Magic beasts were variants of normal creatures, and they had stronger bodies as well as magic. For example, the Violent Flame Rabbit could shoot fireballs. Killing elite magic beasts or above gave achievement points, as did attacking other villages. Achievement points are mainly used to raise one's status. In order to raise the level of one's village, he or she needs to have a certain status. For example, in order to raise his village to an intermediate village, Zhaofu's status needed to be at least citizen, but he was only a commoner right now. At the same time, the higher one's status was, the better his or her treatment would be in main cities. The Violet Flame Rabbit dropped 2 shining silver coins and a red orb of light, which Beiqi delivered to Zhaofu. Zhaofu looked at the red orb of light. It was called an innate elemental orb, and after using it, one would obtain the corresponding skill. After using it, Zhaofu obtained a fireball skill. The gains from today were quite good. Realizing that it was almost midday, Zhaofu carried the Violet Flame Rabbit while Beiqi carried the wild rabbits and wolves as they made their way back. At this moment, however, Zhaofu suddenly saw a very strange-looking tree. Its bark was jet black and gave off a metallic luster. The tree was about 10 meters tall, and its trunk was 1 meter wide. Its leaves were also a dark green color. Zhaofu had a look and saw that it was called the Decade Iron Tree. Decade Iron Tree, grade, white. Can be used to create equipment. Zhaofu was delighted when he saw this tree because they could now create weapons. There were only a few weapons in the smithy right now, and there were not enough for everyone. As such, Zhaofu's discovery of the Decade Iron Tree alleviated the awkwardness of not having enough weapons. Zhaofu immediately went back and brought people to cut down the Decade Iron Tree to create wooden sabers, wooden swords, wooden shields, and wooden bows. Even though wooden sabers and swords could not compare to iron sabers and swords, they could still deal damage. Moreover, Fu could now have people change to shield bearer or archer professions. They had made great progress today. They created weapons, cultivated land, and planted their wheat seeds. Everything was coming along nicely, and Fu felt quite excited. At night, he did not leave the Heaven Awaken world and instead cultivated. The third day. This time, he summoned 15 people, 10 males and 5 females. There were 8 of them who could fight, so Fu had 4 of them become shield bearers and 4 of them become archers. Now, the Great Qin village had 21 soldiers. Fu was about to take Beichi with him to patrol around when suddenly, a few of the women responsible for collecting wild fruits quickly ran over and said that they had discovered Outlanders, a term for foreign races. Fu's expression became serious when he heard about this, and he quickly asked for specifics. The women had been 2 kilometers south of the Great Qin village, and they had been collecting wild fruits when they suddenly heard some wild boars scream. They gathered up their courage to take a look and saw some wild boars being surrounded and killed by Outlanders. After that, they immediately ran back in terror and reported what they saw to Fu. Fu immediately took people to go south. By now, the Outlanders had left, but there were still traces of blood and footprints on the ground. 3 kilometers south of the Great Qin village, Fu discovered an Outlander village. The Outlanders that lived there were not very tall. They were a bit more than 1 meter tall, and had green skin, pointy ears, and bulging stomachs. They were extremely alike to the creatures found in most games, goblins. There were around 300 or so goblins in the goblin village, and Fu immediately felt a sense of danger while anxiously observing the village from outside. He found that there were 300 or so goblins in the village. There were 40 to 50 elderly and young goblins, and 80 or so female goblins. Only about 190 of the goblins could fight. This was a bronze-grade village, which meant that there were only 100 soldiers at most. Nearly half of the goblins who were able to fight did not have a profession, making them weaker due to not having any skills or profession bonuses. Most goblins held sabers and were called goblin soldiers, and Fu also found some goblins that were 2 meters tall and very well built. They held knives that looked disproportionate to their bodies and looked incredibly savage. Those goblins were called goblin warriors. 7-colored altar. There were not many goblin warriors, only 5 of them, but what caught Fu's attention was the 1 meter tall blood-colored altar at the center of the village. The altar was made of different kinds of rocks, and it gave him a very bad feeling. Given how close they were, the Great Qin village would be in great danger if the goblins discovered the Great Qin village. Right now, the Great Qin village only had 47 residents and 21 soldiers. How could they fight more than 190 goblins? These goblins definitely weren't as easy to kill as the ones in games that had virtually no fighting power. After examining them closely, Fu found that their fighting power was quite decent. Fu thought for a while with a serious expression on his face. Beichi. I'll stay here to observe the goblins. Hurry and take everyone back to the Great Qin village and tell Lisi to go into level 1 defense mode. Train all of the soldiers so that it won't be their first time fighting if we do go to war. If something happens, I don't want anyone to die because we failed to prepare properly. Beichi became quite worried when he heard this, and he said anxiously, "But your majesty, your safety." Fu felt a warm feeling within his heart and cut Beichi off, saying, "Don't worry. I'll be careful, and it's best that I do this. I'll be able to plan our defenses while looking for any weaknesses. However, you should train them as quickly as possible because the goblins might find us soon." Beichi realized the gravity of this matter, and he could only sincerely nod before taking everyone back to the village and informing Lisi. Lisi became quite serious and commanded the women to reinforce the fences and help make all sorts of weapons. Beichi called together all of the soldiers and trained them in arranging formations, working together, and mobilizing together. When the Great Qin village's villagers heard that Fu was risking his life by standing guard and observing the goblin village, they all felt incredibly moved. Everyone worked hard together, and soon, popular support rose to 90. Fu hid in some tall grass on a hill and was looking down at the goblin village, searching for any weaknesses. If they engaged in a direct confrontation, it would be a Pyrrhic victory even if they won. This was not something that Fu wanted. Time gradually passed, and soon, the sunset and part of the sky was dyed red. At this moment, Beichi brought some people to come and find him. Fu sighed. After observing for so long, he hadn't found anything that he could exploit. However, he learned some things about the goblins. First, their intelligence was not very high, and they loved to fight. They often started fighting over a piece of meat. It was about to get dark, so Fu could only return, leaving 2 people there to stand guard. He had considered a night attack, but they still only had 23 people when adding himself and Beichi. Facing 300 or so goblins, even a night raid would not work. As a result, Zhao Fu did not sleep very well. The next day, he once again summoned new villagers. This time, there were only 5 of them who could fight out of the 15 he summoned, making Zhao Fu feel quite disappointed. At this moment, one of the villagers he had left behind last night to keep watch came to report and said, "Your Majesty, the goblins have started to move." Zhao Fu quickly asked for more details. He learned that the goblin village's soldiers had split into 4 groups, with about 50 goblins in each group, and had headed in 4 separate directions. After the villager reported this, Zhao Fu felt that an opportunity had come. The goblins were not a farming race, and they relied on hunting to obtain food. The goblins went out hunting every day to make sure that they had enough to eat. "Beichi, hurry and assemble everyone," Zhao Fu immediately ordered. Following this, 26 soldiers were gathered in front of Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu brought a few fruits to serve as breakfast and then led Beichi and the soldiers to catch up to one of the goblin groups. There were roughly 50 goblins in this group, and it was led by a goblin warrior. At this moment, Beichi showed the results of his training. What followed was a true battle, not a disorderly brawl. Beichi ordered the soldiers into 3 lines, shield bearers at the first line, infantry at the second line, and archers at the third line. This was the most basic formation. "Archers, I know that you changed professions recently, so I don't expect you to kill someone with every arrow. Just make sure you hit them, aim for the largest parts of their bodies," Beichi said to the archers before making the signal to fire. Following this, the archers raised their bows, and arrows shot out into the group of goblins. Zhao Fu also released a fireball with them, sending it shooting towards the goblins. The 8 archers all hit a goblin. 3 of them received light injuries, 4 received heavy injuries, and 1 unfortunate goblin was killed on the spot. Zhao Fu's fireball also exploded, injuring 5 or 6 goblins. 1 was blasted into the sky and crashed to the ground. That one didn't have long to live. At this moment, the goblins also discovered them. They roared as they raised their sabers and rushed over. Many of the soldiers revealed terrified looks when they saw so many goblins rushing towards them. After all, they had never fought in a real battle before. Beichi coldly harumphed when he saw this, and the fear that everyone felt suddenly decreased when they heard him. It was most likely due to Beichi's title that increased morale. "Release arrows." Beichi once again bellowed, and 8 arrows flew, shooting a few goblins down. The goblins were prepared this time, so not as many arrows hit the goblins. Zhao Fu also released a fireball, blasting a few goblins again. By now, the goblins were nearly within 10 meters of them. Beichi yelled, "Shield bearers advance. Scatter their spirit. Infantry, follow right behind them." The 8 shield bearers rushed up, colliding with the goblins at the front. The goblins chopped at the wooden shields, leaving shallow marks, but they were unable to injure anyone. Thus, the goblins' momentum was greatly reduced. A charge required a large spurt of energy, and only by continuously charging forwards could they maintain their momentum. After being blocked by the shield bearers, the goblins lost not only their momentum but also their morale. In the beginning, the arrows and fireballs had already reduced the goblins' strength by almost a third, and now that they had been stopped, the shield bearers and infantry started to counterattack. The archers behind them also freely shot as Zhao Fu continuously launched fireballs. The situation quickly turned to Zhao Fu's favor. As for the large, well-built goblin warrior, it was held at bay by Beichi single-handedly. Even though the large goblin warrior looked quite fat, it was quite agile. It slashed the knife in its hands quite quickly, and Zhao Fu could only see a flash of light whenever it attacked. Zhao Fu felt quite worried when he saw this, but it was good that Beichi was not weak either. After an hour, the battle finally concluded. Zhao Fu's people suffered some light injuries, but most of them were fine. On the other hand, the goblins had been completely destroyed. This was the result of many different military professions cooperating well. After resting for a while, Zhao Fu took his people to chase after another goblin group. 8-3 victories. The second group of goblins had less than 50 goblins, and just like the first time, the archers launched their arrows, injuring and killing a few goblins, before the shield bearers rushed up with the infantry right behind them. Zhao Fu also launched 2 fireballs, but he started feeling mentally tired. He had already launched 7 fireballs when dealing with the first goblin group, so he had to stop for a while. The shield bearers and infantry battled with the goblins while maintaining orderly ranks, with the archers freely shooting from behind them. At this moment, one of the goblins rushed out of the fray and raised its saber as it howled, charging towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu didn't feel any fear when he saw this because he had been mentally prepared for a long time. Facing this life-or-death battle, he gripped the iron sword in his hands and rushed to meet the goblin. Zhao Fu looked at the goblin charging towards him and slashed towards it with all of his might. The goblin tilted its head, easily evading Zhao Fu's attack. It cackled as it mocked Zhao Fu, slicing at Zhao Fu's waist with its saber, causing Zhao Fu to quickly retreat. Seeing this, the goblin pressed forwards. Zhao Fu had slipped up the first time, but he remained calm and ignored the goblin's taunts. Facing a real life or death battle, his heart wildly thumped with nervousness. However, he did not fail to monitor his surroundings and took a step back before suddenly leaping towards the goblin and stabbing towards it. The goblin also easily avoided this strike, and it immediately moved forwards and swung its saber towards Zhao Fu. However, at this moment, it tripped on a stone and lost its balance. This was what Zhao Fu had been aiming for, and he swung his sword towards the goblin. The sword cut into the goblin's neck and some blood flowed out, but it had not cut too deeply. As such, it did not deal too much damage. The goblin howled in pain and raised the saber in its hands. It was about to slash down when Zhao Fu's heart tightened, and he used all of his strength to push the sword deeper into the goblin's neck, twisted upwards. Blood sprayed, filling the air. Warm blood covered Zhao Fu's body, and the goblin's corpse slowly fell to the ground. After taking a life for the first time, Zhao Fu's heart thumped quickly as he raggedly breathed. By now, the battle between the groups had also concluded. Beichi killed the goblin warrior and suddenly turned to see Zhao Fu covered in blood. He was given a great fright, and quickly hurried over and asked worriedly, "Your Majesty, are you alright?" Zhao Fu gradually recovered and slightly shook his head, signaling that he was fine. Seeing this, Beichi let out a sigh of relief. "Ask around to see if anyone was injured," Zhao Fu said. Beichi nodded and looked at everyone before answering, "Your Majesty, no one was injured greatly." Zhao Fu let out a breath and looked up at the sky. It was nearly midday, so they would not be able to catch up to the third and fourth groups. As such, he decided to lay in wait and ambush the third group when they came back. Li Si brought a group of women to deliver lunch for them, and everyone rested for a while. Time gradually passed, and soon, the third group of goblins returned with a few wolves, 10 or so wild rabbits, and a 200-kilogram wild boar, a bountiful journey. Zhao Fu and his soldiers were hidden in the grass, waiting for an opportunity. The goblin warrior swaggering at the head of the group suddenly sneezed, attracting many of the goblin soldiers' attention. It was then that Beichi gave the order to attack. Arrows flew towards the goblins, piercing them and causing quite a commotion. A few goblins were instantly killed, and others were heavily injured. After recovering for a few hours, Zhao Fu's mind had recovered by more than half, and he could use fireballs again. As such, he also launched a few. With the experience that they had gained from the previous two battles and adding on the fact that it was an ambush, this battle was much shorter than the previous two battles. Barely anyone was injured. Of course, this was also partially due to the goblins' weariness and the injuries they already had from hunting. After resting for a bit, Zhao Fu led his people to where the fourth group of goblins was returning from. It was a pity that the fourth group had already reached the goblin village, making Zhao Fu feel quite disappointed. If they could have destroyed the fourth group, the goblin village would not have been as scary. By now, they had killed nearly 150 goblins, and the goblin village sensed that something was wrong. They had no idea who the enemy was or how many enemies there were, so they could only nervously stand guard. Many goblins were standing on the outer perimeter of the village, attentively looking around. Whenever they detected anything, they immediately rushed up and surrounded it. Zhao Fu and his soldiers came quite close to the goblin village, and he had a look at the tight security. He muttered, "Right now, the goblin village only has around 60 goblins who can fight. The rest are all elderly, children, or females." The goblin village seemed to have been greatly weakened, but Zhao Fu did not plan to attack. He wasn't in a rush because the goblins went out to hunt every day to make sure they had enough food. As such, once they ate all of their food, they would definitely come out. Compared to directly attacking, ambushing was easier and went much more smoothly. Moreover, Zhao Fu did not want to make any sacrifices. By now, Zhao Fu felt incredibly close to the Great Ken village and its residents. However, they couldn't just wait here idly for the goblins to come out. While the goblins were still in the village, Zhao Fu ordered his people to start laying all sorts of traps around the village. The sky gradually darkened, and after leaving a few people to keep watch, Zhao Fu and the others brought back the spoils from the battles with the goblins. There were 10 or so wild rabbits, a few wolves, and a wild boar. Even though wolf meat didn't taste very good, it was better than nothing. Moreover, wolf teeth could be used to make arrowheads, and wolf skin could be used to make leather armor. The materials gained from the violent flame rabbit were secret silver rank. However, Hyun's, the tailor shop's owner, tailoring skill was only at basic level, so she was unable to use secret silver rank materials to create leather armor. As a result, it was just stored in her shop. After returning to the Great Kin village, Zhao Fu and the others lit a bonfire. Now that the crisis was resolved, the atmosphere was no longer as tense, and the villagers laughed and talked heartily with each other. As Zhao Fu entered the village, A few 4 or 5-year-old children excitedly ran over. They crowded around Zhao Fu and looked at him in awe as they cheered, "Your Majesty! You're so amazing, you killed so many outlanders." Zhao Fu slightly smiled when he heard this and explained, "I didn't do all of it, your parents contributed greatly as well. But it was under your Majesty's amazing leadership that we were able to kill so many outlanders," one of the boys said excitedly as he hugged Zhao Fu's leg. This boy was quite good at flattery despite being so young. Zhao Fu lightly smiled and patted his little head, the coldness in his heart gradually thawing. Following this, the children's parents quickly came over and apologized before taking them away. Zhao Fu went to the village hall and thought for a moment before asking Li Si, "How were our gains from killing the goblins today?" There was no time for Zhao Fu and his group of soldiers to collect the spoils after each battle, so this was left to Li Si and a group of women. Li Si grinned and cupped his hands respectfully as he replied, "We obtained 152 goblin sabers. However, they're too small and aren't suited for our use, so they need to be modified. We obtained 685 copper coins from killing the goblin soldiers and 7 silver coins from killing the 3 goblin warriors." Nine Log Village. After listening to Li Si's report, Zhao Fu nodded. The next day, he summoned 14 new villagers. There were 7 people who could fight and a B-grade woman, who Zhao Fu also arranged to change to scholar. He hoped that they would be able to gain the taming skill with more scholars soon. Zhao Fu took the 7 people who were able to fight to become soldiers. Now, Zhao Fu had 28 soldiers, and he brought them to the Goblin Village. The Goblin Village was still in full defense mode, so Zhao Fu chose to not attack. Instead, he told Beichi to continue laying traps while training the soldiers. Another day passed, and Zhao Fu summoned another 15 people. 6 of them could fight, so Zhao Fu arranged for them to change profession to soldiers. The goblins still hadn't dared to come out, so Zhao Fu continued to wait while setting traps. While doing this, Zhao Fu also discovered another decade iron tree. The next day, Zhao Fu summoned 14 people, 8 of whom could fight, and 1 B-grade villager, and he sent them all to change professions. The goblins finally ran out of food today, and they could no longer endure the hunger. This time, roughly 100 or so goblins came out of the goblin village, and about half of them were females. There were 4 goblin warriors who had just changed professions, and they were a bit smaller than the goblin warriors from before. Right now, there were only 20 or so goblins left in the village that could fight and the goblin warrior that had returned from the previous hunting expedition. There were 30 or so females, and some elderly and young goblins who essentially couldn't fight. From how things looked, it seemed that attacking the goblin village would be quite easy, but Zhao Fu felt that it would not be so simple. He felt that the blood-colored altar was not ordinary, and there could be something special about it. As such, Zhao Fu decided to attack the 100 or so goblins. Of course, it was stupid to directly attack them, or they would have set all of those traps for nothing. Zhao Fu split up the 34 soldiers into 3 groups and gave an explanation of their plan before sending one team to attack. When the goblins saw that there were so few enemies, they immediately raised their sabers and yelled as they rushed over. The group of people attacked a few times and turned and ran, following Zhao Fu's orders. The goblins cheered excitedly and chased after them, wanting to kill the enemies who had tormented them for the past few days. However, in the next moment, the goblins started to fall into the ready-dug pits, and they were impaled by the sharp wooden spikes. They continuously howled, the big group of goblins instantly losing 20 out of the 100 goblins. After losing a portion of their forces instantly, all of the goblins stopped, not daring to advance. They had no idea if there were more of these pits ahead, so they did not dare to advance. All they could do was stand still as they furiously roared. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, a few arrows pierced some of the goblins. The goblins saw a few enemies running from their left, and they immediately chased after them in rage. As they ran, they triggered trap after trap. Large logs and rocks smashed down from above, either heavily injuring goblins or killing them directly. The 80 or so goblins had now been reduced to about 50. At this moment, another group appeared to the right of the goblins, shooting them with arrows before running away. The goblins had already suffered twice, and they did not dare to stupidly chase after them anymore. They could only stand still at where they were and brandish their weapons, roaring at the escaping enemies. By now, the other 2 groups had merged and circled around from behind the goblins. Arrows and fireballs landed on the group of goblins, catching them completely off guard. This attack was quite effective. The fireball heavily injured 2 goblins and gave a few other goblins light injuries, while 9 arrows found their marks, killing 3 goblins, heavily injuring 5, and lightly injuring 1. Now, there were only around 40 goblins who were still able to fight. The group that had been running also turned around and started to attack, reducing the goblins' numbers even more. Beichi, get rid of one of the goblin warriors as quickly as possible. All shield bearers focus on defense and hold up the other 2 goblin warriors. Infantry charge, and archers fire at will. Leave the goblin warrior with the lame legs to me, Zhao Fu loudly commanded, and everyone moved to carry out his orders. The remaining goblin soldiers had only just changed professions and many of them were female, so they were quickly dealt with by the infantry and archers. 8 or 9 shield bearers held wooden shields and tightly surrounded 2 of the goblin warriors. Zhao Fu was able to deal with the lame goblin warrior quite easily. Of course, he did not fight it at close range because he definitely wouldn't have been able to defeat it. Instead, he launched fireballs at it, because the goblin warrior was quite large and had lame legs. It was unable to dodge his attacks, and it was killed by Zhao Fu in the end. On the other side, Beiqi quickly dealt with the goblin warrior he was responsible for. The remaining 2 goblin warriors did not require Beiqi to act, and they were killed by arrows. They died in quite a pitiful manner. They were surrounded by shields and barely had any space to dodge the arrows that rained down on them. After the battle was over, everyone started to sweep the battlefield. Beiqi put away his sword and turned to look at Zhao Fu, a hint of a smile on his cold and handsome face. Zhao Fu's tactics and commands during the fight had been stellar. He lacked experience in large battles, but this was enough to show Zhao Fu's exceptional talent. How could Beiqi not feel happy to have such a capable lord? Zhao Fu turned around and saw Beiqi's smile. Zhao Fu felt quite confused and asked, Beiqi, what are you smiling at? Beiqi lightly shook his head and did not respond to Zhao Fu's question. Instead, he asked, Your Majesty, how should we proceed? Do we attack the goblin village? After thinking about it, Zhao Fu replied, surround it first. I feel that there's something strange about the goblin village. Regardless, they don't have any food, so they'll have to come out sooner or later. There's no need to rush. Beiqi nodded and replied, this subordinate feels the same way. They probably left the village empty to lure us over. However, they hadn't expected that Your Majesty would ambush the 100 or so goblin soldiers and 4 goblin warriors, who have now all been destroyed, instead of attacking the village. Zhao Fu felt more and more that the goblin village was not so simple. After clearing out the battlefield, he took his soldiers to surround the village. The goblins looked at the enemies surrounding their village and understood what had happened. Looks of fear and terror appeared on their faces as the village became somewhat chaotic. Zhao Fu looked on from outside and did not plan to attack. They were in the palm of his hands, so there was no need to be hurried. After observing the village for 10 or so minutes, Zhao Fu was surprised to see an elderly goblin walk out with an ancient, wooden walking stick. The elderly goblin brought the rest of the goblins out and knelt at the entrance of the village. Following this, Zhao Fu received a system announcement, Logue Village has surrendered to you. Would you like to accept? 10 demon prize. Zhao Fu and Beiqi looked at each other, feeling quite surprised. They had expected the goblins to go hungry for a few days before charging out in desperation, yet the goblins had unexpectedly surrendered. Zhao Fu lightly smiled and chose to accept, and another system announcement sounded in his mind. You have accepted Logue Village's surrender. You have received 50 achievement points. Following this, Zhao Fu brought his people to the entrance of the village, saying to the kneeling goblins, you can all rise. Hearing this, the goblins all slowly stood up with expressions of fear in their eyes. Even though they couldn't understand what Zhao Fu was saying, they understood his intentions. This was because lords had translations available to them, and it was similar to telepathic communication skills. Even though they spoke different languages, they could understand each other's intentions. At this moment, the elderly goblin kneeling at the front spoke a few garbled words that meant, we thank the respected lord for accepting Logue Village's surrender. Zhao Fu nodded and asked curiously, Logue, why did you choose to surrender now instead of waiting a few days? Logue was the name of the elderly, bitter-looking goblin. From the beginning, he had suspected that Zhao Fu did not have many people because of his reluctance to attack the village. As such, he sent out 100 goblins in order to hunt for food and to entice Zhao Fu to attack the village. If Zhao Fu had chosen to attack the village, he could have used the blood-colored altar's effects and the remaining goblins in the village to deal a serious blow to Zhao Fu. However, it hadn't even crossed his mind that Zhao Fu would attack the 100 goblins instead of the village. Not only did he kill all 100 goblins in the hunting party, but he also chose to surround the village without attacking them. At that point in time, Logue Village only had 2 options if they did not surrender. The first one was to starve to death, while the second one was to charge the encirclement. Comparatively speaking, it was much better to surrender as early as possible. After hearing Logue's explanation, Zhao Fu took his people to the center of the village and looked at the blood-colored altar, receiving some information. Demon altar can be used to change one's profession to demon priest through a sacrifice. Special effects: demon priest standing on the demon altar can communicate with gods. Effects: all stats plus 5%. When Zhao Fu saw this information, he motioned for Beiqi to bring over a wild beast. Soon, Beichi carried over a 150-kilogram wild boar and placed it on the altar. Zhaofu slit the wild boar's throat with a knife, and the wild boar screamed as its blood poured out. As the blood flowed onto the altar, the blood-red altar shined with a bloody light. The wild boar seemed to be completely terrified, and it continuously shrieked. After it died, the wild boar's corpse shriveled up until it became completely dry, giving it a terrifying appearance. The bloody light coming from the altar became even more intense, and an illusory image that looked like an imp appeared in the air. The imp had 3 short horns on its head, pitch-black pupils, and a pair of small and large wings on its back. Tada da Uatoka. The demonic image said in the demon language, meaning, lowly human, do you believe in our glorious god, Kerr? System announcement. Would you like to change your profession to demon priest? Warning. Once you change your profession to demon priest, your swordsman profession will be erased, but you will keep the skills. Zhaofu did not hesitate to accept. A bloody light shot from the demonic image into Zhaofu's forehead, following which Zhaofu heard a system announcement. Demon priest, D-grade military. Description: a priest of the demon god Kerr. Effects: receives demon's power. After the bloody light shot into Zhaofu's forehead, the demonic image slowly disappeared, and everything went back to normal. Zhaofu looked at his demon priest profession and marveled inwardly, this D-grade military profession is much better than my previous profession. It gives strength plus 1%, constitution plus 1%, and intelligence plus 4%, hellfire ball, and blood healing, skills, and demon's power, which gives all stats plus 2. It was a pity that this was the limit for this military profession. The so-called demon god Kerr was only a low godly spirit in hell, and it was not very powerful. In this world, there was a maximum of 100 demon priests. Zhaofu had been quite lucky that one had died not too long ago, so there was a spot available for him. Zhaofu felt quite pleased, and he smiled as he went to look at the goblins' barracks. The goblins only had 2 profession change stone steels, goblin soldier, F-grade military. Description: soldiers of the goblin race. Effects: receives the skill, / goblin warrior, E+ grade military. Description: goblins that have mutated by obtaining the primogenitor's power. Effects: receives primogenitor's power. No wonder the goblin warriors were so powerful, they were E+ grade military. However, they were limited to 5 positions. Currently, the Great Kin village had not developed much, so even though Logue village had become a subsidiary village, Logue village would only be slightly affected and would not receive great benefits. Zhaofu went to have a look at the other parts of Logue village before coming to the storehouse. They had quite a lot of money, roughly 4,000 copper coins and 15 silver coins. Apart from that, there was not much else. They had perfectly resolved the goblin crisis, but the popular support of Logue village was only at 50. As such, Zhaofu ordered some people to go back and bring some food. The goblins, who had gone hungry for a few days, immediately leapt at the food and ravenously ate, causing popular support to rise by 10 points. Following this, Zhaofu took his people back to the Great Kin village. Due to the goblins, they had stopped all construction for the past few days, so now they resumed working. The main tasks were to cut wood, build houses, and start farming land. Zhaofu also sent a team of soldiers to patrol the Great Kin village's surroundings to see if there were any dangers. After giving out orders, Zhaofu did not have much to do. He looked at the 2 skills he had obtained from his demon priest profession. One was Hellfire Ball, D grade, and the other was Blood Healing, E+ grade. Skills were also split into 9 major grades and 3 sub-grades. Zhaofu obtained Fireball, an F-grade skill, from the Violent Flame Rabbit, so he wanted to see the strength of his new D-grade skill, Hellfire Ball. Zhaofu went to an empty piece of land and spread out his hands. A blood-colored fireball appeared in his hands, and he threw it. Bang! When the fireball landed on the ground, an explosion sounded out as a 1-meter-wide crater appeared. It was at least 4 times stronger than a normal fireball, which could only leave behind a black mark on the ground. As for blood healing, it was a skill from hell that was similar to a normal priest's healing skill. After trying out his 2 new skills, Zhaofu felt that it was a pity that there was a limit on the number of people with this profession. Also, in the Heaven Awakened world, magic skills were quite rare, and they were worth 10 or so times more than physical skills. Zhaofu hoped that he would be able to create a mage group in the future. Zhaofu decided to spend the rest of his time cultivating. Beichi was already at the peak of Tier 0 Level 2 and about to step into Tier 0 Level 3, while he was still at Stage 0. At lower levels, cultivation was not very important, but in the future, it could determine the fate of an entire nation. Thousands of normal soldiers would not be able to defeat a single Stage 9 soldier, and the normal soldiers would just be annihilated. If a nation did not have soldiers with high cultivation, it would be difficult for the nation to stand firmly. Right now, the Great Ken village did not have many people, and having a single person who could fight was already not bad. However, after they had more people and things stabilized, Zhao Fu would start training elite troops. 11 bloodline. The next day, Zhao Fu summoned 15 new villagers and an A-grade villager. Zhao Fu arranged for him to change his profession to scholar. Now, the Great Ken village had 110 residents, 47 soldiers, and 4 scholars. Furthermore, after cultivating for the past few days, Zhao Fu's cultivation was now at Tier 0 Level 1. Name, Zhao Fu. Title, Non-Profession, Demon Priest. Achievement points, Commoner, 53 out of 200, Race, Human. Age, 21, 100, Stats, Strength, 8, Intelligence, 11, Constitution, 7, Agility, 9. Special Power, Weak, Demon's Power, Cultivation, Tier 0 Level 1. Cultivation Technique, Great Ken Mantra Skills, Hellfire Ball, Basic Sword Technique. Equipment, Iron Sword. After looking at his stats, Zhao Fu went to the research workshop. In order to research taming, Zhao Fu had given one of the buildings to the scholars and had caught a few wild rabbits and chickens for them to study. How was Elder Bei's research been coming along? Zhao Fu asked one of the elders with white hair. The elder's name was Beishan, and he was the first B-grade villager that the Great Ken village had summoned. Beishan was holding a wild chicken and turned to look at Zhao Fu, a look of delight on his face as he replied, "Your Majesty, we've made great progress. We'll definitely have taming researched within 3 days." When Zhao Fu heard this, he felt at ease and went to the farming area. Surprisingly, apart from the Great Ken villagers working there were also some female goblins helping. Lisi came over and explained, "Your Majesty, the goblin village has very few goblins who can fight right now, and they are severely lacking food." Logue and I agreed that the female goblins who have nothing to do could come work here in exchange for some food. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. He felt quite satisfied when he saw the Great Ken village was developing in an orderly manner. Luckily, Zhao Fu had Li Si to take care of things, or he would have been inundated with matters, causing him endless headaches. Zhao Fu didn't have much to do, so he summoned Beiqi and a group of soldiers and brought them to patrol around the Great Ken village. In the real world, the entire Li family in Betang City was incredibly pleased because its bloodline had received the Great Tang Empire's legacy. The Great Tang imperial family bloodline had become an incredibly large clan after so many years, and it was split into a few different branches, one of which was in Betang City. Within a villa's hall, a few elders were sitting on a sofa. Beside them sat a middle-aged man named Lise, who had a small goatee, and a beautiful woman. The woman was Lisa's current wife, Zhang Xiaoyun. Some other people were also inside the hall. They were all part of this branch of the Li family, and their gazes were all on the handsome youth in the hall. The youth looked like he was 20 years old, and he had a steady and calm temperament. He gave off an air of maturity that exceeded his age. This was Lisa's second son, Li Beiqing. Li Beiqing and his father Lise were different types of people. Li Beiqing did not have any of his father's pompousness, and he handled things in a calm and mature manner. Li Beiqing was also quite talented, and he was one of Betang City's 3 geniuses. Adding on his handsome appearance, he was someone who all the girls in Betang City dreamed to be with. What was especially important about him was that he had obtained the Great Tang Empire's legacy. Who would have thought that so many of our family members would fail, but King Er was able to succeed and obtained our ancestors' legacy. This is our family's great blessing, an elder with a ruddy face said as he laughed heartily. Hearing his words, everyone else nodded in agreement. A pleased look appeared on Lise's face. Even though he wasn't capable, his son had brought him much face. "Grandpa, our ancestors' legacy is actually quite easy to obtain. As long as you maintain your focus and don't let yourself be tempted by external things, you'll pass the trial," Li Beiqing said with a humble and mild tone. The elder laughed. "All right, Kinger, you don't need to be humble. Right now, none of the Li family members are even half as good as you. Fame follows merit, and we attach a lot of importance to you. We'll give you all of our resources so that you can develop well and bring glory to the Great Tang Empire." Li Beiqing nodded earnestly, and he understood just how heavy the burden he shouldered was. He also understood that this was the wish of his family's ancestors, rebuilding the Great Tang Empire, and that he had to complete it. Following this, the family gathering concluded. The elder was sitting in a room and said to his white-haired butler, "Have you investigated the matter I left to you?" The butler nodded and handed some documents to the elder. The elder took the documents and scanned them before saying in surprise, "Who would have thought that my illegitimate child would actually be somewhat capable? That brat, Lise, fathered 2 good sons. Go find him and ask him to join the Li family. After all, he has our bloodline, and we might be able to use him in the future," the elder said to the butler. The butler paused before saying, "Sir, this might be quite difficult, after all, that year." When the elder heard this, he sighed and said, Back then, that brat, Lee's, acted quite excessively. How about this, ask him what he wants. The Lee family will try to satisfy and compensate his mother and him. The butler hesitated before asking, and if he doesn't agree? The elder thought for a moment before replying, if he continues to refuse, just let him be for now. However, if he dares to obstruct Kinger's path, we'll have to kill him. The butler nodded and then left the room. Elsewhere, in a simple and unadorned room, 6 elders sat on chairs facing each other. One of the elders roared in anger, all of the members of our family, the Ying family, have entered the Heaven-Awakened world, but none of them received our ancestors' legacy trial. If they failed the legacy trial, that would just mean that we are useless, and we wouldn't have anything to say. However, they didn't even have an opportunity to attempt it. Isn't it obvious? Someone has already obtained the Great Qin Empire's legacy. An elderly woman calmly replied. What? The Great Qin Empire's legacy was taken by an outsider? The elderly man who originally spoke loudly roared. The skinny elder couldn't keep listening and said, Old Zhang, can you calm down? What do you mean by outsider? How can someone without the Great Qin Imperial family's bloodline obtain our ancestors' legacy? It must be that the bloodline has been spread outside of the main family after thousands of years. The plump old man sighed, saying, it's virtually impossible to find out who has obtained the Great Qin ancestors' legacy. I hope that he reveals something so that we can find him in the Heaven-Awakened world. The other elders all looked quite restless but decided that there was nothing they could do about it. In the Heaven-Awakened world, Zhao Fu once again gathered his soldiers because he had discovered another goblin village. There were not many goblins in this village, only around 160 goblins or so Zhao Fu and his soldiers would be able to capture it easily. 12 Heaven's Pride rankings Zhao Fu brought the Great Qin village's soldiers as well as Log village's goblins to surround the little village. This goblin village only had 70 or so goblin soldiers, and the rest were female, elderly, or young goblins. Log. Go and persuade them to surrender. Adding on Log village's goblins, Zhao Fu's overall forces completely surpassed this village's forces. What's more, he had all sorts of professions, so it would be incredibly easy to capture this village. However, it would be better to conquer it without any casualties. Yes, Your Majesty. Old Log respectfully replied to Zhao Fu, replying just like how the Great Qin villagers did. He then walked up and said in a loud voice, you have been surrounded and have no chance at victory. Surrender now, and don't make any needless sacrifices. However, just as Old Log finished speaking, the goblins within the village started to furiously clamor, and they looked as if they were cursing at Old Log. Because they were Zhao Fu's people, there were no translations, so he could not understand what they were saying. Zhao Fu frowned and asked Old Log, what are they cursing at? Old Log nodded and replied, Your Majesty, they're saying that I'm the scum of the goblin race and a disgrace to all goblins for attacking them together with the cunning humans. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed in reply. Since the goblins weren't willing to surrender, Zhao Fu would have to act. Zhao Fu looked at Beiqi, giving him the signal. Beiqi yelled, arrange the formation. Prepare the fire arrows. The shield bearers lifted up their shields and walked forwards with the infantry following behind them. The archers in the third row lit up their arrows and drew their bows in unison. Fire. As the command sounded out, the fire arrows were loosed into the air. The fire arrows were not aimed at the goblins, rather, they were aimed at the houses. Instantly, the wooden houses caught on fire, causing the village to fall into chaos. Immediately afterwards, arrows started to rain down and hit the goblins. When Old Log saw goblin after goblin fall, he felt quite joyful that they had surrendered. Otherwise, this would have been the outcome for Log village. By now, the goblins within the village had no other choice but to charge the encirclement. When the archers, Zhao Fu, and Old Log saw a wave of goblins charge out of the village, the archers orderly shot at the goblins while Zhao Fu and Old Log released hellfire balls. What surprised Zhao Fu was that 2 basketball-sized blood-colored fireballs appeared when Old Log raised his wooden staff, and they gave off a fearsome aura. Following this, Old Log waved his staff and the 2 blood-colored fireballs shot out, falling into the wave of goblins. Because the goblins were grouped so densely together, the 2 fireballs sent 10 or so goblins flying. 5 or 6 of them became a bloodied mess, and they did not look like they could live for much longer. The fireballs that Old Log cast came from practicing that skill to its limit. Zhao Fu rejoiced that he had not chosen to attack Log village back then. Otherwise, with Old Log and the blood-colored altar, his forces would have been heavily wounded. However, none of this was important right now. Zhao Fu's hellfire balls were not as devastating as Old Log's, and they only blew away 7 or 8 goblins. At this moment, Beiqi led the shield bearers and infantry to rush up and force the goblins back. Log. Ask them again if they want to surrender. Zhao Fu said to Old Log when he saw the fear and panic in the goblins' eyes. Old Logue walked up and loudly said, "Now that you've seen the esteemed Majesty's might, surrender now, His Majesty won't treat you unfairly." Many goblins had instantly died, and when the surviving goblins saw the ferocious soldiers in front of them and the large fires behind them, they realized that they would either be burned to death or killed by the soldiers. Moreover, since Old Logue seemed to be doing quite well, they felt that Xiaofu would not treat them poorly. In the end, they put down their weapons and knelt on the ground. System announcement. Jin Village has surrendered to you. Would you like to accept? Xiaofu smiled. He understood that outlanders would only submit to the strong. After displaying enough strength, they would naturally surrender. You have accepted Jin Village's surrender. You have received 50 achievement points. Beichi, I'll leave things here to you. Take some people and extinguish the fires. I'm going to go out for a bit. Xiaofu realized that he had not exited the Heaven Awakened world for almost one day in the real world, so he left the matters here to Beichi. Beichi nodded and took some people to extinguish the fires. Following this, Xiaofu left the Heaven Awakened world. Even though Xiaofu could eat and fill his stomach in the Heaven Awakened world, it did not affect his status in the real world. Xiaofu still needed to eat in the real world, or he would starve to death. After Xiaofu's mind returned to his body, hunger assaulted his entire body and mind. He sat up from his bed and decided that he wanted to have something different for a change after eating fast food from downstairs for the past few days. However, when Xiaofu opened the door, a white-haired elder wearing a suit appeared before him. When Xiaofu saw the elder, he remembered that the elder was the Li family's butler, so his expression became cold as he asked, "What do you want with me?" The butler did not mind Xiaofu's attitude and said, "Sir wants you to return to the Li family. No matter what it is, the Li family will compensate you and your mother." Compensation? Xiaofu felt enraged when he heard this. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists as he asked, "What can compensate my mother's death? What can compensate my mother's pain? What can compensate all of my mother's tears? I won't go." Xiaofu replied coldly. Seeing how Xiaofu looked, the butler sighed and said, "All right. However, I hope that you'll be able to control your emotions and not do anything contrary to the Li family's interests. Otherwise." The butler did not continue, but Xiaofu knew what he meant. If he went against the Li family's interests, they wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Xiaofu's heart felt incredibly cold. He had wanted to abide by his mother's last words by not making any trouble for the Li family because he didn't want his mother to feel pained in the afterlife. However, they had came to threaten him. Yes, he did not have the strength to retaliate in the real world, but after the real world was devoured, as long as the Great Ken village grew, it was not certain who would kill who. However, the butler had reminded him out of kindness, and Xiaofu nodded to indicate that he understood. Following this, the butler left. Xiaofu went to one of the fast food takeaway places and bought a meal. After getting home, he ate while reading the Heaven Awakened World Forum on his computer to see if there was any news and to observe the current situation in China. By now, many powers had entered the Heaven Awakened world, and they had started creating factions. There was also something called the Heaven's Pride Rankings. Everyone on the Heaven's Pride Rankings was a dragon or phoenix, and those on it had extraordinary statuses with powerful families behind them. Number 1, Great Zai as Inheritor. CG. Number 2, Great Shang's Inheritor. Di Wushan. Number 3, Great Shu's Inheritor. Ji Shenming. Number 4, Great Han's Inheritor. Liu Yi. Out of these 4 people, 2 were enemies. The Heaven's Pride Rankings were currently based on the family's power. The most powerful families were also the oldest. According to this ranking, Great Ken's Ying family should have been 4th, but the Ying family did not receive the Great Ken's legacy, so they were currently desperately looking for Great Ken's inheritor. 13 is surprised Xiaofu did not have a good impression towards any of these large families, nor did he want to get involved with the Ying family, so he did not plan on seeking the Ying family out. After looking through the information on the Heaven Awakened World Forum, he found a pleasant surprise. Someone had drawn a rough map detailing the layout of China and the surrounding countries. Xiaofu looked southwest of China, that was where he was going to go after leaving China. Following this, Xiaofu stopped looking at the news and entered the Heaven Awakened world. "Your Majesty, it's good that you're here. One of our villagers was injured by an outlander. Luckily, Beichi was able to capture a few of them," Li Si reported as soon as Xiaofu entered. Xiaofu was quite surprised. The villagers all stayed around the Great Ken village and didn't go too far, and Xiaofu had sent people to patrol the surrounding region. There should be no danger, so where did these outlanders come from? Feeling quite confused, Xiaofu followed Li Si and found Beichi. Beichi was currently ordering people to use ropes to bind a few gnomes. They were a bit taller than goblins and were quite skinny. Their skin was gray-black, and they looked quite ugly. "Beichi. What's going on?" Xiaofu walked up and asked. When Beiqi looked over and saw that Zhao Fu had arrived, he cupped his hands respectfully as he explained, "Your Majesty, our villagers were picking wild fruits when suddenly a few outlanders appeared and used crossbows to injure our villagers." After saying this, Beiqi ordered one of the soldiers to hand Zhao Fu a small crossbow. Zhao Fu took it and saw that it was quite elaborate. There were no blueprints for this kind of crossbow, so it was impossible to make them. "Did you get much out of questioning them?" Zhao Fu asked. Beiqi shook his head as he replied, "Your Majesty, because we speak different languages, we haven't been able to get much information out of them. However, I've already sent people to investigate the place where these gnomes appeared." Just at this moment, someone came and reported that they had found a hidden tunnel. Hearing this, Zhao Fu took a few people and went to the hidden tunnel. It was about 1 meter tall, and there was tall grass hiding it, making it quite difficult to find. They also brought the gnomes with them, and they all had ugly looks on their faces as if this place was very important to them. Seeing this, Zhao Fu understood that the gnomes had been hiding in there. However, Zhao Fu did not dare to rashly enter. They did not know how many gnomes were inside, and the tunnel was only 1 meter tall, so they could only enter one at a time, which was quite dangerous. Zhao Fu chose a gnome and ordered to have him whipped. As the whip struck the gnome, it immediately lacerated the gnome's skin, causing it to howl. After a few moments, Zhao Fu received a system announcement. System announcement. Gnome Dorge has surrendered to you. Would you like to accept? When Zhao Fu heard this system announcement, he chose to accept and ordered to have him brought over to him. Right now, the gnome's loyalty was only 10, but Zhao Fu did not mind. What he wanted was not his loyalty but the ability to understand his language. "How many gnomes are there in your village?" Zhao Fu asked. The gnome felt quite conflicted, but he saw that the ferocious-looking soldier was about to whip him again. He said, "Respected Lord, Drun village has 96 villagers. 46 of them are soldiers and the rest are females, elderly, and children. So they only have that many people. No wonder they don't dare to live above ground." Zhao Fu nodded and said to the gnome, "I'll release one of you. Tell them that I don't want to harm any of you, but all of you must submit to me." The gnome nodded and walked over to the other bound gnomes and talked to them in his language, communicating Zhao Fu's intentions. Zhao Fu then chose one of them and allowed him to enter the tunnel. "Shield bearers, surround the tunnel. Be careful of any crossbow bolts at any time." Zhao Fu ordered as the wait began. Time gradually passed, but after an hour, no gnomes came out to surrender. Zhao Fu's expression darkened, and he said to Beiqi, "Looks like the gnomes don't intend on surrendering. Go and prepare some hay to smoke them out." Beiqi nodded and gave the order to prepare hay and to start burning it at the tunnel. The dense smoke slowly drifted into the tunnel, but soon, it was no longer able to enter. It seemed that the gnomes had blocked off the tunnel. These gnomes. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and ordered his people to block off the tunnel before asking if there were other secret passages that led to the gnome village. Most gnomes did not know about these passages, and only a few elderly gnomes in the village knew. As such, even if they dug their way in, the gnomes could still escape through other tunnels. Facing this sort of situation, Zhao Fu was not completely helpless. He called over 10 goblin warriors. Now that he controlled 2 goblin villages, his forces now had 10 goblin warriors because each goblin village could have 5 goblin warriors. After calling the goblin warriors over, Zhao Fu ordered them to use their massive stone hammers to smash the ground where Zhao Fu believed their village to be in order to collapse their tunnels and bury the gnome village. In a few days, they could take care of the corpses. Of course, the gnomes could dig new tunnels, so Zhao Fu ordered the 10 goblin warriors to immediately smash any tunnels as soon as they were discovered. That way, the gnomes would not be able to escape. Following this, Zhao Fu locked up the captured gnomes. Because the gnome that surrendered had incredibly low loyalty and might escape at any moment, he was also locked up. However, Zhao Fu still treated him decently by giving him enough food and water because he surrendered. As for the other gnomes, they could go hungry for a few days. After returning to the village, Zhao Fu, Beiqi, and Li Si started to discuss the information that Zhao Fu had gained from the Heaven Awakened World Forum. Boom. Suddenly, a massive explosion sounded out, causing everyone in the Great Qin village to become quite shocked. Zhao Fu quickly came out and took some people over to where the explosion had come from. He saw a dazed few goblin warriors staring at a 10-meter long by 50 or so meter deep crack. Cold air could be felt from the crack, giving off an eerie feeling. "What's going on?" Zhao Fu asked the goblin warriors. One of the goblin warriors grunted back a string of words that meant that they had just been following Zhao Fu's orders by smashing the ground with their hammers. One of the goblin warriors had struck down with all of his might, and it had someone done this. System announcement. Drun village has surrendered to you. Would you like to accept? Zhao Fu's train of thought was cut off by the system announcement. He thought to himself, looks like they had to suffer a bit before they were willing to submit. Zhao Fu accepted and told his people to start digging. 14 skeleton swordsmen. After a few hours, they had dug down around 10 meters and found a 100-meter wide cavern. There were many small tunnels connected to this cavern, and they looked like rooms. Because of the massive crack from above, a third of the cavern had collapsed. Zhao Fu found some gnomes cowering with looks of terror on their faces. When the gnome saw Zhao Fu and the people he had brought with him, they obediently put down their weapons and knelt on the ground, signaling their intention to surrender. "Respected Lord, thank you for accepting our surrender and coming to save us," one of the elderly gnomes said with an expression of gratitude. Zhao Fu had been quite annoyed at the gnomes, but when he heard what the elder said, he decided to let it go. Since they had become his subordinates, he wouldn't hold it against them anymore, so he said, "You can all rise." Seeing that Zhao Fu was not angry at them and seemed to have forgiven them for their earlier resistance, the gnomes let out a sigh of relief and stood up. Zhao Fu was quite interested in the gnomes' barracks, so he went there first. There, he found 2 profession change stone steels. They were gnome crossbowmen, F-grade military. Description: gnomes that use crossbows as their main weapon. Effect: receives skill, crossbow mastery. The other one gave Zhao Fu a very pleasant surprise, gnome mechanics scholar, E-grade military. Description: gnomes proficient at mechanics. Effect: receives skill, mechanics research. This profession was for creating large mechanical weapons. A weapon that Zhao Fu had always wanted to make was the ballista, an extremely powerful, cold weapon. The destructive power of a ballista was more than 10 times that of a normal bow. When facing such a weapon, most people could only step back in deference. Even though Zhao Fu wanted to create one, all complicated things in the Heaven Awakened world required blueprints. Even if he knew how to create one in the real world, without a blueprint, he would not be able to create one in the Heaven Awakened world. However, this problem was resolved because of the gnome mechanics scholar profession. Of course, apart from ballistae, there were many other large-scale cold weapons. It was just a pity that the limit of the gnome mechanics scholar profession was 5 people. After having a look at the barracks, Zhao Fu went to their storehouse. Apart from food, the gnomes had a little less than 1,000 copper coins and had no silver coins. With a village of this size, it would be quite difficult for them to kill anything that could drop silver coins. After walking out of the storehouse, Zhao Fu looked around the 100-meter wide cavern and said, "This place won't be able to last, so you should move above ground. We'll give you some basic protection." The gnome elders immediately agreed joyfully. How could they refuse the opportunity to be protected by people many times more powerful than them? Zhao Fu went to the gnome village's village hall and looked at the white cube hovering in the air. He stretched out his hand and 2 options appeared, destroy, and relocate. Destroying a village allowed one to gain 10% of the village's current experience point, but one would only gain a broken city heart, the white cube in the air, and it could only be used to upgrade the grade of other villages. 5 broken bronze rank city hearts could upgrade a bronze grade village to secret silver rank, 10 blue broken secret silver rank city hearts could upgrade a secret silver grade village to fine gold rank, 30 broken fine gold rank city hearts could upgrade a fine gold grade village to dark gold rank. There was no limit to this method of upgrading, and no one knew just how high one could upgrade their village. However, what was certain was that the higher the grade of a village, the more difficult it would be to upgrade it. If a dark gold grade village wanted to upgrade to a epic rank grade village, it needed 120 broken dark gold rank city hearts as well as a epic rank item. This was incredibly difficult. After all, dark gold grade villages were not as common as cabbages, so most people would only be able to upgrade their village to dark gold rank at most. It would be virtually impossible for them to upgrade to epic rank or above. On the other hand, if one chose to relocate the village, one would still gain 10% of the village's current experience point and would be able to use the city heart once, but the village's experience point would fall to 0. Advanced villages would become primary villages, and advanced towns would become primary towns. The gnome village was still just a primary village, so there wasn't much to worry about. Zhao Fu decided to relocate it. The city heart shined with a faint white light that covered the entire village, and the basic structures started to slowly disappear. System announcement. The Great Kin Village has obtained 120 XP. By now, the Great Kin Village had accumulated more than 1,000 experience point, and it was about 3,000 experience point away from leveling up to an intermediate village. Zhao Fu looked over at the city heart, which no longer gave off a white light and instead silently floated there. Zhao Fu picked it up and looked at it. City heart, grade, white, race restricted to gnomes. Humans could not use another race's city heart to create a village, nor could other races use a human city heart to create a village. Moreover, if a village was occupied by a different race, it would not gain new villagers. As such, Zhao Fu always left the corresponding race in charge of its village after the village surrendered. Zhao Fu handed the city heart to the gnome elders and told them to move closer to the Great Kin village when they rebuilt their village. After leaving the cavern, Zhaofu and Beiqi looked around the large crack. The crack was about 17 meters long and was 50 or so meters deep. Because it was so deep, sunlight did not reach the bottom, so it was quite dark below. However, they could barely make out what seemed to be orderly roads made out of brick. "What do you think?" Zhaofu frowned as he asked Beiqi. Beiqi replied with a serious expression, "Your Majesty, I feel that this large crack isn't simple." Zhaofu fell deep into thought. Since this crack was so close to the Great Qin village, if they did not investigate it and there happened to be something dangerous within it, they would not be able to react in time if anything happened. Zhaofu didn't want to leave a ticking time bomb by his side, so he said, "I want to go down and see what's down there." Beiqi immediately replied worriedly, "Your Majesty. Let me come with you." Zhaofu nodded and told his people to prepare some ropes and torches before he slowly started climbing down. An hour or so later, Zhaofu and Beiqi arrived at the bottom and found that there was a passage made of brick that was 10 meters wide and 4 meters tall. It was quite dark, so Zhaofu and Beiqi lit their torches and walked towards the passage. As they walked, their surroundings became darker and darker. If it wasn't for their torches, they would not have been able to see their fingers even if they were right in front of their faces. It was deathly quiet around them, and the atmosphere became quite strange. Suddenly, creaking and cracking sounds could be heard. Zhaofu waved his torch around and saw a slowly swaying skeleton swordsman that had blue tongues of flames in its head and a rusty sword. The skeleton swordsman turned to look at Zhaofu and Beiqi with its hollow eye sockets and saw that they were two living beings. It howled and raised the sword in its hands as it rushed towards them. 15 refined martial soul. This skeleton swordsman was much faster than normal skeletons, and it did not seem to be clumsy at all. Instead, it was quite agile and appeared right in front of Zhaofu and Beiqi in a few moments. Beiqi quickly blocked the path to Zhaofu and unsheathed his sword, meeting the skeleton swordsman in battle. Facing Beiqi, the skeleton swordsman slashed down with its sword. Beiqi lifted his sword to block the skeleton swordsman's strike, after which the skeleton swordsman brought its sword back and savagely slashed at Beiqi numerous times. Clanging sounds continuously rang out as the skeleton swordsman and Beiqi fought. The skeleton swordsman was completely focused on offense and had no regard for defense at all. After blocking the skeleton swordsman's attacks a few times, Beiqi started to become familiar with the skeleton swordsman's attack patterns. As the skeleton swordsman slashed downwards, Beiqi pivoted his body, his sword covered with a trace of sword chi, as he slashed upwards. Bang! The skeleton swordsman was sent flying 6 or 7 meters away and fell to the ground. However, only a few of its ribs were broken, and it still seemed fine. It twisted its bones and slowly started to stand up. At this moment, Zhaofu launched a blood-colored fireball at the skeleton swordsman. An explosion sounded out as the skeleton swordsman was once again sent flying. However, after falling to the ground, the skeleton swordsman once again twisted its bones and started to stand up. Zhaofu was about to release another hellfire ball when he realized that he would not be able to fire them that quickly, so he chose to use normal fireballs. An orange-colored fireball flew towards the skeleton swordsman, hitting it when it was about to stand up again. This time, however, the skeleton swordsman did not stand up again, and it was instead blasted into a pile of bones. A blue tongue of fire flickered within the pile of bones, and after walking up to it, Zhaofu saw its information, refined martial soul. After using it, one can obtain one or more skills that the owner had during his or her lifetime. So it was a refined martial soul. After seeing this information, Zhaofu understood that refined martial souls were things that were created during someone's lifetime when he or she practiced a skill to the point that it fused with his or her soul. After the owner became an undead, anyone who killed him or her would be able to obtain that skill. The difference between this skill and a normal skill was that one would only be able to fully grasp normal skills through a lot of practice. However, after using a refined martial soul, one would gain a skill that they would become proficient in immediately. The skeleton swordsman was clearly a melee profession. Zhaofu knew that he was not suited to melee battles and his stats made him more suited for magic, so he gave the refined martial soul to Beiqi. He then looked curiously at the rusty sword and picked it up. Taking sword, grade, blue, stats, strength +1, description, a dark gold rank weapon that became rusty after over 10,000 years, becoming a secret silver rank weapon. What? This was a dark gold rank weapon before? Zhaofu felt quite shocked. Who would have thought that this rusty sword, which looked almost useless, had previously been a dark gold rank weapon? It was only because of the passage of time that it had fallen to secret silver rank and become so rusty. There weren't even any dark gold rank weapons in the market, and a fine gold rank weapon was worth thousands of silver coins. At the very least, dark gold rank weapons were worth hundreds, if not thousands, of times more than fine gold rank weapons. At the minimum, dark gold rank weapons would be worth 1,000 gold coins. Even though 1,000 gold coins did not seem like much, in the Heaven Awakened world, 100 copper coins were worth 1 silver coin and 100 silver coins were worth 1 gold coin. Thus, 1 gold coin was worth 10,000 copper coins and 1,000 gold coins would be worth 10 million copper coins. Based on the current exchange rate of $10 in the real world for 1 copper coin, at the very least, a dark gold rank weapon would be worth $100 million. However, currently, even if someone had $100 million, all he or she could do was dream about buying a dark gold rank weapon. Zhao Fu looked at the taking sword with pity while feeling quite curious. Why did a random skeleton have a weapon that was once a dark gold rank weapon? Zhao Fu said, Beichi, fuse with that refined martial soul and see what sort of skill you receive. Beichi nodded and closed his eyes, pressing the refined martial soul against his chest. The blue tongue of flame slowly fused into his body, and after a while, Beichi opened his eyes and said happily, Your Majesty. I received a B-grade skill, Chi Slash. What? A B-grade skill? This caused Zhao Fu to feel quite shocked. When Zhao Fu thought of how powerful his D-grade skill, Hellfire Ball, was, he could only imagine how powerful a B-grade skill would be. Zhao Fu became even more curious as to what sort of place this place was. Zhao Fu and Beichi raised their torches and advanced. A few minutes later, they encountered another skeleton lying on the ground with a blue tongue of fire in its head. It raised its rusty saber and twisted its bones, about to stand up. Zhao Fu immediately launched a hellfire ball at it, sending it flying. The skeleton soldier was about to stand up when Beichi rushed up and unleashed his new skill, Chi Slash. A wave of white sword chi burst forth from the sword, slashing into the skeleton soldier's chest. Bang! The skeleton soldier was sent flying backwards by more than 10 meters. Its body instantly collapsed, fragmenting into tiny pieces of bone. This skeleton soldier did not have a refined martial soul, but it dropped its large saber, which Zhao Fu picked up. 100 Mountain Saber, Grade, Blue, Stats, Constitution +1, Description, a dark gold rank weapon that became rusty after over 10,000 years, becoming a secret silver rank weapon. Indeed, this was yet another weapon that had once been a dark gold rank weapon. Just what was this place? Zhao Fu felt more and more curious. Filled with curiosity, Zhao Fu and Beichi continued exploring. They encountered a few more skeletons, and after killing them, they obtained 2 more refined martial souls, and their weapons were also all weapons that had been dark gold rank weapons in the past that had become secret silver rank weapons due to the passage of time. After obtaining the 2 refined martial souls, Zhao Fu used one that had been dropped by a skeleton archer and received the C-grade skill rock-crushing arrows. This place was like a treasure trove. Here, they could obtain many secret silver rank weapons and good skills. A secret silver rank weapon was worth between 100 to 1,000 silver coins, while this sort of weapon, which used to be a dark gold rank weapon, could be sold for around 300 silver coins. In this expedition, they had obtained 6 weapons and 3 refined martial souls. Just Beichi's B-grade skill was worth more than 10 gold coins. Altogether, the things they had obtained were worth roughly 31 gold coins, which was 310,000 copper coins. Zhao Fu couldn't help but feel delighted after gaining such a haul. He had wanted to continue with Beichi, but as they progressed, they discovered more and more skeleton groups. Smaller groups had 5 or 6 skeletons, while larger groups had 20 to 30 skeletons. For the sake of their safety, Zhao Fu and Beichi decided to leave for now. After returning to the surface, Zhao Fu ordered his people to hide this place and to construct a set of stairs so that large numbers of people could enter in the future. Following this, Zhao Fu took the 6 rusty weapons to the smithy and asked if they could be repaired. When Wang Dao took the weapons and examined them, he looked incredibly shocked, but there was also a hint of pity on his face. Such good weapons had fallen to such a state. After looking over them, Wang Dao nodded and said, I can give them a simple repair, but I need materials. This made Zhao Fu feel quite awkward. Right now, most of the Great Ken village's weapons were made of iron wood, and they barely had any iron weapons. Zhao Fu immediately sent people to look around to see if there were any open-pit iron mines nearby. 16 Human Village, Your Majesty. We've finished researching taming. After Zhao Fu gave those orders, Beishan ran over with an expression of joy on his face. When Zhao Fu heard this, he felt quite delighted. After waiting for so long, the research workshop was finally showing some results. He nodded and headed over to the research workshop, and there, he saw a few scholars and a new stone steel. When the scholars saw that Zhao Fu had arrived, they respectfully retreated to one side. Zhao Fu walked up and placed his hand on the stone steel, and some information was transmitted to his mind. Tamer, F+ grade military. Description, receives the ability to tame wild beasts. Effect, receives skill, taming. Seeing this, Zhao Fu brought 2 villagers to change their profession to tamer and then ordered people to catch some wild ducks and geese to tame. Right now, the Great Kin village severely lacked people. There were many things to do, so they had to use many of the goblins to make up for their lack of people. As for exploring the crack, they were waiting for the stairs to be constructed before going in again. After going west of the Great Kin village, Zhaofu went to have a look at the newly constructed gnome village. The gnomes all lowered their heads respectfully and retreated to one side. Zhaofu found 5 mechanics scholars and instructed them to start researching the listy. After returning to the Great Kin village, Beishan came up and asked, "Your Majesty, what would you like us to research next?" Zhaofu had almost forgotten that the scholars didn't have anything to do now that they had successfully researched taming. There were simply too many matters to take care of, and Zhaofu started to feel somewhat overwhelmed. After he thought for a moment, he replied to Beishan, "Start researching teleportation channels." Teleportation channels were absolutely necessary. If the Great Kin village could successfully research teleportation channels, they would make going from village to village more convenient, and Zhaofu also needed to be able to visit a main city. Right now, they had nowhere to spend the money they had earned, so he wanted to go to a main city to see what they could buy. After receiving his orders, Beishan took his people and returned to the workshop to start researching. At this moment, someone came up to report that they had discovered a human village about 5 kilometers north of the Great Kin village. Zhaofu immediately took some people to have a look. He wanted to determine if it was an ordinary village or village of bandits. However, no matter what it was, Zhaofu wanted to gain some more villagers from this village. Relying on the summoning each day was too slow, and the Great Kin village greatly lacked villagers. An hour or so later, they arrived at the human village. They stood on higher ground and looked down at the village, and Zhaofu inwardly muttered, "Outlander villages can't compare to human villages at all." For defense, the village had thick wooden boards as walls, and there were people on alert patrolling around. As soon as there was an enemy attack, they would immediately sound the alarm. The guards were also densely gathered because their village was in the wilderness. Because of this, they were constantly surrounded by danger, so they had to focus on defense. The village had around 400 people. There were around 60 elderly and children and around 160 women. The other 200 or so people were men, making the village seem more like an ordinary village than a bandit village. Moreover, most of the guards had leather armor and iron sabers, so the village was much more prosperous than the Great Kin village. After all, the Great Kin village was still using weapons made of iron wood, and the soldiers only had 10 or so sets of leather armor. Most of the soldiers were militia, but a few of them held bows and arrows and a few others held shields, though they did not have the corresponding profession. Archers, shield bearers, and cavalry needed to be researched or unlocked when a village leveled up. Intermediate villages could unlock shield bearers, advanced villages could unlock archers, and towns could unlock cavalry. Right now, those who were holding bows and arrows and shields were relying on their own efforts and skills. They did not have the profession stats or skills, making them half as effective as those with a profession. If Zhaofu could conquer this village, he would be able to instantly gain the numbers he needed for the Great Kin village. However, if he brought his people and attacked, he would be facing solid defenses and enemies with twice his numbers, so he would definitely lose many of his soldiers and most likely suffer defeat. It seemed that they would not be able to take care of things through fighting, so Zhaofu turned and said, "All of you go and hide for now. Beiqi and I will go negotiate with them." Zhaofu and Beiqi headed to the entrance of the village, and the guards immediately called out in a loud voice, "Who are you people?" Beiqi was about to reply, but Zhaofu signaled him to stop and said, "I'm the village chief of the Great Kin village, a nearby village, and I've came to visit your village. Could I trouble your village chief to meet with me?" The guards immediately went to report this matter, and after a while, the gates opened as a fair-skinned youth walked out and smiled at Zhaofu, cupping his hands respectfully as he said, "Father invites you in." Zhaofu returned the courtesy, after which he and Beiqi followed the youth to a building. After walking in, they saw a white-bearded elder sitting down. When the elder saw Zhaofu and Beiqi, he stood up and smiled as he gestured with his hand for them to sit down, and the serving ladies brought some tea. "I never thought that this village would receive such distinguished guests. I apologize for our poor hospitality," the elder said apologetically. Zhaofu calmly smiled as he replied, "Village chief is too courteous. Our village has not been here for too long, and we've only just discovered your esteemed village and come to visit. We're quite late in doing so we hope you don't hold this against us." The village chief felt quite surprised. This old man was feeling quite curious why a village had suddenly appeared near us. "So you've only been here for a short period of time. In the wilderness, dangers lurk everywhere, and it's hard to find a place of safety." Zhaofu nodded and was just about to say something when a youth walked in with a serious expression, reporting, "Village chief. The Wild Wolf village's people have come demanding food again." The elder's expression became serious and apologized to Zhaofu and Beiqi before leaving with the others. "Your Majesty." Beichi said as he turned to look at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu nodded and they followed the village chief outside. They saw 10 or so vicious-looking people standing there, and a big, dark-skinned, and ugly-looking thug roared, "Damn old man, hand over your food." The fair-skinned youth became furious and was about to step up to say something but was held back by the elder, who ordered, "Give them the food." The villagers complied with the elder's commands and brought out 10 or so sacks of food and placed them at the entrance of the village. The thug laughed with satisfaction after seeing so many sacks of food and called out, "You're quite a smart one, damn old man." After speaking, the thug ordered the others to carry the sacks of food and left. When the fair-skinned youth saw them leave, he coldly harumphed. Zhao Fu went up and asked what had just happened, and the situation was explained to him by the village chief. This village was called the Li family village, and the village chief was called Li Yuqi, while the fair-skinned youth, his son, was called Li Wen. The Wild Wolf village was a bandit village about 8 kilometers away from the Li family village. The Wild Wolf village had around 300 people, but as a bandit village, it essentially did not have any women, elderly, or children, and most of the 300 or so people were men. They were all bandits, rogues, and thugs, and they had quite a decent fighting force. If the Wild Wolf village wanted to attack the Li family village, with their solid defenses, the Wild Wolf village would still lose many people. The Li family village was also afraid that the bandits would pillage and destroy their village, so they had maintained a non-aggression pact. However, the Li family village needed to hand over a certain amount of food every month. 17 poison. Even though the Li family village and the Wild Wolf village were at peace, the Li family village was in a weaker position, so the Wild Wolf village was able to act so arrogantly. Of course, if the Wild Wolf village found an opportunity, the men of the Wild Wolf village would definitely break the current status quo and pillage the Li family village. Even though the Wild Wolf village had been eyeing the Li family village for a while, it had never found an opportunity to act, and the Li family village had always been on its guard against the Wild Wolf village. At this moment, Li Yukai kindly said to Zhao Fu, "Sir, your village will be discovered by them sooner or later. It's best that you make preparations now, or it'll be too late by the time they find you." Surprisingly, Zhao Fu lightly shook his head and said sincerely, "Village Chief Li, if I help you deal with the Wild Wolf village, what will I get in return?" Hearing this, everyone around them looked over at Zhao Fu. Some had looks of doubt, others had looks of trust and gratitude, and several had looks of fear. "Sir, if you can help us destroy the Wild Wolf village, the Li family village will follow you from now on," Li Wen said emotionally. Li Yukai quickly grabbed Li Wen and said, "Apologies, my son is young and insensible, please don't take his words seriously." Zhao Fu smiled and asked, "In that case, Village Chief Li, what can I get if I destroy the Wild Wolf village for you?" Li Yukai hesitated. On one hand, he knew that the Wild Wolf village had been eyeing the Li family village this entire time, and he wanted to find an opportunity to act against them. Li Yukai was not stupid, and he believed that the bandits would one day attack the Li family village. That was why they were defending with such fear every day. However, they couldn't keep going on like this. One day, the Wild Wolf village would attack them, which was why they were attracted to Zhao Fu's words. Another one of his worries was that Zhao Fu would not be able to stand up to the Wild Wolf village, resulting in the Wild Wolf village directing its anger to the Li family village as well. In that case, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhao Fu could tell that the village chief had his worries, and he said, "Don't worry, Village Chief Li, we won't need a single one of your soldiers, and even if something does happen, it won't affect the Li family village at all." When Li Yukai heard what Zhao Fu said, Li Yukai finally made up his mind and asked, "What would you like in return?" Zhao Fu slightly smiled and said, "I want the Li family village to join the Great Qin village." Li Yukai hesitated and thought for a while before finally agreeing. If Zhao Fu could really destroy the Wild Wolf village, the Li family village would join the Great Qin village. After coming to this agreement, Zhao Fu and Beichi left the Li family village. After Zhao Fu left, some of the Li family village's villagers said with displeasure, "The Li family village is going to join another village just like that? Isn't this a bit too rushed? I'm opposed to this." Li Yukai coldly harumphed and said, "You idiot. If the Great Qin village can easily destroy the Wild Wolf village, then it must be very powerful. If that's the case, the Great Qin village will be able to easily destroy the Li family village as well. Their visit this time was most likely diplomacy before violence, and if we hadn't agreed, it could have been us that was destroyed first." Hearing this, everyone came to a sudden realization and felt quite fearful. After Zhao Fu and Beichi left the Li family village, they found the Wild Wolf village based on Li Yukai's directions. After observing it for a while, Zhao Fu smiled with a sense of confidence and returned to the Great Qin village. He stopped everything that was going on and rapidly gave out commands. At night, when it had turned completely dark, a skinny youth in the Wild Wolf village looked around to find a tree to relieve himself when he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. He then fell to the ground and fainted. When he came to, he found that he was bound and in an unfamiliar place. There were a few people looking at him, and the youth seemed to detect something as he cried out, "Sirs, please spare me. I have nothing." "Are you sure you haven't caught the wrong person?" Zhao Fu looked at the skinny youth and asked, "What's your name?" Wang Ergu felt that Zhao Fu was the leader here, so he quickly replied, "Sir, this lowly one is called Wang Ergu." "Very good. Wang Ergu, I want you to help me with something. If you do it, there'll be many benefits for you in the future," Zhao Fu said with a slight smile. The Wild Wolf Village, a bandit village, was where the scum and dregs of society gathered, and none of its members felt much loyalty to it, so Wang Ergu quickly replied, Yes, I'll do anything sir requires of me." When Zhao Fu heard this, he gave the order, "Untie him." A soldier stepped forwards and undid the ropes tying up Wang Ergu, who stood there with his head subserviently lowered. "I want you to put this in everyone's food at dinner time tomorrow," Zhao Fu said as he handed Wang Ergu a bottle. Wang Ergu's face stiffened because he knew that Zhao Fu wanted him to poison everyone in the village. Wang Ergu's hands trembled as he received the bottle. At this moment, Zhao Fu also handed him a red pill and said, "Eat this." Wang Ergu realized that this was not in his best interests, so he brightly smiled as he said, "This isn't necessary, is it, sir?" "Don't worry, I'll definitely do as you told me." Of course, Zhao Fu didn't trust his words. If Zhao Fu trusted a bandit like him, he would be sold out in a moment, so he coldly replied, "You can either eat it yourself or have someone help you." Wang Ergu took the red pill, looked at it, and hesitated. Zhao Fu tilted his head, signaling the soldiers to help Wang Ergu with it. Two soldiers stepped forwards, making Wang Ergu finally make up his mind. He swallowed the red pill, and a sullen expression appeared on his face. Zhao Fu took out a wild rabbit from a cage and fed it an identical red pill. He tossed the wild rabbit to Wang Ergu's side, and after a while, the wild rabbit hopped a few times before its body stiffened and it foamed at the mouth, blood coming out of its eyes as it died. This caused Wang Ergu's face to become as pale as a sheet. He understood that this would be his outcome if he did not complete this mission. "This is also for you. Don't worry, after you're done, I'll give you the antidote," Zhao Fu said as he handed Wang Ergu 5 silver coins. Wang Ergu nodded his head, and his hands shook as he received the silver coins. Following this, Zhao Fu ordered the soldiers to cover Wang Ergu's head and to take him back to where they had picked him up. The next day, Wang Ergu returned to the Wild Wolf village with a pale face. Because he had been thinking about this matter the entire time, he was careless and bumped into a large thug. He was slapped to the ground, a fiery pain spreading through his face, causing him to come back to his senses and to be filled with resolve. Zhao Fu also started to gather all of his forces, including the gnomes and goblins, and waited for an opportunity. At night, within the Wild Wolf village's hall, a tough, fierce-looking thug sat at the head seat and roared in a loud voice, "Brothers, eat and drink well tonight. Tomorrow, we'll go to the Lee family village and get a few women to play with." Yes, big bro." Everyone in the hall passionately responded, and the scene seemed quite lively. Outside of the Wild Wolf village, Zhao Fu coldly stared at the Wild Wolf village and said, "Beiqi, do you think that Wang Ergu will use the poison?" Beiqi immediately lowered his head, cupped his fists, and said, "This subordinate doesn't dare to doubt your majesty's brilliant decisions." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "All right, no need to use such formalities. Tell me what you really think." 18 Mountain Saber Beiqi raised his head and said, "I think Wang Ergu will most likely use the poison. Let alone a bandit village like this, even if it was an ordinary village, there would still be people willing to betray their village for personal benefits. This subordinate greatly admires your majesty's plan. First, bandits don't cook their food separately like normal households, and they instead cook all of their food in a big batch, making it quite easy to poison everyone. Second, your majesty chose an unremarkable and minor person who no one would notice. Even though the Lord can see everyone's loyalty, he needs to manually check each person, making it difficult to detect Wang Ergu's betrayal. Third, your majesty used a brilliant carrot and stick strategy. The Great Kin village hasn't created any poisons or antidotes. Your majesty merely used a poisonous medicinal pill and a non-poisonous medicinal pill to scare Wang Ergu into submission, making him not dare to betray us. Your majesty also used money, which bandits love most, to lure him in even further. From this, one can see that your majesty's schemes are brilliant. However..." Beiqi stopped talking and paused. Zhao Fu nodded and said, "Go on." Beiqi continued, "There's still a slight possibility that Wang Ergu won't follow through. After all, as the saying goes, planning is with man, but success is with heaven. In case Wang Ergu doesn't use the poison and is discovered, we need to plan our attack carefully." Zhao Fu replied. Beiqi was right, this was exactly what Zhao Fu had been thinking as well, so they started to discuss their contingency strategy. Time gradually passed. The Wild Wolf Village's hall had been incredibly lively when suddenly someone fell to the ground and coughed up blood before dying on the spot. After this, other people started falling to the ground and coughing up blood. The poison that Xiaofu had given Wang Ergu was refined by apothecary Zhang Beishu from the venom of 100 venomous snakes, and it was incredibly lethal. The thug sitting at the head seat was incredibly shocked, and he flipped the food in front of him to the ground. He shot up from his seat, and before he could say anything, someone outside reported, "Fire." At this moment, the thug seemed to realize something. His expression darkened, and he drew his large saber and yelled at the few people who hadn't been poisoned, "Brothers, let's go. I want to see who's daring enough to act against the Wild Wolf Village." Outside the village, Xiaofu saw that a few wooden houses had started burning. This was what Xiaofu had told Wang Ergu to do in order to let him know that the plan had succeeded. Under the cover of night, Xiaofu immediately yelled, "Archers, prepare the fire arrows, burn all of the houses in the Wild Wolf Village. Crossbowmen, take down the guards outside the Wild Wolf Village." The 10 or so archers obeyed and shot fire arrows towards the Wild Wolf Village, lighting the Wild Wolf Village's houses on fire, surprising the guards outside. Following this, the 40 or so gnome crossbowmen continuously released crossbow bolts, making it seem as if there was a rain of crossbow bolts. The bandits fell to the ground one after another, and they were shot full of holes like a wasp's nest. Xiaofu was not in a hurry to attack. He once again gave the order to release fire arrows to set fire to all of the houses and told the gnome crossbowmen to fire at will. Xiaofu did this to safeguard against any traps. Soon, the Wild Wolf Village was transformed into a sea of flames, and the gnome crossbowmen had shot quite a few rounds of crossbow bolts. All of the bandits who wanted to rush out of the Wild Wolf Village were all riddled with holes, causing them to retreat back to the village. At this moment, 10 fat, sturdy goblin warriors, who were 2 meters tall, raised their massive stone hammers and rushed into the village, wildly smashing whatever they saw, and they were backed by unstoppable momentum. Xiaofu then gave the order for all troops to advance. Shield bearers, infantry, and goblin soldiers raised their weapons and cried out as they rushed into the village. "So it was you fellows. I'll kill you." The leader of the thugs saw his village completely drowned in flames, and when he saw Xiaofu giving orders, he felt incredible hatred for him. He lifted his large saber and rushed over. When Beiqi saw him run over, he drew his sword and met him in battle. Within the sea of flames, the two of them engaged in an intense battle. The thug's saber techniques were ferocious, and each strike was incredibly unrestrained, carrying immense power as his attacks rained down on Beiqi. On the other hand, Beiqi's sword techniques were graceful and nimble. Clang! 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 Sparks flew as saber and sword continuously collided. By now, the thug's strikes started to become weaker, while Beiqi still looked leisurely and at ease. In the end, the thug carelessly revealed an opening and had his heart pierced by Beiqi, dying on the spot. "Your leader has died. Surrender and your life will be spared." Beiqi roared after killing the leader of the thugs. When they saw that their leader had died and that they had been surrounded by enemies with far greater numbers, the remaining bandits could only obediently put down their weapons and kneel on the ground to beg for their lives. At this moment, Xiaofu saw a woman with red lips and devilish looks. Her figure was extremely mature and tempting, and she wore a red dress. She was currently brandishing a whip, making it so that the infantry around her did not dare to approach her. Wang Ergu walked over with a pale expression and said to Xiaofu, "Sir. That's the third mistress." Xiaofu stretched out his hand to an archer beside him, who handed him an ironwood bow. He drew it and prepared to shoot a rock-crushing arrow. A mystical yellow aura appeared around the arrow, and Xiaofu aimed it towards the seductive woman's chest. Just as he was about to release the arrow, the woman glanced over in his direction. When she saw the drawn arrow, her face paled. She was already surrounded and would die sooner or later, so she quickly threw her whip to the ground and yelled, "I surrender." Xiaofu felt quite surprised and put away the bow and arrow. The fire was being greater and greater, so he ordered his people to bring out the captives while he hurried to the Wild Wolf Village Hall. Now that the Wild Wolf Village's lord was dead, it could be directly conquered. If the lord hadn't died, the city heart would release energy to protect itself. Xiaofu put his hand on the floating white cube and chose to relocate the village. System announcement. The Great Kin Village has obtained 345 XP. System announcement. You have gained 50 achievement points. System announcement. Your status has been promoted to citizen. Xiaofu ignored the system announcements and quickly ran out of the Wild Wolf Village. The entire Wild Wolf Village was engulfed by flames, and it soon turned into nothing. Now, Xiaofu finally had some time to look at his new status. Before, he had only been a commoner, and he required 200 achievement points to be promoted. Every conquered village gave him 50 achievement points, and now that he had conquered 4 villages, he had enough achievement points to be promoted. He now needed 500 achievement points to be promoted from citizen to esquire, which meant that he would be promoted after conquering 10 villages. Your Majesty. We confiscated these from the bandits. Beichi walked over with a sack of money, a piece of paper, and a large saber, and handed them to Zhaofu. Zhaofu took the items and looked them over. The sack of money had about 30 or so silver coins. Zhaofu did not care much about the money, but he was quite interested in the paper. Little spirit pill recipe, bronze rank, required ingredients, little spirit grass, tree bud root, and eternal stone. Effects, can increase cultivation speed by 200%. Zhaofu was quite delighted when he saw this pill recipe. Tree bud roots and eternal stones were quite common, but little spirit grass was harder to find. Zhaofu then looked at the large saber, mountain saber, grade, blue, stats, strength +1, description, an abnormally sharp saber that can crush rocks. Beichi used swords, so this saber was not suitable for him. As such, he stored it away until he wanted to use it to reward someone for his or her meritorious service. Zhaofu then turned to look at the captives. 19 death contract. There were 64 captives in total. There was only one woman, who was the third mistress. For any of these people to be able to survive in a bandit village, they definitely weren't righteous and moral people. Zhaofu thought for a moment and said, Wang Ergu, come over here. Tell me who has committed the most evils or was a leader in the Wild Wolf village. Wang Ergu shakily went over to Zhaofu with a pale face. The Wild Wolf village's people furiously glared at him because they knew that he was a traitor. However, even though they were furious, they did not dare to openly express it. After all, their lives were currently in Wang Ergu's hands. If he claimed that someone had been a leader or had committed great evils, he or she would definitely die. Wang Ergu also felt this heavy burden, and he did not dare to look into anyone's eyes. What surprised Zhaofu was that Wang Ergu suddenly knelt to the ground and begged, Sir. The first master was the leader and committed the most evils, but he has been killed, and the second master was also poisoned to death. Please spare their lives, I'll even kowtow to you. After saying this, Wang Ergu heavily kowtowed a few times before raising his head and looking at Zhaofu with a pleading expression. Zhaofu fell deep into thought. He knew that the loyalty of these bandits would be an issue, so he had wanted to kill some of the leaders before handing them to Beichi to be properly disciplined and trained. Now that Wang Ergu was pleading for their lives, Zhaofu turned to look at the Wild Wolf village's people. Finally, he said, Are you willing to offer your loyalty to us? Hearing this, a look of surprise and joy appeared on the bandits' faces, and they immediately half knelt and said in unison, We are willing to serve Sir to the death. However, there was one person who did not kneel down, and the person instead stood there with a look of hesitation. It was the third mistress. The third mistress was quite beautiful, but Zhaofu was not that interested in those sorts of things. Zhaofu hadn't wanted to spare any of the leaders originally, and seeing this, he waved his hand, saying softly, Kill her. Beichi, I'll leave the rest of these people to you. Make sure you train them well. After saying this, Zhaofu prepared to take his people back to the Great Qin village. A few soldiers immediately obeyed and went to grab the third mistress in order to behead her. Seeing this, the third mistress's face paled, and she hurriedly cried out, I'm willing to submit to you, but you have to promise not to touch my body. Eh? Who wants her body? Zhaofu stopped, a look of surprise on his face. However, he didn't want to explain anything. After all, for this woman to become the third mistress, she definitely wasn't ordinary. It was best to get rid of her, so he once again waved his hand, signaling for her to be killed. Wait. I'll give you my first time, but you have to promise to leave me alone afterwards. The third mistress called out as she bit her lip and came to a decision. First time? Zhaofu was speechless. Did she really think that he was that sort of person? He once again waved his hand, signaling for her to be quickly killed. 10 or so soldiers holding ironwood sabers obeyed and surrounded the third mistress, preparing to slash her to death. The Wild Wolf village's people quickly tried to persuade her, Third mistress, it would be best if you submitted to Sir. This Sir has an extraordinary bearing, and he will accomplish great things in the future. Hearing this, the third mistress clenched her fists and gritted her teeth as she once again called out, All right. I'll agree to once per week at most, and I'll sign a life or death contract with you. Life or death contract. Zhaofu had started to feel annoyed when he heard the third mistress speak again, but when he heard life or death contract, he paused because he had no idea what that was. Following this, the third mistress took out a piece of paper and bit her thumb. She pressed her bloodied thumb to the paper before handing it to a soldier to give to Zhaofu. Zhaofu received it and looked at it. Life or death contract. Description: links the lives of two people together. If the master dies, the other side will also immediately die. System announcement. Would you like to accept Liu Mai's life or death contract? So something like this existed in this world. Zhaofu decided to prepare a few copies when he got back to prevent any betrayals. Zhao Fu thought for a few moments, and because he was not too worried about the third mistress, he chose to accept. The paper suddenly became motes of light and split into two halves. One half went into Zhao Fu's body, and the other half went into Liu Mai's body. Now that all of the people had surrendered, Zhao Fu could look at their grades. Most of them were F grade, and a few of them were C grade. What surprised Zhao Fu greatly was that Liu Mai was actually S grade, so he couldn't help but stare at her. Seeing this, Beiqi fell into his own thoughts. Alright, let's go back to the village. Zhao Fu ordered. When the Wild Wolf Village's people saw that the third mistress wasn't going to die, they let out a sigh of relief. Beiqi looked around and looked like he seemed to understand something. After returning to the Great Kin Village, the Wild Wolf Village's people were incredibly shocked when they heard that the Great Kin Village was a epic rank grade village, and they completely accepted their loss. When Li Si saw that Zhao Fu and Beiqi had returned safely, he let out a sigh of relief. Zhao Fu said to Li Si, I'll leave the arrangements of these people to you. Li Si looked at the Wolf Village's people and nodded his head. Beiqi suddenly walked up and whispered something into Li Si's ears, causing a delighted look to appear on his face. Zhao Fu felt that this was quite strange, but he did not give it much mind. He took a few soldiers and went south of the Great Kin Village. Zhao Fu took out the white city heart and pressed it against the ground. System announcement. Would you like to use the city heart? Zhao Fu replied yes, and just like the Great Kin Village, waves of light rippled out as a few basic buildings slowly appeared. After walking into the village hall, Zhao Fu looked at the stats. Village name, Wild Wolf Village, normal, level, primary, 0 out of 5,000, village area, 1 square kilometer village territory, 5 square kilometers residents, 0 out of 300 military, 0 out of 100 popular support, 0 village special stats, territory crop output plus 2%, territory crop growing time minus 2%. Subsidiary village limit, 0. These were the stats of a normal village, and the difference between the Wild Wolf Village and the Great Kin Village's stats was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. Currently, the number of residents and popular support in Wild Wolf Village were both 0 because Zhao Fu brought the Wild Wolf Village's villagers under the Great Kin Village's name. Otherwise, the Wild Wolf Village's popular support would be in the negatives, and any new villagers there would be bandits. Currently, the Wild Wolf Village did not have a tailor, blacksmith, or apothecary. They had most likely run away. However, there were 3 buildings that had profession changed stone steels, and each of those 3 professions had a limit of 1 person. At the barracks, there was only 1 profession changed stone steel there, bandit, F-grade military. Description: a scourge that appears when popular support goes into the negatives. Effect: receives, bandit saber technique. Zhao Fu wanted to destroy the bandit profession changed stone steel and change it to militia, but after thinking about it, he realized that it might be useful in the future, so he chose to keep it for now. He found an elder in the Great Kin Village with management experience and made him the new village chief of the Wild Wolf Village. He also left behind a few soldiers to look after the Wild Wolf Village. From the next day onwards, normal villagers would start to be summoned. After dealing with these matters, Zhao Fu returned to the Great Kin Village and planned to discuss with Beiqi and Li Si about the Li family village. However, after chatting for just a short while, Li Si gave Zhao Fu a deep look and said, Your Majesty, it's getting late, and you've really exerted yourself today. It would be best for you to get some rest. Zhao Fu felt quite strange when he heard this, but he saw that it was indeed getting late. As such, he returned to his room, but right after opening the door, he was completely stunned. This was because there was a mature, alluring woman lying naked on his bed. Zhao Fu immediately turned around and closed the door, loudly yelling, Li Si, get over here. 20. Iron Mine. When Beiqi and Li Si heard Zhao Fu's summons, they walked over with strange looks on their faces as they asked, What is it, Your Majesty? Zhao Fu frowned and asked, What's with the situation in my room? Li Si immediately understood and cupped his hands respectfully as he smiled and said, We hope that Your Majesty will have an heir soon. Zhao Fu's head started to hurt, and he said, What's the meaning of this? Li Si promptly replied, Your Majesty, Miss Liu Mai has good looks, and we're all delighted that Your Majesty is interested in her. On one hand, Your Majesty will have a concubine, and on the other hand, we'll be able to quickly gain the Wild Wolf Village's loyalty. This is perfect? Zhao Fu bitterly laughed and asked, When did I become interested in her? Li Si looked at Zhao Fu strangely and said, Beiqi told me. Upon hearing this, Beiqi's face paled, realizing that he had misunderstood Zhao Fu's intentions. He quickly started to apologize but was cut off by Zhao Fu. How could he blame them over such a small matter? As such, he said, Alright, let's just leave it at this. It's getting late, so both of you should get some rest. Li Si and Beiqi let out sighs of relief and asked to be excused before leaving. Zhao Fu turned to look at his room and shook his head before finding another room to cultivate in before falling asleep. When Liu Mai saw that Zhao Fu wasn't going to come in, she let out a sigh of relief before putting her clothes back on. Early the next day, as darkness gradually receded and the world slowly became brighter, the blue sky could slowly be seen, and a few birds happily chirped in the trees. Zhao Fu woke up and walked out of his room, and he found Wang Ergu holding a washbowl outside his door. Just as Zhao Fu walked out, Wang Ergu said, trying to curry favor, "Your Majesty, you're awake. This lowly one has brought you some water to wash your face." Zhao Fu replied and took the towel in the washbowl to wipe his face. Wang Ergu said in a small voice for fear that Zhao Fu would get angry, "Your Majesty, you still haven't given me the antidote yet." So it was that. Zhao Fu laughed as he replied, "That medicinal pill wasn't poisonous?" "Really?" Wang Ergu asked happily. "That's right," Zhao Fu replied. "I'll let you have a taste after we actually create some poison." A bitter look appeared on Wang Ergu's face as he pleaded, "Your Majesty, please, no. I'll be your servant every day, how about that?" "We'll see how you do," Zhao Fu said as he walked away. Wang Ergu quickly poured out the water from the washbowl and followed behind Zhao Fu. "Beiqi. Gather a team and come with me to the Li family village." Zhao Fu looked at the new villagers. There were 14 of them and one of them was B grade. Zhao Fu did not arrange for them to change their profession to soldier, and he instead split them up and sent them to the smithy, tailor shop, and medicine shop. As the Great Qin village gained more and more people, their consumption also increased, so he needed to arrange for some people to help out in those shops. Following this, Beiqi arrived with a team of soldiers. Zhao Fu had done this because he was afraid that Liu Kai might go back on his word, as they only had a verbal agreement. A person's heart could never be fully relied upon. One moment he or she might confidently promise something just to go back on it in the next moment. As such, Zhao Fu decided to leave himself a backup plan. "Your Majesty, can you return my weapon to me?" Liu Mai said after she found Zhao Fu and awkwardly saluted him. Zhao Fu nodded. Her whip was secret silver rank, and it had been confiscated when she had surrendered. When Liu Mai saw that Zhao Fu agreed to give it back to her, a look of joy appeared on her face. She had expected that she would not be able to recover it. "Come with us to the Li family village later," Zhao Fu said to Liu Mai before going over to Beiqi. Liu Mai nodded and went to retrieve her whip. 1 hour later, Zhao Fu arrived at the Li family village. He told his soldiers to hide while he walked in with Beiqi and Liu Mai. The Li family village knew that the Wild Wolf village had been destroyed and reduced to rubble the previous night. When the Li family village found out, some were excited while others were fearful. Those who were excited because the Wild Wolf village, a poisonous blight that had plagued them, had been eliminated. Those who were fearful because they were afraid that Zhao Fu would make a move against them. The village gates opened and Liu Kai brought a group of people to welcome them. "Sir, you're truly a hero. You actually destroyed the Wild Wolf village, saving the Li family village. Our entire village has agreed to join your village." Liu Kai was a sly old fellow. When he saw that even the Wild Wolf village's third mistress had submitted to Zhao Fu, he knew that the remnants of the Wild Wolf village had joined Zhao Fu's forces. If Zhao Fu could destroy the Wild Wolf village and even gain the remnant bandits, the Li family village would not be able to resist him at all. As such, Liu Kai chose to surrender while continuously praising Zhao Fu, and he looked quite sincere and loyal. System announcement. The Li family village has surrendered to you. Would you like to accept? Zhao Fu chose to accept and was awarded 60 achievement points, which made him feel quite surprised. He looked at the Li family village's stats and found that the Li family village was a secret silver grade village, which gave him 10 more achievement points than bronze grade villages. However, Zhao Fu currently already had 4 subsidiary villages, so after thinking about it, Zhao Fu made the newly rebuilt Wolf village an affiliated village instead. Affiliated villages were different from subsidiary villages. Affiliated villages still belonged to the Great Qin village, but they did not receive any stat bonuses from the Great Qin village. Following this, Liu Kai invited Zhao Fu and his followers in to talk about the details of joining the Great Qin village. As they walked through the village, many of the Li family villagers looked at Liu Mai with curiosity. They had heard about her evil deeds, and it was said that she was a ferocious shrew. However, none of them expected her to be so pretty. Facing these stares, Liu Mai turned and glared at them savagely, saying, "What are you staring at? If you keep staring, I'll rip your eyes out." The Li family villagers were so scared by how ferocious she looked that they involuntarily took a step back. Zhao Fu turned to look at her and frowned, causing Liu Mai to lower her head. After much discussion, Zhao Fu took away 2/3 of the Li family village's people. Under Liu Kai and Li Wen's request, Li Wen also went with Zhao Fu to the Great Qin village. Liu Kai did this because the Li family village had joined the Great Qin village, and after hearing about the Great Qin village, he felt that its future would be quite bright. As such, He wanted his son to join the Great Ken village as soon as possible. Who knows, he might be able to receive some benefits. After taking these people back to the Great Ken village, Zhao Fu went to look at the Great Ken village's military. Zhao Fu now had more than 200 soldiers, and he left them in Beiqi's care to be trained. Following this, Zhao Fu received a great piece of news. Some villagers had discovered a small iron mine about 5 kilometers west of the Great Ken village. Zhao Fu was delighted and sent some people to mine the iron. He also sent more people to work on the stairs at the massive crack. After all, there was a treasure trove at the bottom. Killing a few skeletons at the bottom would net them skills and items that were worth tens of gold coins, so Zhao Fu couldn't help but feel incredibly moved. 21 skeleton captain 2 days later, the stairs were completed. Because it was not very wide at the bottom, Zhao Fu only brought 10 shield bearers, 10 infantry, 10 archers, Beiqi, and Old Logue. They were currently walking down the stairs towards the bottom. By now, their equipment looked completely different. The infantry were all using iron swords and sabers, while the shields that the shield bearers held had a thick layer of iron on the surface, increasing their defensive capabilities greatly. The arrowheads that the archers now used were also iron, and everyone was wearing leather armor. The Great Kin village was currently unable to create plate armor. There were many different kinds of plate armor, and they all required blueprints. Also, the price of creating plate armor was roughly 8 times more expensive than creating normal weapons. Right now, Beiqi was using a secret silver rank sword. It was one of the weapons they had obtained last time from this place, and it had been made usable again after some simple repairs. The secret silver rank armor he was wearing was from the violet fire rabbit he had killed before. Zhao Fu stayed at the back. He was not one to rush at the enemy, so he only wore bronze rank leather armor because it would be more suitable for Beiqi to have the secret silver rank leather armor. Their group held torches, and the formation was as follows: Beiqi and the shield bearers in the first row, infantry in the second row, archers in the third row, and then Zhao Fu and Old Logue, the mages, in the fourth row. As they slowly advanced, tongues of blue flames appeared in the heads of 5 skeletons ahead. They raised their weapons and rushed at the group of humans. These 5 skeletons were all infantry and held either swords, sabers, or spears. Beiqi and the shield bearers created a defensive wall, blocking off the skeleton soldiers. The skeleton soldiers swung their weapons at the shield bearers, but they were blocked by the shield bearers' shields. The archers drew their bows and fired arrows at the skeleton soldiers. Arrows weren't very effective against skeletons because unless the arrows hit the skeletons' heads, the arrows would not deal much damage. However, the arrows could obstruct the skeleton soldiers, giving the infantry opportunities to attack. This time, Beiqi and Old Logue didn't do much. The 5 skeleton soldiers were split up by the shield bearers while the archers made it difficult for them to attack, and the infantry attacked the skeleton soldiers, causing them to retreat. After the skeleton soldiers lost their balance, the infantry wildly attacked them without any worries. After doing this 3 or 4 times, the skeleton soldiers became a pile of bones. Because skeletons were fueled by spirit power, once their spirit power ran dry, they would naturally die. The 5 skeleton soldiers dropped 3 refined martial souls and 5 weapons. After advancing, they encountered 6 skeleton infantry and 2 skeleton archers. The 6 skeleton infantry raised their weapons and rushed at Zhao Fu's group without any fear. The skeleton archers drew arrows from their quivers and drew their rusty bows. Swish! Swish! 2 arrows tore through the air and drew an arc as they flew towards Zhao Fu's group of people. The shield bearers quickly raised their shields, blocking the 2 arrows. However, by now, the 6 skeleton infantry were right in front of them. If the skeleton archers continuously shot arrows, they would disrupt Zhao Fu's soldiers' coordination. Moreover, if they weren't careful, they would be hit by the skeleton archers' arrows, causing injury or death. Zhao Fu immediately called out, "Old Logue, attack!" Old Logue obeyed and raised his wooden staff as 2 blood-colored fireballs flew at the skeletons, blasting the 6 skeleton infantry backwards. Zhao Fu once again commanded, "Archers, suppress those 2 skeleton archers." The archers drew their bows, sending arrow after arrow towards the skeleton archers, who were about to attack again. Following this, Zhao Fu ordered, "Beiqi, rush over there and deal with those 2 skeleton archers." Beiqi ran around the 6 skeleton infantry that had been blasted backwards and charged towards the 2 skeleton archers. By now, the 6 skeleton infantry were slowly getting back to their feet, and Zhao Fu quickly yelled, "Shield bearers! Separate them and attack them like last time." Zhao Fu gave out a flurry of commands, and everyone quickly carried them out. The shield bearers and infantry formed 6 small teams and separated the skeleton infantry while the 10 archers fired at them whenever they found the opportunity to. Beiqi rushed to the skeleton archers and swung down with his sword, which was covered in sword chi. Just like that, they stabilized the situation and turned it in their favor. Old Logue looked up and stared at Zhao Fu giving orders. Before, even when they were enemies, Old Logue felt quite fearful towards him because he felt that Zhao Fu was incredibly calm and rational when dealing with matters. Zhao Fu had quickly analyzed the situation and rapidly given out orders in a coherent and calm manner, twisting this situation in their favor. Old Logue felt that it was only natural for his village to submit to Zhao Fu, and his loyalty towards Zhao Fu increased. Now that their allies and enemies were fighting at such close range, Zhao Fu and Old Logue could only stand by and watch. Bei Qi was the first to succeed. He lopped off one of the skeleton archers' heads and slashed his sword the other way, sending the other skeleton archer crashing against a wall, after which it fell apart. The shield bearers and infantry also coordinated like they did last time, and they dealt with the skeleton infantry one by one. This time, they obtained 10 weapons, 8 were secret silver rank and 2 were bronze rank, and the 2 bronze rank weapons were the archers' short swords. There were also 5 refined martial souls. After resting for a short while, they continued ahead. It was completely dark within the passage, and the dark made it feel as if there was no end. It was also deathly silent, making everyone feel quite wary. At this moment, the sounds of the skeletons coming to life could be heard. There were 12 skeletons this time, 11 of them were skeleton soldiers that held sabers, while the last one held a large saber and wore a suit of armor. The last skeleton's displayed name was Skeleton Captain. The situation instantly became quite dangerous for Zhao Fu and his soldiers. The skeleton captain drew its sword and roared as a formless sound wave rippled outwards, its voice incredibly ear-piercing. Following this, the skeleton captain rushed over with the other skeleton soldiers behind it, and they did not seem clumsy or disorderly at all. They followed behind the skeleton captain as if they were living soldiers, and they gave off an unstoppable aura as they charged towards Zhao Fu's soldiers. Is this the skeleton captain's effect? Zhao Fu muttered before yelling, arrange the formation. The soldiers' expressions became grim as they started to move. The shield bearers formed a shield wall with the infantry behind them, and the archers prepared their arrows. Fire. The archers obeyed, and arrows streaked through the air, reaching the skeletons in an instant. The skeleton captain brandished its large saber, and a cold light glinted as 5 or 6 arrows were cut out of the air. At this moment, Zhao Fu roared, Logue. Old Logue was fully prepared, and he raised his wooden staff, drawing out his full power. 2 blood-colored fireballs appeared above his head, and they were twice the size of the ones before. Old Logue waved his wooden staff, causing the 2 blood-colored fireballs to fly at the skeletons. The skeleton captain did not seem to fear the 2 fireballs at all. The skeleton captain tilted its saber as rays of gray light extended out from the saber, and it was about to slash at the 2 fireballs. At this moment, Zhao Fu coldly harumphed. He had long since drawn his ironwood bow, and the arrow knocked on it shined with a mystical yellow light as he released it. Whoosh! The arrow shot out like a bolt of lightning. 22 general arm and the arrow heavily slammed into the skeleton captain's chest, and it was buried in its armor. The skeleton captain lost its balance, causing it to stumble back a few steps. At this moment, the 2 large blood-colored fireballs slammed into him. As 2 massive explosions sounded out, the fireballs exploded into fiery light, creating massive shockwaves and sending the skeleton soldiers and skeleton captain flying. Just as the skeleton captain started climbing up from the ground, a blood-colored fireball from Zhao Fu landed on its body. Bang! An explosion rang out as the skeleton captain, who was trying to stand, was sent flying 3 or 4 meters. By now, the other skeleton soldiers were standing up. After losing the leadership of the skeleton captain, they instinctively rushed over. Archers, fire your arrows and suppress them. Zhao Fu yelled. The archers continuously shot their arrows in order to stall for Old Logue. Soon, 2 blood-colored fireballs once again formed in the air and landed amidst the skeleton soldiers, sending them flying. Nearby, the skeleton captain slowly struggled to its feet when a normal fireball landed on its body, blasting it back another 3 or 4 meters. Seeing that they had successfully separated the skeleton captain from the skeleton soldiers, Zhao Fu immediately said, Bei Qi, I'll leave the skeleton captain to you. Bei Qi nodded and ran towards the skeleton captain. The remaining 11 skeleton soldiers were held up by Zhao Fu and the others. Once 3 or 4 of them were gathered together, fireballs flew over, after which the shield bearers and infantry wildly attacked the skeleton soldiers while they were on the ground. Soon, Zhao Fu was able to control the situation on his side. On Bei Qi's side, because the skeleton captain had been weakened by Zhao Fu and Old Logue's attacks, it was much weaker than before and was at a constant disadvantage. However, it was still quite powerful. The skeleton captain gripped its saber with both hands, attacking Bei Qi fiercely with each attack. Cold saber light continuously glinted as it continuously attacked Bei Qi. Since his side was under control, Zhao Fu looked over at Bei Qi. Zhao Fu once again knocked an arrow on his bow and used rock-crushing arrow, causing strands of mystical yellow light to gather on the arrow. The skeleton captain was currently spinning as its saber slashed towards Beichi's waist. At this moment, the arrow smashed into the skeleton captain's waist, stopping its spin. Beichi grasped this opportunity, his sword radiating an incredibly sharp sword chi as it pierced into the skeleton captain's head. The blue tongue of fire in the skeleton captain's head gradually dwindled before it disappeared. The skeleton captain's body then collapsed, turning into a pile of bones. Beichi quickly turned around and came over to join the others, facing 3 skeleton soldiers by himself. Under Zhaofu's commands, his soldiers attacked with their full strength, and with Old Logue's fireballs, the 11 skeleton soldiers were quickly destroyed. This battle lasted for half an hour, and everyone was completely exhausted. This was especially so for Zhaofu and Old Logue, whose minds were extremely weary. Following this, they started to collect the spoils from the battle. The 11 skeleton soldiers dropped 11 secret silver rank weapons and 8 refined martial souls. After going over to the skeleton captain's bones, Zhaofu saw his large saber first, 100 Vanguard saber, grade, silver. Stats, strength +3, constitution +3, description. An exquisite dark gold rank weapon that has become rusty due to the passage of time, becoming an ordinary fine gold rank weapon. Zhaofu was quite happy to find a fine gold rank weapon, and he looked at the skeleton captain's armor, lapis lazuli armor, grade, blue, stats, constitution +1, description, a dark gold rank armor that has become rusty after over 10,000 years, becoming a secret silver rank armor. After obtaining this armor, Zhaofu gave it to Beichi for now. The lapis lazuli armor's defensive capabilities were definitely higher than that of Beichi's current armor, so Beichi could wear it for now before going back to the village and repairing it. As for the secret silver rank armor that Beichi had taken off, Zhaofu decided to put it on. Apart from those 2 pieces of equipment, the skeleton captain also dropped an orb that shined with a faint light. Within the orb, there seemed to be a soldier wearing armor and holding a large saber. Seeing this, Zhaofu picked it up and looked at it. Soldier soul, description. A powerful soul left behind by a soldier that can be fused into a city heart to become a guardian spirit. It can also be fused into a weapon to strengthen it. Note, 100 soldier souls can fuse to form a general armament, and a lord with 24 general armaments can use 1,000 soldier souls to fuse into a king armament. Zhaofu was pleasantly surprised and felt that the soldier soul was quite powerful. Because he didn't know what a general armament or king armament was, he could only put the orb away for now, curiosity bubbling within him. After resting and recovering their strength and spirit for a while, they continued onwards. They did not meet any more troublesome enemies, and after killing 12 skeleton infantry and 5 skeleton archers, they obtained 13 refined martial souls. Zhaofu had thought that they would be able to continue advancing easily like this, but the situation quickly changed due to the appearance of skeleton shield bearers. Zhaofu had only been able to get so far by relying on the fact that he had defensive soldiers, while his enemies did not. Now that the enemy also had defensive soldiers, the situation became quite grim for him. This time, Zhaofu encountered 5 skeleton infantry, 3 skeleton archers, and 5 skeleton shield bearers. This situation was much more difficult than when they had faced 10 or so pure offensive skeleton soldiers. Every time Zhaofu's archers shot arrows, they were blocked by the skeleton shield bearers, and charging at them was not so easy either. Shield bearers could only face off against shield bearers in a stalemate. The only ones who could make a difference were Zhaofu and Old Logue with their explosive attacks. The skeleton soldiers were also in formation with the skeleton shield bearers in front, the skeleton infantry hiding behind them, and the skeleton archers standing far behind them with arrows knocked on their bows. Right now, Zhaofu had no choice but to use his numbers advantage to go head-to-head with the skeletons. On Zhaofu's side, the shield bearers were also at the front, the infantry behind them, and the archers with their bows drawn at the back. The two sides clashed together. Zhaofu's archers' main role was to suppress the skeleton archers, as Zhaofu's soldiers were all flesh and blood. When hit, they would be injured or die, unlike the undead. Right now, Zhaofu could only vigilantly monitor the situation. He wanted to use fireballs to attack the skeleton archers, but magic-type attacks did not have a very long range, so he could only wait for an opportune moment. However, the situation was always in Zhaofu's favor. There were always 2 of Zhaofu's shield bearers facing off against 1 skeleton shield bearer, trying to knock them out of the way. However, despite becoming undead, the skeleton shield bearers seemed to know that shield bearers could only remain effective by staying together. As such, no matter how Zhaofu's shield bearers shoved at them, the skeleton shield bearers still remained tightly bunched up together. The situation remained completely deadlocked, so Zhaofu had no choice but to send Beichi. 23 attacking a village. Beichi's figure blurred as he sidestepped around the left of the skeleton shield bearers. He unleashed a chi slash with his full strength, his sword erupting with light as a 3-meter-long arc of light slashed out from it. Boom! Beiqi's attack caused 3 skeleton shield bearers and the skeleton infantry behind them to be sent flying, completely destroying their defense. Zhao Fu hurriedly roared, "Hurry! Separate them!" The shield bearers and infantry immediately obeyed, splitting into 2 teams and separating the skeletons that had fallen and the skeletons that hadn't. Now that the skeletons' defense had been broken, they immediately fell into chaos. Zhao Fu's soldiers started to attack, but because of how close his own people and the skeletons were, Zhao Fu could not use any fireballs and could only shoot rock-crushing arrows. While a skeleton shield bearer was distracted, Zhao Fu shot an arrow at it, piercing into its head. A crack sounded out as the blue tongue of fire within the skeleton shield bearer's head was extinguished. Its body collapsed as its bones and the shield it was holding fell to the ground. It was actually quite difficult to hit a skeleton's head because arrows were quite easy to dodge. Zhao Fu had only succeeded this time because the skeleton shield bearer had been distracted. However, he did not have time to celebrate when a scream sounded out. Og! After being hit by a few arrows, a skeleton archer went all out, rapidly shooting arrows, one of which had pierced into one of the infantryman's arm. Damn it! Zhao Fu inwardly cursed as he yelled out, "Archers, suppress those skeleton archers! Beiqi, be careful!" Beiqi nodded and rushed towards the skeleton archers while they were being restrained by Zhao Fu's archers. Zhao Fu took the injured infantryman out of the battle. Luckily, Zhao Fu had used the refined martial soul from before, giving him a skill that he immediately became proficient at. As such, he had a good grasp of archery. Even though the arrows he shot out did not instantly kill any skeletons like before, they temporarily stopped the skeleton soldiers' attacks, creating some opportunities for his soldiers. The skeleton soldiers seemed to detect that the battle was becoming more and more unfavorable towards them, and they started to ferociously attack with wild abandon. In the end, Zhao Fu's side finally killed all of the skeletons at the price of 3 of his people getting injured. Beiqi also successfully dispatched the skeleton archers, obtaining a soldier soul from one of the skeleton archers. This time, the 13 skeleton soldiers had dropped 9 refined martial souls, 13 secret silver rank weapons, and 3 bronze rank weapons. Altogether, they had obtained 1 fine gold rank weapon, 55 secret silver rank weapons, 10 bronze rank weapons, 38 refined martial souls, and 2 soldier souls on this expedition. They were worth roughly 405 gold coins, which was 4,050,000 copper coins. Zhao Fu didn't know how much soldier souls were worth because he had never seen them on forums before. They seemed to be quite rare, and it was difficult for Zhao Fu to put a price on them, so he did not count their value into the total he had calculated. The gains they had received today both surprised and delighted Zhao Fu. However, when he looked at the 4 injured soldiers, he inwardly sighed. They would have to stop here and go back to rest and strategize. If they continued on, they would keep sustaining injuries or even suffer deaths. Zhao Fu walked over to the soldier who had the worst injury, the infantryman who had been shot in the arm by an arrow, and asked in concern, "Are you alright?" The infantryman quickly nodded, showing that he was fine. Seeing this, Zhao Fu said, "I'll help you remove the arrow." The infantryman said in a somewhat panicked manner, "Your Majesty, I'll just go to Apothecary Zhang. How could I trouble your Majesty?" "Alright, don't worry about it." Zhao Fu bitterly smiled. Since these soldiers respected him so much, he felt quite guilty when he saw them get injured. Zhao Fu tore the infantryman's sleeve and cut the arrow shaft before pulling the arrow out in an instant. Blood started to pour out from the wound, and Zhao Fu quickly used blood healing. This was the first time he had used it, so he was not sure what the effects would be. As Zhao Fu placed his hand near the wound, a blood-colored light shined from his hand. The infantryman's bleeding stopped, and the flesh mended itself at a rate that could be seen by the naked eye. Even though blood healing did not completely heal the wound, it was already half healed. The infantryman was almost moved to the point of tears. He had never thought that the incredibly distinguished majesty, who would become the ruler of Great Qin, would personally tend to his wound. Everyone who saw this felt even more loyal towards Zhao Fu. Following this, Zhao Fu brought everyone back to the surface. He told the injured soldiers to get medical treatment and then delivered the weapons to blacksmith Wang Dao to be repaired. Zhao Fu and Beiqi went to a room to discuss their experiences of the battles today. They discussed the shortcomings of their tactics as well as the weaknesses of their enemies and came up with new battle tactics. After a while, someone came and reported that a bandit village had been discovered 10 kilometers south of the Great Qin village. Hearing this, Zhao Fu and Beiqi concluded their discussion and started assembling their soldiers. "Your Majesty, I want to go too." Liu Mai was quite excited when she heard that there was a fight going to happen. Evidently, she wasn't one for peace and ran over to find Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked at her and asked, "Can you completely obey my orders?" Liu Mai quickly nodded, expressing that she would follow all of his commands. Seeing this, Zhao Fu reminded her, If you don't follow orders on the battlefield and make trouble, I'll definitely kill you. Liu Mai knew that Zhao Fu was someone who would stand by his words. However, she felt slightly displeased. After all, she was quite a beauty, so how could this fellow keep threatening to kill her? Forget it, I won't bicker with him. I've been so bored in the Great Qin village over the past few days, so I have to go with them to attack this bandit village, Liu Mai thought to herself. She once again nodded, showing that she understood. Zhao Fu did not say much after that. With Liu Mai's skills, she would be a great help to them on the battlefield. Soon, the soldiers had been gathered and they set off. After traveling for a little more than an hour, they arrived at the bandit village. This bandit village was next to a small creek, and it was not very big. Its defenses were also quite poor, and there were around 150 people in the village. What surprised Zhao Fu was that 30 or so of them were wearing plate armor. Since they had so many pieces of plate armor, they most likely had blueprints for plate armor, which made him feel ecstatic. Now, Zhao Fu had around 300 soldiers in his forces, 200 were soldiers from the Great Qin village, 60 goblins, and 40 gnome crossbowmen. With 300 soldiers, Zhao Fu would definitely win if he directly attacked the bandit village, since the bandit village only had 150 people. However, Zhao Fu's forces would still suffer injuries and casualties, and that wasn't Zhao Fu's style. As such, he had to seriously look for any weaknesses or use a method similar to what he had used against the wolf village. Even though it was quite shameless, it was quite effective. As Zhao Fu observed the village, he found that there was no cultivated land within the bandit village, which made sense. The bandits obtained all of their food by raiding other villages or hunting beasts. This village seemed to be the latter, so the situation was not as complicated anymore. 24 intermediate village. In order to get food, this bandit village most likely did what the outlander villages did, split into groups to hunt. As expected, 4 groups of around 10 people each soon departed from the village in different directions. When Zhao Fu saw this, he also split his forces into 4 groups. He led one team and followed after them. He hid in the tall grass as he looked at the bandits swaggering along while holding their sabers. He called Beiqi over and told him his tactic. Beiqi looked quite awkward, saying, "Your Majesty, unfortunately, I don't think I can do it." Hearing this, Zhao Fu turned to look at Liu Mai beside him. "What do you want?" Liu Mai immediately asked. When Liu Mai saw Zhao Fu looking at her, she couldn't help but tremble and have a bad feeling about it. After Zhao Fu gave Liu Mai a simple explanation, she looked quite cheerful. She brought along Beiqi and 3 other people and openly walked towards the group of bandits. "Oi! Stop right there!" Liu Mai called out in a loud voice as she and the other 4 walked up to the bandits. Hearing this voice, the bandits turned around and saw a beauty in a red dress with 4 other people. Seeing that the other side only had 5 people, while their side had 10 people, they did not need to feel scared at all. One of the bandits lewdly smiled as he said, "What does this big beauty want from us? Do you want to play with these big brothers?" Liu Mai enchantingly smiled, and in the next second, she brandished her whip and cracked it towards the 10 men. Beiqi and the others also rushed up, and the battle finished in an instant. Beiqi killed 4 people alone, the other 3 people killed 1 person each, and Liu Mai left 3 people alive. At this moment, Liu Mai lightly waved her whip and charmingly smiled as she said, "What were you saying just then?" The 3 bandits immediately knelt to the ground and begged, "Female hero. We're in the wrong, so please spare us." Og. Just as the bandit finished speaking, her whip lashed his body, and Liu Mai said with displeasure, "Who's a female hero?" "I'm your granny." The bandits immediately nodded and said, "Yes, granny, granny. That's more like it." "Who are you all?" Liu Mai asked while smiling. The 3 bandits quickly started speaking and said, "We're from the ferocious tiger village, and our leader is Wang Meng. There are also 200 or so brothers inside the village." The 3 bandits mentioned the ferocious tiger village, their leader, and their numbers in order to scare Liu Mai into releasing them. However, her whip once again lashed their bodies, causing them to cry out in pain. Bloody streaks appeared on the 3 men's bodies as Liu Mai coldly harumphed and said, "So what about the ferocious tiger village? That man, Wang Meng, sounds like quite a useless fellow." The 3 bandits quickly nodded and agreed. Pa. 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 Her whip once again landed on the 3 men's bodies. Liu Mai coldly harumphed in displeasure as she said, "What did you say? I couldn't hear you." The 3 bandits cried out in pain and quickly said in a loud voice, "Wang Meng's a coward, and he's completely useless." Ha 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 ha. Liu Mai laughed, her large breasts rippling as she once again whipped the 3 bandits, and said, "I still couldn't hear you." The 3 bandits could only endure it and continue cursing Wang Meng. However, Liu Mai continued to laugh while whipping the 3 bandits. Zhao Fu, who was hiding by the side, found that Liu Mai might have some secret interests and hobbies. However, she was still complying with his orders, so he didn't say anything. Alright. You can piss off back to your village. Tell Wang Meng to come here and lick the bottom of this granny's shoes, or I'll cripple him. Liu Mai said happily. After whipping these bandits for a long time, she felt quite cheerful. When the 3 bloodied and bruised bandits heard that this female demon was going to spare them, they felt overjoyed. They quickly crawled away, and after they returned, they added their own words. They told Wang Meng that the woman wanted to skin Wang Meng, make him mate with a sow, and told him to crawl over there and lick the bottom of her shoes. Hearing this, Wang Meng was completely infuriated and his face became red. After being told that there were only 5 of them, he roared, "Brothers, come with me." Following this, Wang Meng took 50 or so bandits, nearly half of the village's forces, to where Liu Mai had appeared. Soon, Wang Meng came to a sparse area and found Liu Mai, yelling, "So you're that bitch. You wanted your elder to lick your shoes? Today, your elder and his brothers will all take turns screwing you." Liu Mai did not get angry, and she instead calmly smiled. After all, there was not much point in saying anything to someone who was about to die. Release the arrows. As the order sounded out, arrows rained down on Wang Meng's 50 or so bandits. They were completely unprepared, and many of them were instantly killed. Zhao Fu's soldiers had long since killed the other 3 teams that had left the ferocious tiger village and joined up with the others. Wang Meng's 50 or so bandits were facing 40 gnome crossbowmen and 60 archers, and they had been completely unprepared. Without any shelter, how could they survive? After a few rounds of attacks, Wang Meng and the 50 or so bandits all died. At this moment, Zhao Fu and his soldiers, who had been hiding in the grass, appeared. He ordered them to clear the battlefield and went over to Wang Meng's corpse. After searching it, he found a small bag with tens of silver coins and Wang Meng's secret silver rank large saber. Following this, they headed to the ferocious tiger village. Liu Mai smiled as she followed behind Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu turned around and looked at her, saying softly, "You did well this time." Zhao Fu had wanted Bai Qi to provoke and curse at the bandits as badly as possible. However, Bai Qi was a general, how could he say such things? As such, Zhao Fu asked Liu Mai, a former bandit, to do this, and she had done it excellently. Liu Mai lightly harumphed and said in a pleased manner, "But of course, this granny's not weak at all." Zhao Fu laughed when he heard this, but he did not say anything. They arrived at the ferocious tiger village, which now only had 40 or so people, and it no longer posed a threat to them. Zhao Fu motioned at Bai Qi, who walked up and loudly called out, "You all must have been notified that your leader and the others have died. If you surrender now, I promise that we won't kill you all." Seeing that there were 300 or so enemies outside, after thinking about it for a while, the bandits decided not to fight to the death, and they instead obediently surrendered. Zhao Fu found the blacksmith who knew how to forge plate armor. It was a dark-skinned fellow called Deng Li. Following this, Zhao Fu went to the village hall and conquered it, awarding him 50 achievement points. Because this village was quite far away from the Great Qin village, Zhao Fu chose to relocate it, granting the Great Qin village 280 experience point. At this moment, a system announcement sounded out, "Congratulations! The Great Qin village has leveled up into an intermediate village." 25 Den Zhao Fu was happy that the Great Qin village had finally leveled up. After returning to the Great Qin village, he brought Deng Li and 36 pieces of plate armor to Wang Dao and asked him to do some repairs on the plate armor. Right now, the smithy and tailor shop greatly lacked people. The weapons they had obtained from the bottom of the crack had still not been repaired, and now, there was also plate armor that needed to be repaired. As such, Zhao Fu had to add some more people to help them. Afterwards, Zhao Fu re-established the ferocious tiger village west of the Great Qin village and sent a few people to manage it. Finally, he went to the Great Qin village's village hall and looked at its new stats. Village name, Great Qin village, epic rank, level, intermediate, 24 out of 30,000, village area, 5 square kilometers. Village territory, 250 square kilometers. Residents, 465 out of 6,000 military, 216 out of 2,400 popular support, 80 village special stats, territory crop output plus 40%, territory crop growing time minus 40%, population limit plus 20%, residence stats can randomly plus 2, soldiers stats plus 2%, population attraction plus 30%, chances of attracting higher grade population plus 30% subsidiary village limit, 8 subordinate villages, Logue village, Jin village, Drun village, Li family village, Wild wolf village, ferocious tiger village. In terms of stats, Zhao Fu was not too surprised that the village's stats had increased by 10%. However, he was shocked to see that he could now have 8 subsidiary villages. However, the population of the village was always a problem. He only had 465 residents, while the limit was 6,000. Apart from the Great Qin village, even the other villages had not been filled up. This was especially so for the Wild Wolf Village and the Ferocious Tiger Village. Altogether, Zhao Fu had sent less than 20 people to those villages. Before, the Li family village had been quite populated, but Zhao Fu took 2/3 of the population with him to the Great Qin village, so the Li family village was also lacking people. This made Zhao Fu sigh. However, he couldn't expect to fill all of them in just a few days or even weeks. The development of villages took months, if not years, and they would only gradually become powerful over time. Right now, with all of the villages combined and the Great Qin village's special stats, he could summon 40 villagers every day. As for the bottom of the large crack, Zhao Fu did not plan on exploring it for the time being. He decided that he would create 2 special teams to explore the bottom of the crack in the future. Right now, Zhao Fu wanted to create a mage group. Magic skills were quite rare, but they were incredibly powerful. As such, Zhao Fu planned to take some soldiers to kill magic beasts. He also wanted to tame some large beasts, such as cows, pigs, and horses. Because of their lack of horses, Zhao Fu had not been able to create a cavalry team. They could not do without cavalry, the most powerful type of soldier in an era where cold weapons reigned supreme. Moreover, with horses, they wouldn't have to run to places themselves. Zhao Fu spent some money to obtain the taming skill without changing professions and brought Beiqi, Old Logue, 10 spear and shield soldiers, 10 sabermen, and 10 archers with him. Finally, after much pleading from Liu Mai, Zhao Fu could only agree to take her as well. The Great Qin village was in the outer region of the Forest of Horrors, and the further one went into the forest, the more magic beasts there would be. As such, Zhao Fu took his soldiers and headed west. On their journey, the trees became larger and larger, and they seemed to pierce through the clouds. The lighting became quite dim, and the trees' appearances were all quite strange. They would occasionally see some wild rabbits run past and make some noise. Zhao Fu did not pay these things much mind, and he led his people onwards. Soon, he found a sow and 8 piglets looking for food. Wild boars were animals that lived by themselves when they became mature, and unlike other animals that were usually caught in large numbers, they were quite hard to catch. If they could find a den, that would be ideal. Dens were like villages for animals, and they were places where wild animals would spawn. However, there were very few dens, and they were protected by at least hundreds of wild beasts up to even tens of thousands. They were now quite far away from the Great Qin village, so it was impossible for them to go back just to bring the sow and piglets back, so they ended up sparing them. Onwards. Zhao Fu suddenly stopped as he discovered 10 or so azure oxen beside a small creek. Their fur was a light azure color, and they had 2 horns that gave off a metallic luster. If they could capture these azure oxen, they could use them to plow the land as well as deliver iron ore, saving them a lot of manpower. As such, Zhao Fu immediately turned his attention to the herd of azure oxen. However, these large wild beasts were not easy to catch. Zhao Fu and his people rushed up to the azure oxen and caused them to go wild and charge at Zhao Fu and his people. Things could go badly. His 10 shield bearers definitely wouldn't be able to stop these 10 or so azure oxen. Moreover, he couldn't rely on archers either. It would be fine to shoot a few arrows at them, but if the arrows hit their vitals, the azure oxen would immediately run away. How could someone chase after an ox that had been stimulated by pain? Moreover, if the other oxen became scared and rushed off, they would not be able to do anything about it either. Perhaps the archers could aim at the azure oxen's legs, making it so that they couldn't run. However, there was a chance of permanently crippling the azure oxen. Using crippled azure oxen to plow the land or to deliver iron ore wouldn't be very efficient. As such, using traps was their best course of action. Zhao Fu turned and told his idea to Beiqi and the others, and they all nodded in agreement and started to set traps north of the azure oxen. Zhao Fu split the soldiers into 3 teams, and Zhao Fu, Beiqi, and Liu Mai took leadership of 1 team each. Because Old Logue was fairly old and was a goblin, he couldn't run very fast, so he would stay where he was and use his fireballs to make sure that the azure oxen ran into the traps. Following this, they set their plan into action. Zhao Fu, Beiqi, and Liu Mai's teams came from the east, south, and west, moving towards the azure oxen. As they drew closer, the azure oxen sensed danger, stopped eating grass, and started to look around them. At this moment, the 3 teams rushed at them but did not attack. They only loudly shouted or hit their swords and sabers against their shields, making it seem like they had a massive force. This caused the azure oxen to run away in fear. The most cheerful of them all was Liu Mai, and she laughed loudly as she brandished her whip. As the soldiers clamored and rushed at the azure oxen from the east, south, and west, the oxen could only run north. The 3 teams gradually joined together and chased after the azure oxen. If the azure oxen strayed off the path leading to the traps, Zhao Fu's archers used their arrows to herd them in the right direction. Soon, the azure oxen rushed into the traps and their legs were tightly bound. Bang, 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 bang. The azure oxen crashed to the ground, causing muffled sounds and dust to fill the air. The azure oxen quickly got up and tried to run, but they could not get rid of the ropes around their legs. These ropes were 2 finger widths thick, and they were wrapped around trees that were at least 1 meter thick. As such, no matter how much the azure oxen struggled, they could not break free. When they had used up all of their strength, Zhao Fu's people went up to them and started to use taming, easily netting them 16 azure oxen. 26 Grey Wolf King Zhao Fu sent 2 people to take the azure oxen back to the Great Qin village while the rest of the party continued onwards. At this moment, some rustling could be heard from the grass nearby, causing everyone to stop. A violent flame rabbit jumped out. This violent flame rabbit was smaller than the one they had encountered some time ago. Violent flame rabbits have extremely explosive temperaments, and it dared to attack Zhao Fu's massive group of people, a fireball flying towards them. A shield bearer raised his shield and stepped forwards, blocking the fireball easily. The force behind the fireball only caused him to take a single step back, and he barely took any damage at all. At this moment, Zhao Fu ordered his archers to attack. Facing so many arrows, the violent flame rabbit tried to dodge as quickly as it could, but it ended up just being shot to death. However, after the violent flame rabbit died, it did not drop a red orb, making Zhao Fu feel quite disappointed. They continued forwards and encountered 30 or so black mountain sheep. They used traps to once again capture and tame them, and this happened quite a few times over the next few days before they returned. In the end, they tamed quite a few wild beasts, 36 wild boars, 85 azure oxen, and 215 black mountain sheep. They did not obtain a single magic skill or find any horses. Over these few days, Wang Dao had done a simple repair on all of the weapons they had obtained at the bottom of the crack and on the plate armor. After changing their equipment, out of the 30 people that Zhao Fu had brought with him, most of the archers and shield bearers had secret silver rank weapons, while almost every infantryman had secret silver rank weapons. After Wang Dao completed these, Zhao Fu ordered him to create some special equipment. This equipment was designed by Zhao Fu, Bei Qi, and Li Si to deal specifically with the skeletons. Zhao Fu continued taking people to the Forest of Horrors in hopes of encountering some magic beasts or horses. At this moment, Zhao Fu was passing by a mountain valley when a few grey wolves suddenly rushed at them. They were quickly killed by the archers, but this piqued Zhao Fu's curiosity, so he decided to explore the valley. Who would have thought that he would find a den within the valley? Zhao Fu and his soldiers hid on a mountain slope nearby, scoping out the area. Below them was the mountain valley, and there was a flat piece of land around 3,000 meters in length. There were wild grasses growing around it, but there was a round stage made of brick at the center, and it looked very much like the origin of a village. However, there was a statue of a wolf floating above the round stage. There were many grey wolves around the round stage who were playing and fighting. There seemed to be around 400 to 500 of them, and there was even a wolf king among them. It was as big as a tiger and had soft-looking grey fur. Its gaze was sharp, and the fur on its head was silver. Even though they had not discovered any magic beasts or horses, Zhao Fu was quite happy to have made such a discovery. Zhao Fu immediately returned to the Great Qin village, gathered his forces, and headed back to the Grey Wolf Valley with 326 soldiers. Of course, Zhao Fu did not launch a direct attack. Unless he held an overwhelming advantage, he would never do such a thing, so they first hid for a while. He then ordered his soldiers to start creating traps to lure the wolves out. It was quite simple, they would use fresh meat and blood to attract them. The traps didn't even have to be too close to the wolves because wolves have an excellent sense of smell. Luring over 10 or so wolves would be enough. Zhao Fu caught and killed a few wild deer, cutting up their corpses and pouring their blood on the ground to ensure the success of the traps. Those who were ordered to hide nearby rolled around in the mud for a while and used bits of chili and garlic to cover their scent. The plan went quite successfully. Soon, 10 or so grey wolves were attracted by the scent of blood and guts. The grey wolves were still quite alert and did not immediately leap onto the deer meat. Instead, they used their sense of smell from a distance, and after not discovering any danger, they slowly approached. Following this, the grey wolves went beside the deer meat but did not immediately start eating. They lowered their heads and smelled it. It would have been impossible for Zhao Fu to use poison, and after confirming that the deer meat was fine, they started to eat when... Swish. 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 Arrows shot out of the forest towards the grey wolves. They were greatly startled and turned to run away, but many of them were still killed. A few of them were able to escape from the rain of arrows but were immediately cornered by Zhao Fu's hidden soldiers. At this moment, one of the grey wolves stopped and raised its head. Zhao Fu realized that it was about to howl to attract over other grey wolves. This would cause his plan to fail, so he quickly drew his bow and shot an arrow at it. The arrow drew an arc through the air, glinting with a cold light. Puchy! The arrow stabbed into the gray wolf's neck, causing it to fall to the ground and rasp quietly. After twitching a few times, it died on the spot. Zhao Fu gave the order for the other gray wolves to be quickly killed so that they wouldn't have an opportunity to call the other wolves. Zhao Fu's people quickly acted, disposing of the remaining gray wolves. After this, they continuously used the same method to lure over gray wolves but became much more careful. In this way, they killed 213 gray wolves. After so many wolves died, the gray wolf king in the mountain valley detected something and stood up, walked to a large rock, and raised its head. A woo-oo massive howl echoed throughout the valley, and the wolves that had been playing or eating all stopped what they were doing and howled in response. A woo-oo. A woo-oo. A woo-oo. Wolves from all over the valley howled, giving off a fearsome aura and causing countless birds to fly away from the mountain valley. By now, Zhao Fu and his soldiers had returned to the valley and gotten into formation. They marched with heavy footsteps, giving off the airs of a grand army as they entered the valley. The Grey Wolf King on the large rock immediately saw Zhao Fu and his soldiers and furiously howled. The Grey Wolves started to rush at Zhao Fu's soldiers without regard for their lives, and soon, 300 Grey Wolves were rushing at them like a grey flood. Assume positions. Zhao Fu loudly roared. The spear and shield soldiers took 3 steps forwards, pointing their spears at the Grey Wolves. The archers also drew their bows as the gnomes readied their crossbows. Fire! Zhao Fu loudly called out when the Grey Wolves entered their attack range. Swish! 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 The sound of the air being torn continuously sounded out as arrows and crossbow bolts streaked through the air, raining down on the Grey Wolves. Kai! 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 As the rain of arrows and crossbow bolts descended, the Grey Wolves fell one after another, but there were still ones that continued running. Fire! Zhao Fu once again roared. Arrows and crossbow bolts once again filled the sky, covering the pack of Grey Wolves and killing many of them. By now, the surviving Grey Wolves had reached Zhao Fu's forces, and they sprang towards them. However, the shield bearers at the front stabbed out with their spears. Kai! 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 Blood splattered everywhere as multiple Grey Wolves were pierced by the spears. Wolves were not very strong by themselves and were only powerful in packs. After going through 2 waves of arrows and crossbow bolts, there were only 150 or so Grey Wolves remaining from the 300 Grey Wolves. Even though there were still many of them, Zhao Fu's forces had doubled their numbers and were in perfect formation, creating an unbreakable wall. The battle was completely in Zhao Fu's favor. The Grey Wolf King could not watch on anymore, its body turning into a black blur as it rushed towards Zhao Fu's soldiers. 27 Little Spirit Grass. The Grey Wolf King was incredibly fast, and it arrived before the shield bearers in the blink of an eye. It ferociously snarled as it leaped towards the shield bearers. However, at this moment, 2 blood-colored fireballs flew towards it. Old Logue, who had done nothing this entire time, finally acted. The Grey Wolf King was quite surprised and twisted its body, narrowly avoiding the fireballs. Just as it landed on the ground, it was savagely hit by a whip. Liu Mai had also acted. Even though the whip didn't deal much damage to it, it still hurt quite a lot. After taking this hit, the Grey Wolf King turned and bared its fangs at Liu Mai, roaring as it rushed towards her. However, before it could take a few steps, a figure suddenly arrived by its side. Pucci! A sword light flashed and blood flew out as Beichi, who had been long prepared, also attacked. The Grey Wolf King cried out in pain and turned its head, biting towards Beichi. Beichi was expecting this and quickly darted backwards. Pucci! An arrow pierced through one of the Grey Wolf King's front legs. Zhao Fu had an arrow knocked this entire time, and he had finally found an opportunity. The Grey Wolf King was completely enraged by this chain of attacks, and it roared as it sprang towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu didn't look afraid at all when he saw the Grey Wolf King coming towards him. Zhao Fu did not move, and he instead calmly raised a hand as he sent a fireball towards it. The Grey Wolf King twisted and dodged it, but 2 blood-colored fireballs shot at it right after. The Grey Wolf King barely dodged one but was hit by the other one. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the Grey Wolf King was blasted backwards, scorching its fur. Just as it landed on the ground again, Beichi appeared by its side and slashed the Grey Wolf King, adding another injury to the Grey Wolf King's body and causing it to madly rush at him. In the next instant, a whip tangled around its legs. Liu Mai gripped her whip with both hands, loudly laughing as the Grey Wolf King lost its balance and crashed to the ground. This was the effect of a group of people coordinating together perfectly. Because they outnumbered the Grey Wolf King, it was barely able to counterattack at all. Since they had the Grey Wolf King under control, Zhao Fu turned his attention to commanding his soldiers to eliminate the rest of the Grey Wolves. 10 minutes later, all of the Grey Wolves had been killed, dropping countless copper coins. Only a few of the soldiers had been bitten, and their injuries were not too serious. Zhao Fu turned his attention back to the Grey Wolf King. By now, its body was riddled with injuries, and it looked extremely pitiful. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided not to kill the Grey Wolf King. The benefits of taming it far exceeded the benefits from killing it, so he ordered people to use ropes to tie it up. The Grey Wolf King no longer had any strength left, and with the cooperation of Beichi and the others, it was soon trussed up. Zhao Fu lightly smiled. As everyone else cleared the battlefield, he walked over to the Grey Wolf King and looked at it. The Grey Wolf King savagely glared at Zhao Fu, and it wanted to kill him and eat him in one gulp. However, Zhao Fu did not mind, and he placed his hand on the Grey Wolf King's head. Because its mouth was tightly bound as well, he didn't have to be afraid of being bitten. Zhao Fu tried using taming, and a light came out from his hand, covering the Grey Wolf King's entire body. However, the Grey Wolf King struggled against it, causing it to fail. Zhao Fu's gaze became serious, and he pressed his hand down on the Grey Wolf King's head with even more strength and used taming again. However, the Grey Wolf King desperately struggled, and it escaped from the light again. A system announcement told Zhao Fu that his taming had failed, and he was even knocked to the ground because the Grey Wolf King started flailing. Seeing this, Beichi's eyes glinted as he walked over and said, "Your Majesty, wolves are a very proud type of animal, and they are very difficult to tame. It would be better to just kill it." "That's right. I've never eaten the meat of a wolf king, and I really want to try it," Liu Mai said as she ran over and looked at the Grey Wolf King. As she became closer with the Great Qin Village's people, she gradually stopped being reserved, and she did not worry about Zhao Fu killing her anymore. Zhao Fu shook his head, refusing to take their advice. He decided to try again. When he came before the Grey Wolf King, he said calmly, "You must be furious because I killed your clan. However, in this world, the strong prey on the weak. If you submit to me, one day, I'll make you the most respected existence in the Wolf clan, and your den will soon return to what it was like before. If you don't agree, I'll just kill you and wait for the next Wolf King to appear." A conflicted look appeared in the Grey Wolf King's eyes before it chose to submit. System announcement. You have obtained the loyalty of a chief class creature, the Grey Wolf King. System announcement. You have obtained 50 achievement points for subduing a chief class creature. Zhao Fu was quite surprised and pleased to find out that he had received achievement points too. He used some basic healing on the Grey Wolf King, and Beichi and Old Log continuously congratulated him. On the other hand, Liu Mai pouted unhappily because she would not be able to try Wolf King meat. Following this, Zhao Fu looked at the Grey Wolf King's stats. Grey Wolf King, Chief, Level, Tier 0 Level 5 Grade, S Stats, Strength, 15, Intelligence, 9, Agility, 17, Constitution, 11 Skills, Wolf King's Might, strikes fear into ordinary wolves and makes them submit, Bloodthirsty Bite, madly bites the enemy until the enemy is dead. Zhao Fu was quite surprised to find that beasts had grades as well. Given that its level was in stages just like a person's cultivation, the Grey Wolf King was most likely not just a wild beast but also a magic beast. Zhao Fu left Beichi to clean up the battlefield, and Zhao Fu went to the den and touched his hand to the statue of the wolf, receiving some information. Den, Grey Wolf, Primary 1800 out of 5000, Grade, White, Description, the Den of Grey Wolves, spawns 2 to 5 Grey Wolves per day. The den stats were quite similar to those of a normal villages. Zhao Fu chose to conquer it, and he received a system announcement notifying him that he had received 50 achievement points. This place was quite far from the Great Qin Village, so he chose to relocate it. The Great Qin Village received 180 experience point, and the wolf-shaped statue shrank and fell into Zhao Fu's hand. Zhao Fu was about to take the statue away and leave when he suddenly noticed large patches of jade green, crystal-like grass. It looked quite extraordinary, and he couldn't help but take a closer look at it. Little spirit grass, grade, stage 1 medicinal grass, description, a type of spirit grass that can be used to make medicinal pills. Zhao Fu couldn't help but smile when he saw this. Before, Zhao Fu had obtained the pill recipe for Little Spirit Pill, but he could not make any due to the lack of ingredients. However, he had never expected to find the ingredients so easily. There were thousands of blades of Little Spirit Grass here, and Zhao Fu immediately ordered his soldiers to start collecting them. He planned to use some to refine into pills, while the rest would be replanted at the Great Qin Village. After all, the Great Qin Village reduced the amount of time it took to grow things, so Zhao Fu planned to plant Little Spirit Grass in mass amounts at the Great Qin Village. Finally, after this, everyone returned to the Great Qin Village. They had obtained great gains today, and everyone looked quite delighted. After returning to the Great Qin Village, Zhao Fu separated a plot of land for the den. Wolves have a very acute sense of smell, so they could be used for hunting. Moreover, the materials from their bodies could be used for creating equipment, and the den would spawn new grey wolves every day, which meant that there would be no need to breed them. Zhao Fu felt that he hadn't left the Heaven Awakened world in quite some time, so after he checked to make sure there weren't any pressing matters that needed to be attended to, he exited to the real world. 2800 School of Thought, School of Vertical and Horizontal. After returning to the real world, Zhao Fu made a bowl of instant noodles and turned on his computer as usual. He ate his instant noodles while looking through the Heaven Awakened World forum to see if there was anything new or interesting. It turned out that there were indeed some new additions to the Heaven Awakened World forum. There was now a hero rankings. Currently, there were not any actual rankings in the hero rankings. Right now, it was just a collection of descendants of the major heroes in history. There were figures like the descendant of the Three Kingdoms Lu Bu, Lu Zan, who could take on 10 bandits with his halberd, the descendant of the Tang Dynasty's Cheng Yejin, Cheng Damon, who wielded his massive hatchet with great prowess, and the descendant of the Song Dynasty's Bao Qingshan, Bao Ziajuan, who had godly deduction skills. After these people entered the Heaven Awakened world, they received legacies and the professions of famed generals and officials. However, it was not clear if they were willing to serve the empires that their ancestors served. They were all great talents and most likely thought highly of themselves. How could they not want to establish themselves in the Heaven Awakened world? There was also some news that Zhuge Gui, the descendant of Zhuge Liang from the Three Kingdoms, had boldly stated that he would not serve his ancestor's master because he wanted to prove himself to be greater than his ancestor. There was also the descendant of the Ming Dynasty's Li Shansheng, Li Jun, who had sworn to face against Great Ming. Apart from these, what also interested Zhao Fu was that some of the ancient schools of thought had started to make a comeback. There were the legalists, who used law to rule the country, the school of the military, which specialized in war tactics, the Taoists, who followed the rhythm of the natural world and the Tao, the Confucianists, who sought to enlighten the world, the school of yin-yang, which synthesized the concepts of yin-yang and the 5 elements, the logicians, who were skilled in debating, the mohists, who advocated pacifism and defense, the agriculturalists, who believed that people should live off the land, and the school of miscellany, which tried to integrate the merits of various schools, such as Confucianists, mohists, legalists, while avoiding their perceived flaws. There truly were 100 schools of thought all battling for supremacy. The Heaven Awakened world was becoming more and more interesting, and Zhao Fu lightly laughed before his expression became grim. The common people live in suffering, and flames of war fill the world. The schools of thought number 100, but only I travel vertically and horizontally unhindered. The sky contains the stars and the moon, and the earth contains the Ghost Valley. 1 vertical and 1 horizontal, unable to be comprehended for hundreds of years. The school of vertical and horizontal. Zhao Fu looked at this school seriously. He had to take this school seriously because it was much too dangerous. The 5 hegemons of the spring and autumn period and the 7 powerful states during the warring states period, behind each of their rises and falls was a single name, the Ghost Valley School of Vertical and Horizontal. Pang Wan joined the state of Wei, and his bravery and martial might surpassed everyone else's. He was an invincible force that gained victories over Han, Zhao, Chu, and Qi, causing the one-weak state of Wei to sweep away everything in the world and to dominate the Central Plains. Sun Bin joined the state of Qi, and with his matchless intellect, he reduced Zhao, Wei, Han, and Chu's might, causing the state of Qi to once again gain dominance. After he died, his books on military strategy were passed on for countless generations. Afterwards, strategist Su Qin advocated the vertical alliance system, rallying the 6 states to ally against Qin, while Zhang Yi advocated the horizontal alliance system, which supported alliances with the state of Qin to destroy the 6 states. The 2 people saw the entire world as a chessboard and the countless lives as chess pieces. Even though this school had very few people, it commanded both the respect and fear of all people. People respected the school of vertical and horizontal because gaining the loyalty of someone from the school of vertical and horizontal would be even greater than obtaining millions of experts. They were terrifying because they had the power to destroy an entire nation. Zhao Fu paid some mind to this school, and he felt a strange sense of heaviness in his heart. In the end, he could only sigh and continue reading. After this, the biggest matter pertained to the Ying family. The Ying family was looking for anyone with their family's bloodline and claimed that they would treat him or her generously. The Ying family also asked the person who obtained their ancestors' legacy to quickly go to their main branch, no matter if it was wealth, power, or beauty. The Ying family would satisfy that person completely, and it would allow that person to become the inheritor of the next generation of the Ying family. Zhao Fu thought about it for a moment, but because he didn't want to join the Ying family, he didn't give much thought to the matter. However, this matter caught the attention of all of the other powerful families. In terms of strength and foundation, Xia, Shang, Zhu, Qin, and Han were the 5 most powerful overlords. After Han, China descended into chaos, and no dynasty could rival those first 5. In this world, who didn't have ambition or want to conquer the world? Normal families could only look up to the families with the legacies of kingdoms and nations, while those families could only look up to families with the legacies of empires with their own dynasties. Those who had the legacies of empires could only look up to those 5 families. This was truly a new warring states period, and after finishing his instant noodles, Zhao Fu drank the noodle soup and entered the Heaven Awakened world. After entering the Heaven Awakened world, Li Si walked over to Zhao Fu, gave him a bottle of medicinal pills, and said that they were the little spirit pills that they had successfully refined. Zhao Fu took off the cap and a fragrant and refreshing aroma came out from the bottle. Zhao Fu nodded and returned to his room to try out the effects. He took one of the medicinal pills, which was a faint red color and about the size of a soybean, and consumed it before starting to cultivate. A few hours later, a look of joy appeared on Zhao Fu's face. His cultivation had risen. Name, Zhao Fu. Title, Non-Profession, Demon Priest. Achievement points, Citizen, 213 out of 500, Race, Human. Age, 21, 100, Stats, Strength, 9, Intelligence, 12, Constitution, 8, Agility, 10. Special Power, Weak, Demon's Power, Cultivation, Tier 0 Level 2 Cultivation Technique, Great Kin Mantra Skills, Hellfire Ball, Basic Sword Technique. Equipment, Iron Sword. The little spirit pill greatly increased his cultivation speed. After trying out its effects himself, Zhao Fu immediately ordered some people to carefully grow the little spirit grass. Following this, he took his forces into the Forest of Horrors again to look for horses this time. This time, Zhao Fu specifically brought the Grey Wolf King. Its wounds had not fully healed, but Zhao Fu was not going to make it fight. Rather, he wanted to use its keen sense of smell to find other beasts. At the same time, he changed its name to Little Grey. After bringing Little Grey with him, they encountered wild beasts much faster than before. This time, they found 3 violet flame rabbits, one of which dropped an elemental orb, and Zhao Fu planned to give the elemental orb to Li Wen. Li Wen was one of the Great Ken village's rare A-grade villagers and was also Li Yukai's son, so Zhao Fu decided to start developing him. In the next 2 days, they killed a few wind foxes, obtained the Windblade elemental orb, and tamed a few wild beasts. However, they did not find a single horse before returning. The special equipment he had asked Wang Dao to make had been completed, so Zhao Fu decided to continue exploring the bottom of the crack. I want to go too. Liu Mai ran over and said as she looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu turned to look at he and said, your wit won't be able to deal much damage to the skeletons, just stay up here. Don't you have a Windblade elemental orb? Let me learn it and see how strong those skeletons are. Liu Mai said discourteously without any respect at all. Zhao Fu glared at her when he heard this. Deep down, Liu Mai still feared Zhao Fu greatly, and she instantly became docile, awkwardly saluting him as she said sadly, I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Only then did Zhao Fu give her the Windblade skill, causing Liu Mai to be quite surprised and overjoyed. She immediately used the Azure Orb of Light, and following this, Zhao Fu brought Bei Qi, Li Wen, Old Logue, Liu Mai, 10 goblin warriors, the 10 strongest infantrymen, and 10 archers into the passage at the bottom of the large crack. 29 skeleton cavalry. As Zhao Fu's soldiers walked along the dark passageway, they soon encountered a group of skeletons. There were 11 of them, and 5 of them were skeleton shield bearers and 6 of them were skeleton infantry. After coming to life, they quickly ran at Zhao Fu's forces. At this moment, the 10 goblin warriors, who were wearing plate armor and holding shields that were 2 meters tall, 1.2 meters wide, and 10 centimeters thick, stepped forwards, forming a shield wall. Because the passageway was only 10 meters wide while the shield wall would be 12 meters long, one of the goblin warriors stepped back. However, the shield wall was able to completely stop the skeleton soldiers. No matter how the skeleton shield bearers pushed and shoved, the goblin warriors were like immovable mountains. Zhao Fu felt quite pleased when he saw this. He then ordered for a gap to be opened to allow some skeleton soldiers in. The 2 goblin warriors in the center obeyed, slightly shifting their shields. At that moment, a few of the skeletons pushed, expecting to meet resistance, but they then fell through the gap. Quickly, the gap was closed off again. What they faced were 10 big men wearing plate armor and holding large iron hammers. When the iron hammers descended, the skeleton was knocked to the ground, and after a few strikes, it was reduced to a pile of bones. Compared to sharp sabers and swords, blunt weapons were more effective against skeletons, and Zhao Fu's soldiers quickly used this method to kill the rest of the skeletons. From this group of skeletons, they had obtained 11 secret silver rank weapons and 9 refined martial souls, 3 of which were useful for shield bearers. As such, Zhao Fu immediately gave them to the goblin warriors. This was Zhao Fu's special plan. He had equipped goblin warriors with large shields and large-sized plate armor. Now that the goblin warriors had learned shield bearer skills, with their immense strength, they would be excellent shield bearers. Everyone in the team, No matter if it was the goblin warriors, infantry, or archers, had been given a refined martial soul at some point. Before, Zhao Fu didn't want to use the refined martial souls. After all, they were all quite special, and most of them could unlock skills that were C grade or above. As such, he had thought that it would be a waste to give them to people who were E grade or F grade. However, he realized that he would have to make some sacrifices to obtain even more equipment and refined martial souls. 3 of the goblin warriors now had the C grade skill enhanced shield bring, the 10 infantrymen had the C grade skill enhanced impact, and the archers all had the rock crushing arrow skill that Zhao Fu had. Li Wen and Liu Mai had also used refined martial souls. Li Wen used an archer refined martial soul and Liu Mai used an infantry refined martial soul, so after receiving their skills, they were immediately proficient at using them. Because Old Logue was quite old, he could not engage in close-range battles. Therefore, Old Logue did not use a refined martial soul. It was clear right now that Zhao Fu's soldiers were quite powerful, and they could destroy skeletons effortlessly. They now advanced 2 times faster than before because they could suppress the skeletons much easier now. The goblin warriors formed an impenetrable iron wall, and the 10 infantrymen used their iron hammers to smash the skeletons, which was much more effective than cutting or slashing them. Onwards. Blue tongues of fire lit up in the darkness, and 17 skeletons came to life. 6 of them were skeleton shield bearers, 6 of them were skeleton infantrymen, and 5 of them were skeleton archers. Facing so many skeletons, Zhao Fu's soldiers did not look afraid at all. They continued to advance in an orderly manner, and the archers pierced the heads of 3 of the skeleton infantrymen in the first wave of arrows. The goblin warriors raised their shields and used the same method as before to deal with the skeletons. The equipment and items dropped were the same as always, but Zhao Fu was ecstatic to find that there was also a soldier soul. The drop rate for soldier souls was quite low, and only skeleton captain seemed to have a 100% chance of dropping one. The next wave of skeletons consisted of a skeleton captain and 10 or so skeleton soldiers, and they charged towards Zhao Fu. This time, the skeleton captain was a skeleton archer who had incredibly proficient archery skills, and quite a few of Zhao Fu's soldiers were almost injured. However, the skeleton captain was quickly killed by Beiqi and the others, and it dropped a soldier soul and its fine gold rank bow. Flowing cloud bow, grade, silver, stats, strength +3, constitution +1, agility +2, description, an exquisite dark gold rank weapon that has become rusty due to the passage of time, becoming an ordinary fine gold rank weapon. Zhao Fu kept the flowing cloud bow for now because he used his bow often. After advancing, they killed another 3 waves of skeletons and obtained 3 soldier souls. The passage seemed to go on forever, and it was completely dark in front of them, making it impossible for them to see what was ahead. Clip-clop 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 clip-clop. The sound of horse hooves seemed to come from ahead. Zhao Fu thought of something, and it seemed that everyone else had as well. As expected, skeleton cavalry soon appeared in front of everyone. These skeleton cavalrymen were riding on skeleton horses, and it seemed that they had kept their horses and equipment after they had died. While their equipment seemed to be bronze rank, their weapons seemed to be secret silver rank. When the 5 skeleton cavalrymen appeared, they drew their long swords and brandished them as they rushed towards Zhao Fu's soldiers. Zhao Fu immediately called out, "Shields!" The goblin warriors raised their massive shields with both hands, forming an iron wall. They braced themselves for impact as Zhao Fu also ordered the archers to attack. Arrows started to fly through the air, and most of them were dodged by the skeleton cavalrymen. A few of them hit the skeleton cavalrymen, but they did not deal much damage. At most, the arrows could cause the skeleton cavalrymen to pause, but the arrows did not slow them down at all because they were riding on skeleton horses. When the skeleton cavalrymen were right in front of Zhao Fu's soldiers, 4 fireballs and 1 wind blade shot towards them. Bang, 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 bang. A chain of explosions sounded out, and as these skills all exploded together, the front 2 skeleton cavalrymen were blasted off their horses, but the 3 skeleton cavalrymen beside and behind them were not affected much and continued onwards with the same momentum and ferocious aura. However, they were unable to do anything to the goblin warriors' shield wall, nor could they jump over it. After being hoisted up by the goblin warriors, the 2-meter-tall shields reached up to 2.3 meters high, a height that couldn't be scaled by normal horses. The skeleton cavalrymen could only spur their horses onwards to break through the shield wall. Bang! 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 3 heavy sounds sounded out as the skeleton horses slammed into the massive shields. The goblin warriors gritted their teeth and pushed forwards, stopping the charge of the horses. Zhao Fu ordered the archers to kill the 2 skeleton cavalrymen that had fallen off their horses before telling the goblin warriors to open a gap to bring in 2 skeleton cavalrymen. Just as the 2 skeleton cavalrymen rushed in, the 10 infantrymen split into 2 groups, raising their iron hammers and slamming them towards the skeleton horses' legs, bringing them to the ground. Following this, the infantrymen gathered around the skeleton cavalry and repeatedly slammed their hammers down on them, smashing them to bits before surrounding the final skeleton cavalryman. 30 skeleton general. The 5 skeleton cavalrymen were all killed. 2 of the skeleton horses were killed, 1 was half crippled, and the remaining 2 were trapped outside of the shield wall. The remaining 2 skeleton horses were the horses of the 2 skeleton cavalrymen that had been blasted off their horses. They were no longer being controlled but still charged at the shield wall due to their natural instincts as undead. Xiaofu did not pay much attention to the 2 skeleton horses for now. He went over to the half-crippled skeleton horse and tried to use taming on it to see if skeleton horses could be tamed. If he could, he would use the skeleton horses as war horses, allowing him to start creating cavalry. However, Xiaofu found that taming did not work on undead, which disappointed him greatly. As such, he could only kill the skeleton horses. Onwards. Xiaofu continued onwards and killed a few more waves of skeletons. Even though the skeleton groups now had every major type of military unit, they could not threaten Xiaofu's forces. The skeletons were all killed, and they dropped many pieces of equipment, some refined martial souls, and, on rare occasions, soldier souls. After proceeding for a while, the passage started to widen and they could see some changes. Xiaofu let out a breath. It seemed that there was an end to this passage. Suddenly, a blue tongue of fire lit up as a powerful aura swept towards them. Everyone quickly raised their torches and saw a skeleton general wearing silver armor and holding a double-handed sword coming to life. Everyone became completely serious. The skeleton general slowly stood up and stared at Xiaofu's soldiers with the sockets in its head. It gave off an eerie killing intent, causing a chill to spread through the entire passage. Xiaofu immediately called out, "Everyone, be careful." After standing up, the skeleton general started to walk towards Xiaofu's soldiers. Xiaofu immediately ordered the archers to attack. Swish, swish, swish. The arrows flew through the air towards the skeleton general. The skeleton general continued walking forwards without even a trace of fear, and its sword was completely level. When the arrows were about 1 meter away from its body, it raised the sword in its hands, and a gray aura erupted from the sword. The skeleton general casually waved the sword. Bang! The arrows were all repelled by an invisible force, and none of them were able to even come close to its body. Xiaofu drew the flowing cloud bow and used rock-crushing arrow. A mystical yellow aura appeared around his arrow, and the arrow shot towards the skeleton general. However, the skeleton general merely tilted its head, causing the arrow to narrowly miss. The arrow stabbed into the ground behind the skeleton general, and the arrow trembled from the force. After easily dodging Xiaofu's arrow, the skeleton general's figure suddenly flashed as it appeared before the shield wall, and it quickly raised its sword before slashing at the shield wall. Clang! The sword hit the massive shields, causing an ear-piercing sound and creating many sparks. The 5 goblin warriors were sent stumbling back 4 or 5 meters, and a deep cut appeared on their shields. Xiaofu and Beiqi's expressions became grim when they saw just how powerful the skeleton general was. Li Wen had never seen such a powerful skeleton before, and his face became incredibly pale. Following this, Xiaofu could only loudly call out, "Fire!" Arrows continuously shot towards the skeleton general, but the skeleton general's body turned into a blur, easily dodging all of the arrows and appearing elsewhere. Xiaofu immediately yelled, "Windblade!" Liu Mai didn't dare to be careless, and she put all of her focus into using Windblade, causing an azure crescent to shoot towards the skeleton general. The skeleton general pivoted, and the Windblade flew past the skeleton general without damaging it at all. Following this, Xiaofu called out, "Fireball!" Li Wen silently bit his tongue, forcing himself to remain calm. This was the first time Xiaofu had taken him out to fight, and he had also given him a precious elemental orb and a refined martial soul. Since Xiaofu treated him so well, how could he let him down? After joining the Great Qin village, Li Wen told himself that he could not allow himself to become an ordinary villager. In the future, he wanted to be a famed general for Great Qin. When Li Wen first saw the skeleton general, his face had been extremely pale. However, he had quickly calmed down and immediately released a fireball upon hearing the order. The fireball flew towards the skeleton general from the front, and it appeared just as the skeleton general had pivoted to dodge the Windblade, making it difficult for the skeleton general to dodge the fireball. However, the skeleton general was not worried at all, and it slashed the fireball. Bang! The fireball exploded, turning into tiny sparks. However, 2 blood-colored fireballs immediately came from its left and right, landing on the skeleton general's body. Xiaofu and Old Log had acted together while the skeleton general had been distracted by Li Wen. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the 2 blood-colored fireballs simultaneously exploded, but the blast did not send the skeleton general flying. It was only forced back a few steps and only looked slightly worse for wear. Fire! Zhao Fu ordered as the archers raised their bows, once again shooting arrows at the skeleton general. However, the skeleton general once again easily deflected them with its sword. Kai. Zhao Fu found an opening and landed an arrow on the skeleton general's abdomen. The arrow pierced through its armor, hitting the skeleton general's lumbar vertebrae and causing it to take a slight step back. The skeleton general looked towards Zhao Fu ominously and released a cold killing intent. Suddenly, its body turned into a black blur as it rushed towards Zhao Fu. Clang! A figure charged over from Zhao Fu's side, blocking the skeleton general. When the two swords clashed together, sparks flew into the air. The figure was Beiqi, and he had been preparing this entire time. The skeleton general roared and pressed down on Beiqi with its sword. Beiqi's expression remained calm. His current strength was below that of the skeleton general's, but he would not show any weakness. He gritted his teeth and used all of his strength to push back at the skeleton general. Retreat! Zhao Fu ordered. Beiqi quickly retreated without hesitation. He was completely obedient to Zhao Fu's orders. As soon as Beiqi retreated, the 10 goblin warriors raised their shields and surrounded the skeleton general. The skeleton general paused in surprise, and it immediately swung its sword to escape from the encirclement. At this moment, 4 fireballs and 1 wind blade landed on the skeleton general. Zhao Fu, Li Wen, Old Logue, and Liu Mai had simultaneously acted. Bang! The magic skills exploded together, and Old Logue and Zhao Fu's blood-colored fireballs were the most destructive. Even the goblin warriors surrounding the skeleton general were all forced back by one step by the explosion. The skeleton general in the center took quite a lot of damage, and it was in quite a pitiful state as it knelt on one knee on the ground. It stabbed its sword into the ground, preparing to stand up. The goblin warriors suddenly created a gap in the encirclement as arrows flew towards the skeleton general. Roar! After being hit continuously, the skeleton general loudly roared, vigorously slashing everything around it with its sword. The sword lightly hummed as 8 rays of gray sword chi slashed out. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out. The 8 rays of sword chi tore through the air, forming a storm of sword chi. Not only had the arrows been stopped, but 3 of the goblin warriors were also sent flying, and many of their shields had 7-centimeter deep cuts. After using its ultimate skill, the skeleton general looked exhausted, not moving from its position. At this moment, an arrow pierced into the skeleton general's head, passing through it cleanly. The blue tongue of fire within the skeleton general's head flickered before being extinguished, and the skeleton general collapsed into a pile of bones. Only then did Zhao Fu put down his bow, a cold look in his eye. 31 undead. After the skeleton general died, it dropped 5 items. Zhao Fu slowly walked over and picked up its double-handed sword. Normal skeletons already had good items, so what would the skeleton general's weapon be like? Star-slashing sword, grade, gold, stats, strength +8, constitution +4, agility +2, description, a fragmented epic rank weapon that has become rusty due to the passage of time, becoming an ordinary dark gold rank weapon. Zhao Fu was not let down, it was actually a dark gold rank weapon. Zhao Fu handed the star-slashing sword to Beiqi. Not only did a hint of joy appear on Beiqi's cold and handsome face, but he also cupped his hands respectfully as he said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Zhao Fu nodded and looked over at the skeleton general's armor. White soldier armor, grade, silver, stats, strength +2, constitution +4, description, an exquisite dark gold rank armor that has become rusty due to the passage of time, becoming an ordinary fine gold rank armor. Zhao Fu decided to give the armor to Beiqi as well. Now that Beiqi had suddenly received 2 pieces of powerful equipment, his stats were given a big boost, increasing his strength. After all, each time one increased a step in cultivation, all of their stats would only increase by 1, while the star-slashing sword gave the user 8 points of strength. Zhao Fu continued looking through the items. There was something that looked like a soldier soul, and it seemed to have the figure of a general within it. General soul, description, a powerful soul left behind by a general that can be fused into a city heart, becoming a guardian spirit. It can also be fused into a weapon to strengthen it. Note, 10 general souls can fuse into a general armament. It seemed that a single general soul was worth 10 soldier souls, not bad. Zhao Fu felt quite happy because he was one big step closer to obtaining a general armament. Who knew what sort of effects a general armament would have? The 4th item was a gray-white, smooth, rectangular stone. Skeleton General, profession change stone, description, allows a soldier to change his or her profession to skeleton general. Can be used by living people but will have side effects. Zhao Fu felt quite uneasy about this. Normally, one would only be able to change profession to general after his or her village became a town. Bronze rank towns could only have 1 general, secret silver rank towns could have 2 generals, and epic rank towns could have 5 generals. General, C-grade military. Description, a general that can lead soldiers. Effect, can hold two different military professions. A general was a C-grade military unit because he or she could choose two military professions and receive the stat bonuses of both professions. There were no limits on the professions, so one could choose two F-grade professions or even two SSS-grade professions. As such, a general profession was quite valuable. However, the skeleton general profession change stone had side effects, and it might even change the one who used it into a skeleton. Zhao Fu considered changing his profession to skeleton general because he did not care about his looks. Even if he became a skeleton, he would get used to it. However, when Zhao Fu tried to use it, he was notified by a system announcement that lords could not change their profession to general. In the end, Zhao Fu told Beiqi and the others about the profession change stone. Beiqi was already a general, so Zhao Fu looked to Liu Mai. She was S-grade and had good potential. Facing Zhao Fu's gaze, Liu Mai looked incredibly unwilling. However, if Zhao Fu ordered her to use it, she would not be able to refuse. As such, Liu Mai thought for a moment before going over to Zhao Fu, hugging his arm, and rubbing her large chest against him as she said coyly, "Your Majesty. Look how pretty I am, you can use me as a bed warmer." Liu Mai knew that Zhao Fu was not very interested in her and would not lay his hands on her, so she was able to act so daringly. When everyone saw her acting so coyly, everybody felt a disgusted chill. Every single one of them knew how ferocious and savage she was deep down. Zhao Fu threw away the idea of getting Liu Mai to use the profession change stone. It wasn't because he was moved by her actions but because he didn't want to force his subordinates to do things that they didn't want to do. Just as Zhao Fu was about to put the profession change stone away, Li Wen, who had been in deep thought this entire time, suddenly said, "Your Majesty. Let me use it." Zhao Fu looked over in surprise and reminded him, "There will be side effects, and you might even turn into a skeleton." Li Wen had a serious look as he earnestly nodded and replied, "I know, Your Majesty, but this subordinate's grade is limited and cannot compare to General Beiqi's. In the future, I might not be able to help Your Majesty much, so I want to use the profession change stone." When Zhao Fu saw how sincere Li Wen looked, he sighed and handed the profession change stone to Li Wen. Li Wen took the profession change stone and chose to use it. A gray aura came out from the profession change stone and swept towards Li Wen's body. Li Wen's entire body was enwrapped by the gray aura, but the gray aura disappeared after a while. There were some obvious changes to Li Wen's body. He was much skinnier than before, and his skin lost its rosy glow, making him look incredibly pale. His pupils also became a gray-white color. Apart from those, however, there was not much change. After recovering for a few moments, he respectfully saluted Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the side effects were not too great. He nodded and looked at Li Wen's stats. Name, Li Wen. Grade, a title, non-profession, skeleton. General achievement points, commoner, 0 out of 200, race, human, half undead, age, 22, 100, loyalty, 90. Stats, strength, 9, intelligence, 7, constitution, 8, agility, 6. Special power, weak, undead's power, cultivation, tier 0. level 1 cultivation technique, great kin mantra skills, fireball, basic sword technique, rock crushing arrow. Equipment, plate armor, iron sword. There were two changes to Li Wen's stats. The first was his race, which was now half undead, and the second was that he gained the undead's power. The undead's power was like Zhao Fu's demon's power, and it belonged to non-human powers. After Zhao Fu obtained the demon's power, not only did he receive stat increases, but the normal fireballs he cast also had traces of blood color in them and were more powerful than normal fireballs. Following this, Zhao Fu looked at the last item that the skeleton general had dropped. It was a bronze command medallion with traces of rust on it, and it had an icy feel to it. Command seal, undead. Description: a command seal that has been contaminated by undead aura for a long period of time. Allows one to command 10 normal skeleton soldiers, and the skeleton soldiers can be stored within the command seal. A smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. Even though it could only allow him to command 10 normal skeletons, that was already quite good. As such, Zhao Fu decided to use it on some skeleton cavalry. After looking at the goblin warriors' shields, he decided that they could continue for a bit longer. They would go back after conquering 10 skeleton cavalrymen. Onwards. The passage gradually became wider, and tongues of blue fire lit up ahead of them. This time, there were 14 skeletons, and 4 of them were skeleton cavalrymen. 32 heaven and earth refining formation. The 4 skeleton cavalrymen rushed over on their tall skeleton horses, and they were followed by skeleton infantry, who gave off a ferocious aura. Even though there were so many skeletons rushing at him, Zhao Fu's expression did not change in the slightest. When he raised the bronze command seal, 4 gray lights shot into the 4 skeleton cavalrymen's heads. The skeleton cavalrymen stopped as the blue tongue of fire in their head suddenly flickered before they turned and started to attack the other skeletons. The other skeletons seemed to be quite confused. Why did the skeletons, who had been their allies just seconds ago, suddenly turn into their enemies? Very soon, Zhao Fu's soldiers dealt with all of the remaining skeleton soldiers. After continuing onwards, they encountered another 3 waves of skeleton soldiers, and Zhao Fu was able to bring 10 skeleton cavalrymen under his command. He had been preparing to return when he suddenly saw a trace of light ahead, which seemed quite piercing in the dark passage. Zhao Fu could not suppress his curiosity, and he led his people onwards. The passage gradually became brighter and brighter, and it came to the point that the light became quite blinding. Everyone shielded his or her eyes as they continued. At the end of the passage, they arrived in a massive space. The space seemed to be 1,000 meters high and have an area of 30 square kilometers. What was terrifying was that the 30 square kilometer area seemed to be completely covered with bones, forming a sea of bones. There were all sorts of bones from a countless number of different tribes: humans, elves, angels, orcs, demons. There were bones from countless races here, and there was even a dragon skeleton that seemed to be around 1,000 meters long. It was not a western dragon that had wings but a lizard-like dragon like those seen in the east. However, it was a dragon that could fly without wings. It had antlers like a deer and scales like a fish. What is this place? Everyone looked around in shock and felt incredibly stunned and curious. At this moment, Zhao Fu saw a massive altar that seemed to be 300 meters tall and 10 kilometers wide. Zhao Fu couldn't help but start walking towards it. "Your Majesty." Bei Qi called out to Zhao Fu with a serious expression. Zhao Fu nodded when he heard Bei Qi. He knew that this place was not simple, but he still wanted to have a look. He was not worried that the bones here would become undead. If they could, the Forest of Horrors wouldn't even exist anymore because it would have been destroyed by the undead. Zhao Fu stepped into the space, and the white bones beneath his feet cracked. He walked forwards as everyone looked around warily and slowly followed behind him. Finally, everyone reached the bottom of the altar without any mishaps. At this moment, they all finally saw the true appearance of the altar. The altar seemed to be made of a jade-like rock, and it was a light azure color. There seemed to be mystical runes flowing within each jade brick, and the entire altar gave off a mysterious and ancient aura. Zhao Fu stepped onto the jade stairs of the altar. When nothing happened, Zhao Fu was able to confirm that it wasn't a legacy altar, and everyone else followed behind him. Soon, they were at the top of the altar. There was a massive magic formation at the top of the altar, and there were also many jade channels around it. There were crystal-like energy stones in the jade channels, and there seemed to be over 1,000 in total. Zhao Fu knew that these energy stones contained massive amounts of energy, and they currently cost around 20 gold coins each. The energy in most of these energy stones had already been used up, and there were perhaps only 100 or so that had any energy remaining within them. Zhao Fu pressed his hand against the altar and received some information about it. Heaven and Earth Refining Formation. Description: one of the 6 great heaven-defying magic formations. It can refine anything and extract its source energy. Zhao Fu was completely dumbfounded when he saw this information. The 6 great heaven-defying magic formations, just this name alone told him how mighty this formation was. It could refine anything and extract its source energy, and Zhao Fu immediately looked over at the bones in this space. He thought of something but was not completely certain of its feasibility. Zhao Fu then looked around from the top of the altar. He found that there wasn't just one passage leading to this space, rather, there seemed to be over 1,000 passages that were the same as the one Zhao Fu had come through. Zhao Fu said with a serious expression, "We'll stop here for today. Let's go back. Don't tell anyone about what we've seen here." They knew how important this matter was by how serious Zhao Fu looked, so they all nodded and replied, "Yes." Following this, they all returned above ground. "Your Majesty." Just as they returned, Li Si walked over with a look of joy on his face. Zhao Fu felt a bit surprised and asked, "What is it, Li Si?" Li Si cupped his hands respectfully and replied, "Your Majesty, a group of outlanders has come to pledge their loyalty." Zhao Fu was quite confused when he heard this. Why would outlanders take the initiative to pledge their loyalty? Zhao Fu went with Li Si to a vacant area in the village and saw 30 or so people there. They were about 1.3 meters tall, and their skin was slightly gray. They had powerful-looking limbs and looked a lot like humans. They were the lowest caste of dwarves, grey dwarves. There were 20 or so males and 10 or so females. There were a few children, but there were no elderly grey dwarves. They all looked quite downcast and seemed to have traveled a long way. Their clothes were covered with mud and grass, and many of them seemed to be injured. When the grey dwarves saw Li Si bring a young man over, they understood that the young man was the lord here, and a middle-aged grey dwarf walked over and said, "Kahadoloka." System announcement. Solon has surrendered to you. Would you like to accept? Zhao Fu couldn't understand the dwarven language at all, so he immediately accepted the system announcement. Solon was the middle-aged grey dwarf, and after Zhao Fu accepted, a look of delight appeared on his face. He knelt on one knee, and the other grey dwarves did the same. They said, "We thank the esteemed lord for accepting us. You can all rise," Zhao Fu said, and the grey dwarves all got up. "Solon, what happened to all of you? Why are you all like this?" When Zhao Fu saw their pitiful appearance, he couldn't help but ask them about it. Solon replied with a furious and sorrowful expression, "Lord, we were the villagers of Kaki village, which is about 100 kilometers away from here. We numbered around 600, but we were attacked by a village of 5,000 or so orcs. Most of us died, and we were the only ones able to escape." Orcs? Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. Orcs were an incredibly aggressive race, and they were incredibly strong. They were quite violent, and normal humans would find it impossible to win against an orc one-on-one. What's more, there were 5,000 orcs in that village. This was especially dangerous. However, Zhao Fu was not too worried because the orc village was 100 kilometers away, so the orcs would not discover the Great Kin village anytime soon. However, he could not simply hope that the orcs would not find them. As such, Zhao Fu took Beiqi and the others to discuss the orcs while Li Si started to make arrangements for the new grey dwarves. 33 evolving through killing the orc village with 5,000 orcs was north to the Great Kin village and was most likely an advanced village. After discussing with Beiqi and the others, Zhao Fu decided that it would be best to avoid them for now. As such, he decided not to explore northwards temporarily to avoid encountering the orcs. At the same time, he also ordered everyone in the village to strengthen defenses and to be careful. The dwarf race naturally knew how to forge and was gifted at forging. Even though they were grey dwarves, they had forging skills, and their help greatly relieved the burden on Huang Dao. Now, Zhao Fu would be able to mass-produce equipment. Zhao Fu first arranged for the 10 goblin warriors' shields to be repaired, after which he took out the command seal and released the 10 skeleton cavalrymen. This caused quite a few cries of shock and fear, but Zhao Fu quickly explained that the skeleton cavalry was part of the village. Zhao Fu planned to make a new set of armor for the skeleton cavalry to increase their defense. Skeleton cavalry was already quite powerful, and if the skeleton cavalryman Fu had a set of complete armor, even Zhao Fu would not be able to kill them easily. At this moment, one of the villagers a part of the scouting team reported, "Your Majesty. We've discovered a goblin village 12 kilometers west from here." Zhao Fu wanted to test out the idea he had at the bottom of the crack. As such, he took 300 soldiers and headed west of the Great Kin village. The goblin village was like Cloak village, and there were around 300 goblins. Out of the 300 goblins, 200 of them were able to fight. The defenses around the village were quite weak as well. By now, the sun was starting to set, which was when the goblins were returning from hunting. Zhao Fu immediately split his soldiers into 4 teams and set an ambush for the goblins. They killed all 4 teams, causing the goblin village to lose 160 of its villagers. The goblin villagers hadn't detected any danger yet. It was getting dark, and they were currently waiting for the hunting teams to bring back food. However, they were disappointed. Not only did no goblins return, but fire arrows also started to shoot into the village, killing many goblins and setting many of their buildings on fire. After a while, the goblins finally realized that it was an enemy attack, and they gathered their forces and rushed out of the village. When Zhao Fu saw that there were less than 100 goblins rushing at them, he summoned 10 skeleton cavalrymen and took the rest of his soldiers to meet the attack. The skeleton cavalry spurred their skeleton horses forth. The skeleton horses galloped towards the goblins, and after the goblins saw how terrifying the 10 skeleton cavalrymen looked, they became completely scared. However, they mustered up all of their courage and continued charging for their village. Kai! 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 The skeleton soldiers stabbed the goblins and pierced through their chests, causing blood to spray into the air. The 10 skeleton cavalrymen were like a sharp blade that stabbed into the goblin forces. They rushed through the entire group, completely unstoppable, and split the goblins into 2 groups. This was the might of cavalry. Following this, Zhao Fu's shield bearers and infantry rushed up and started to fight at close quarters with the goblins. The goblins had no chance at all. They had been completely outnumbered from the beginning and been scared witless by the skeleton cavalry, greatly reducing their morale. Zhao Fu decided that it was enough and told Old Logue to convince the goblins to surrender. Unsurprisingly, the goblin village chose to surrender. By now, there were only 80 or so goblins remaining. Most of them were elderly, pregnant females, or children, and there were only 10 or so of them that could fight. They had no choice but to surrender. Zhao Fu looked over at the 10 skeleton cavalrymen. After the battle had concluded, they stayed beside the goblins' corpses, and streams of grey aura flowed out from the corpses into the skeleton cavalrymen. Following this, the soul fire within the skeleton cavalrymen's heads became stronger. They can evolve through killing? Zhao Fu muttered to himself in surprise. Zhao Fu didn't mind this, after all, being able to evolve through killing was quite convenient for him. Afterwards, he went to the village hall to conquer the village and relocate it. He received a system announcement that told him that he had obtained 50 achievement points and that the Great Ken village had obtained 201 experience point. Following this, he brought a few of the goblin corpses back to the Great Ken village. Zhao Fu then took some people to the altar where the bones were to test out his idea. He put one of the goblin corpses within the formation before activating it. When the formation was activated, light shot out from it as a formless energy lifted the goblin corpse into the air. The goblin's blood and flesh seemed to melt, but they did not fall onto the altar. Instead, they flew towards its head. Following this, the goblin corpse became a skeleton as a blood-red orb of light floated at the center of its forehead. The magic formation stopped, and the skeleton landed on the ground as the blood-colored orb of light floated in the air. Zhao Fu walked up and looked at its information. Even with his personality, he could help but laugh out loud. Let's see who can stop the rise of the Great Qin Empire. F-grade orb. Description: a soul's source energy taken from a living or once living being. After using the orb, one's grade can be upgraded to F-grade. Even though he knew that the magic formation was for refining corpses, Zhao Fu had never thought that such an orb of light would be produced. It could actually change a person's grade. Of course, it didn't matter that the orb was only F-grade. If he could obtain high-grade corpses of S, SS, or SSS grade beings, the orbs of light refined from them would be able to greatly improve his people's grades. Right now, cultivation did not matter too much. However, the future would be decided by soldiers with high cultivation stages, and the higher the grade of his soldiers, the faster they would be able to cultivate. What is it, Your Majesty? Beiqi asked curiously. He almost never saw Zhao Fu act like this, and this was strange for him. Zhao Fu handed him the grade orb, and after looking at it, Beiqi said in shock, "There are such heaven-defying things in the world?" Zhao Fu nodded. After thinking back to the heaven and earth refining formations description, which said that it was one of the 6 great heaven-defying magic formations, he couldn't help but wonder what the other 5 were. Your Majesty, obtaining such a heaven-defying formation is Great Ken's great fortune. Thinking about Great Ken's future, Beiqi congratulated Zhao Fu as he cupped his hands. Alright, Zhao Fu said, right now, this place is our most important place, so we should take steps to protect it. Afterwards, Beiqi took 400 people to block each of the other passages. Zhao Fu did not know where those other passages led to or what could come out of them, so he could only block them for now before slowly exploring each one. That was the main job for the next few days. After arranging all of this, Zhao Fu came out of the Heaven Awaken world and read on the forum that the whole world was starting to descend into chaos. Nations, beliefs, and races started to violently clash together. 34 Holy Light City currently, all of China's borders were threatened with war. Above was the Tsarist Empire, who glared at China like a tiger watching its prey, and below were various forces from Vietnam. To China's left were as many as 23 Indian nations and empires, and to its right was Goguryeo, and Silla's provocations. There was also Oda Nobunaga's descendant, Oda Kamiya from Japan. The ancient Roman Empire had also been revived, and the Holy See started to create an army of crusaders for religious purposes. In the west, it was said that King Arthur Pendragon's descendant, Tina Pendragon, had already obtained Excalibur. At the same time, the descendants of the ancient pharaohs had also started to rise in power, and there were also many barbaric tribes starting to develop. The entire Heaven Awaken world seemed to descend into chaos, and less restraint was being shown. Because nations, faiths, and cultures were different, various factions started to wage war on each other. The most intense fighting was in cities that bordered counties, and blood started to dye the earth red in those places. Of course, the most chaotic place was China. China had always been the overlord of the East, and it had offended many nations over the course of history. It had been spied on by countless people, and its land shared borders with many other countries, making conflict inevitable. Zhao Fu read a few threads, and most of them were about how Chinese people living near the borders had been humiliated in various ways. Many people in the real world created threads mocking how powerless China was, making tensions in the real world quite high as well. This completely infuriated many of China's legatees. The state of Zhao's legatee, Zhao Yang, was situated near a border. He gathered all of the Chinese people in the area and slaughtered 10 enemy villages, gaining a lot of reputation and fame. That was the situation at the borders, either one faction would attack or the other one would. The land was filled with killing and darkness, and before anything had officially started, the world had descended into chaos. If it was already like this now, what would it be like in the future? Zhao Fu returned to the Heaven Awaken world and used a few days to block off all the other passages at the bone-filled space. However, he left a few open to start exploring them. At the same time, Zhao Fu ordered his soldiers to continue patrolling the area around the Great Qin village. If they could find any villages, Zhao Fu would absorb them to increase the number of people he had. This was something that he had to do. The threat of the 5,000 dorks was simply too great, and if they were unlucky enough to be discovered, they would not stand a chance. Zhao Fu went to the research workshop. He had not heard anything about the teleportation channels yet, so he planned to put that on pause to ask his scholars to start researching skills that could allow him to see the grades of corpses. Lords could only look at the grades of their subordinates, so such a skill was incredibly important to him now that he had the heaven and earth refining formation. Just as he entered the research workshop, Bei Shan came up to him with a look of delight as he reported, "Your Majesty. We've successfully researched teleportation channels." This was quite a pleasant surprise to Zhao Fu. Following this, he immediately ordered some people to build a teleportation channel in the Great Qin village. What they built was a primary teleportation channel, and it could only transport 2 to 3 people each time. In order to create more advanced teleportation channels, the scholars would have to do more research, and since this teleportation channel was sufficient, Zhao Fu asked the scholars to start researching skills that would allow him to see the grades of corpses. Now that they had teleportation channels, Zhao Fu changed his mind and decided to go have a look at a main city. After the teleportation channel was completed, it could connect to a main city's teleportation channel and take him there directly. Zhao Fu called Beiqi over and brought along the 236 silver coins they had accumulated and a few secret silver rank weapons. He took the secret silver rank weapons to make sure that he would be able to buy what he wanted. Zhao Fu and Beiqi stood on the teleportation channel, and when Zhao Fu stretched out his hand, he saw the names Holy Light City, Soldier Forest, and Demon Tree City. Zhao Fu thought for a moment, and Beiqi and he both put on black cloaks to cover their appearances. He didn't want their appearances and identities to be revealed. As for where they were going to go, Zhao Fu thought about the undead in the passage, so he chose Holy Light City. After a dizzying feeling swept over them, Zhao Fu and Beiqi arrived at a very large stage. There was a heavy crossbow set up nearby, and there were many soldiers standing guard. Whenever something happened, they would immediately turn off the teleportation channel and kill any enemies that had entered. Zhao Fu casually looked around before they went to a large street. The street was quite wide, and it was filled with shops. There were many people on the street, and it was bustling with activity. Something interesting was that all sorts of players had their own stands to sell equipment and skills, and most of them were quite ordinary. Zhao Fu looked around with interest. Because he didn't have anything planned, he just wanted to have a look around the city. As he walked along the street, Zhao Fu realized just how massive Holy Light City was. It was able to rival the grand, ancient cities of the past, and it could easily accommodate more than 1 million people. It would take at least a few days to walk around the entire city by foot. Soon, Zhao Fu and Beiqi arrived at the quest center. There were 5 stone seals that were 4 meters tall and 2 meters wide. From left to right, they displayed different levels of quests, which were split into easy, normal, difficult, nightmare, and hell. Easy quests usually required the person to help people with fairly simple tasks such as finding ordinary materials. The first stone seal was surrounded by people who were waiting for quests. Right now, 1 copper coin was worth $10, and completing just a few of these was already better than their normal wages. As such, many people were drawn to spending most of their time in the Heaven Awakened world. The second stone seal was the normal quest stone seal, and there were also many people there, making it impossible for Zhao Fu to squeeze in. The third stone seal was the difficult quest stone seal. There were much fewer people here because the quests usually entailed killing the leader of an outlander tribe or finding a rare material. Zhao Fu went to the fifth stone seal, the Hell Quest stone seal, and looked at the quests to satisfy his curiosity. 1. Kill Six-Eyed Demon Flood Dragon. Quest description: the Six-Eyed Demon Flood Dragon is a Lord-grade being that lives in the deepest part of the Forest of Horrors. Its strength is so terrifying that it can cause one to fall into the pit of despair. Rewards: 100,000 merit points and 1 piece of epic rank equipment. 2. Kill Orc Kaki. Quest description: the lord of a small orc city situated north of the Forest of Horrors who commands 40,000 or so orcs. Rewards: 50,000 merit points and 1 piece of epic rank equipment. 3. Search for Saint Origin Fruit. Description: Saint Origin Fruit, a grade 7 medicinal grass that can heal all wounds and change one's grade. Reward: 20,000 merit points and 1 piece of dark gold rank equipment. After looking through these quests, Zhao Fu realized that the Six-Eyed Demon Flood Dragon was the biggest boss in the Forest of Horrors, and it was most likely an existence that even main cities did not dare to offend. Who could complete such a quest? The second quest required one to kill an orc called Kaki, and it also seemed quite impossible. The 40,000 orcs would not just sit by and do nothing. At the same time, Zhao Fu understood that there were no main cities north of the Forest of Horrors because there were powerful outlanders there. The third quest completely depended on one's luck. Someone might be incredibly lucky and fall into some sort of cave that had the Saint Origin fruit. However, Zhao Fu was not attracted by the third quest's rewards because Beichi already had a dark gold rank weapon, so dark gold rank weapons were no longer as alluring to Zhao Fu. 35 A world for powerful families. After looking at these quests, Zhao Fu planned to go to some shops to buy some things before returning to the Great Qin village. Suddenly, someone cried out behind him. Zhao Fu turned around and saw a beautiful woman with delicate and exquisite facial features and a graceful and charming bearing. She was wearing a light green dress and gave off a gentle and weak aura, making those who saw her want to protect her. Her status seemed to be quite extraordinary as well. She was followed by 10 or so people, some of whom seemed to be in charge of protecting her while the others seemed to be a part of the same family, and they all gave off extraordinary auras. Right now, the Heaven Awakened world was a world for powerful families, and normal people simply could not compare to those from powerful families. Nearby, a pompous young man saw the young woman and a look of delight appeared on his face as he loudly called out, "Ruer." Following this, he took a group of thugs over and passed by Zhao Fu and Beichi. The young woman addressed as Ruer slightly frowned when she saw the pompous young man. The thugs saw two people wearing cloaks, and they felt quite displeased that the cloaked men had the audacity to stand in their way. They were used to acting without regard for others, and one of them said, "Piss off. You peasants saw the young master coming, yet you're not getting out of the way? You're seeking death." Beichi coldly harumphed. He could endure humiliation, but how could he let someone humiliate Zhao Fu, the future emperor of Great Qin? When the thugs were about to grab Zhao Fu, Beichi immediately acted. He sent one of the thugs flying 7 or 8 meters with one punch before quickly beating the others to the brink of death. The pompous young man looked at Beichi with fear and said in a threatening tone, "I'm the Zhou family's second young master. If you dare to touch me, you'll die a pitiful death." In response, Beichi sent the pompous young man flying with a kick. The onlookers were incredibly shocked when they saw the pompous young man sent flying, but they also felt quite happy. Most of them had been bullied or offended by him at some point, and they couldn't help but wonder who the cloaked men were to dare to hit the Zhao family's young master. Nearby, Beichi's ferocious actions made Zhao Fu feel quite awkward. Zhao Fu knew that Beichi was more suited to leading troops in battle, but Zhao Fu didn't have many capable people by his side, and Beichi's stats were already quite good. As such, Zhao Fu could only use him as a bodyguard for now. After the Great Qin village became stronger, Beichi would definitely be the Grand General. From the pompous young man's words, he was most likely a member of one of the powerful families around Holy Light City. Moreover, because fighting was not allowed in main cities, guards would soon come. Guards began as Stage 1 soldiers, and they could cultivate, making them stronger and stronger as time went on. Zhao Fu didn't want to bring himself any unnecessary trouble, so he said, "You can stop now." "Yes, Your Majesty," Beichi replied as he cupped his fists together. The normal people nearby did not notice anything, but the young woman and the people from her family paused in surprise. They knew what this title meant: only someone with an empire legacy deserved to be called Your Majesty, while those from ordinary families could only be called Young Master. No wonder they dared to openly hit the member of the Zhou family. They did not place the Zhou family in their eyes at all, and in fact, the Zhou family might even have to send people to apologize. Just as Zhao Fu was about to take Beichi and leave, a soft voice said from behind him, "Sir, can you wait a moment?" Zhao Fu turned around to look at the young woman addressed as Ruer and softly asked, "What is it?" The young woman smiled and stepped up, saying, "This little woman is the Zhang family's Zhang. I wonder if I can make friends with Sir." Since the person in front of her was the legatee of an empire legacy, his status was incredibly distinguished, and he would be the future leader of a powerful family. Any family would want to befriend such a person. Zhao Fu turned and looked at Zhang and thought for a moment before replying, "Perhaps in the future if we have the chance. I have some things to do, so I'll be leaving now." Even though Zhao Fu didn't like the descendants of large families, since she had treated him with respect, he would also respond with respect. "Can you tell me your name then?" Zhang was disappointed by Zhao Fu's refusal, but she still wanted to learn more about him and find out which empire's legatee he was. Now, no matter if it was Holy Light City, Demon Tree City, or Soldier Forest, all of them were occupied by powerful families. Now that an empire's legatee had suddenly appeared, the situation in the Forest of Horrors would once again change. Zhao Fu thought about it and chose not to tell her his full name. Instead, he only told her that his surname was Zhao before quickly leaving. Soon, the news that an empire's legatee had appeared in Holy Light City spread throughout the Forest of Horrors. Even though the main cities were not connected, teleportation channels from player villages could be connected to any of the 3 main cities. As such, The players in Demon Tree City and Soldier Forest quickly heard about this as well. Xiaofu and Beiqi arrived at a shop, and Xiaofu asked, "Hello. Do you have any holy light type skills here?" The shop owner was delighted that some customers had come in, and he took out 3 skills for Xiaofu to choose from. The first was Holy Light Technique, an F-grade skill, the lowest type of holy light skill. If it was used against a human, he or she would only feel a powerful light shining on them, while demons and undead would be burned and banished. This skill cost 20 silver coins. Xiaofu thought that the price was quite steep. Normal F-grade physical skills only cost 10 or so copper coins, but this skill cost 20 silver coins, which was equivalent to 2,000 copper coins. However, when Xiaofu saw that Fireball, an F-grade skill, cost 1 gold coin, Xiaofu didn't have anything to say. Th second Holy Light skill was Holy Light Bullet, and F-grade skill, which was similar to Fireball. It had explosive effects and was slightly less powerful than Fireball, but it dealt extra damage to demons and undead. This skill cost 70 silver coins. The third skill was Holy Hall Magic Seal, a C-grade skill. After using it, a sun-like imprint would appear on one's palm, allowing one to deal massive amounts of damage to enemies. The price for this skill was 30 gold coins. Xiaofu couldn't help but sigh at the third skill's price. Even the powerful families that used money from the real world to trade for copper coins would only be able to make a few thousand copper coins in a day. This skill cost 30 gold coins, which was 300,000 copper coins. Even the powerful families wouldn't be able to afford such a thing. As such, Xiaofu gave up on it and looked towards the first and second skill. In the end, Xiaofu bought 20 Holy Light Techniques and 5 Holy Light Bullets, costing him 750 silver coins in total. Luckily, Xiaofu had brought the secret silver rank weapons to sell, or he would not have had enough money. After buying so many of the skills, the shop had barely any left. Afterwards, Xiaofu went to Holy Light City's teleportation channel with Beiqi, and he stretched out his hand, only the Great Ken village's name appearing. This was because other villages had chosen to hide their teleportation channels. If one opened his or her teleportation channel to the public, anyone could be sent to his or her village, so Xiaofu also chose for his teleportation channel to be hidden. Moreover, entering main cities through teleportation channels did not cost money, but leaving cost 20 copper coins. The money was automatically deducted by the system, and it was impossible to use the teleportation channel without enough money. 36 Hunting. After returning to the Great Ken village, Xiaofu once again gathered his exploration team and added 5 new people. There were both males and females, and their intelligence stats were relatively high. Now, there were 35 soldiers in total. Xiaofu first gave the 10 goblin warriors and 10 infantrymen the Holy Light Techniques. Since they were at the front, they could hide behind the shields while casting the Holy Light Technique. Because archers were usually quite far away from the fighting, Xiaofu did not give them any of the skills. After the archers received refined martial souls, their archery became incredibly sharp and precise. If the skeletons were unprepared, the archers could pierce through their heads each time with almost complete certainty. As for the 5 new people, Xiaofu gave them the Holy Light Bullet to learn. Now, it was time to test the effectiveness of these skills. They went to a passage that had not been sealed and slowly advanced in the darkness. Soon, 10 or so skeletons came to life and raised their weapons as they rushed over. The goblin warriors and infantrymen did not panic. The goblin warriors raised their shields and then cast the Holy Light Technique. Rays of blinding white light fell on the skeleton soldiers, and white smoke started to rise from their bodies as they howled and retreated. The rays of white light continued to land on their bodies, instantly reducing their fighting strength by a third. As the rays of white light appeared, the incredibly dark passage seemed to be as bright as day, and it was even slightly blinding. At this moment, 5 orbs of white light flew from behind the shield wall, falling within the group of retreating skeletons. Bang! 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 The orbs of light exploded with blinding white light. More than half of the skeletons howled before collapsing into a pile of bones, and the remaining skeletons were barely still alive. The surviving skeletons were easily killed by the infantrymen with their iron hammers. Now, the skeleton soldiers didn't pose a threat to Xiaofu's soldiers, and they suppressed whatever skeletons they came across. As they continued onwards, they easily killed a few more waves. Even when they encountered skeleton captains, they were only slightly troublesome to deal with. Xiaofu and his strongest subordinates did not even have to do anything. Xiaofu thought about it for a moment before leaving matters here to Li Wen. Xiaofu told him to continue exploring and to notify him if he encountered any skeleton generals. Following this, Xiaofu took Beiqi and his other main subordinates above ground to take care of other matters. Xiaofu now had an abundance of refined martial souls, and he was not stingy with them. He gave them to his soldiers to use. After all, with a heaven and earth refining formation, he didn't have to worry about their grades. After returning to the surface, Zhao Fu took Little Gray and some others to patrol around the area in the hopes of finding a village that he could annex. Right now, Zhao Fu's forces numbered less than 500, and he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat the orc village. Zhao Fu left behind some soldiers to stand guard while he took 300 soldiers with him to patrol about. Now, with Little Gray, as long as there was even a hint of a human smell, Little Gray would be able to follow it to a village. Right now, Little Gray was pressed against the ground and sniffing around. Despite being a wolf king, doing this showed that it was completely loyal to Zhao Fu. As it did this, Zhao Fu followed by its side. A woo-oo. Suddenly, Little Gray seemed to detect something and howled before looking up at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu nodded. In response, Little Gray rushed off, and Zhao Fu called out for everyone to follow closely. Zhao Fu and his soldiers started to run behind Little Gray until they came to a hill. Beneath them was a human village. The village seemed to be an intermediate village, and it had 600 or so people. However, the defenses were quite weak, and the management was quite poor. The houses were not built uniformly, and there were very few plots of farmland. It was evident that the lord had very poor management skills. How should he conquer this village? Zhao Fu frowned. The only weakness of this village was its weak defense. This was an ordinary village, so poison wouldn't work because the villagers most likely cooked their own meals. The village also had some farmland, so not many villagers would go out to hunt. As such, it seemed that the only method available to them was to attack directly, but this would result in many casualties. In the end, they could only wait for an opportunity. The sun was setting, and it was getting darker. Zhao Fu decided to find a hidden place to make camp, and he wanted to see what they could discover the next day. Even though the moon did not come out, the sky was lit with countless stars, which was quite a beautiful sight. However, Zhao Fu didn't have the heart right now to marvel at the beautiful stars. Instead, he frowned as he asked, Beichi, what are your thoughts about this situation? Beichi thought for a moment before replying, if we simply can't find any openings, we'll have to wait until 3 to 4 a.m. when people are deep asleep or weary from standing guard. The village's defenses are quite weak, so the chance of success is quite high. Zhao Fu nodded. If there was nothing else, they would have to make a direct attack. It was early in the morning, and the sun rose slowly from the east. Zhao Fu got up early and looked down at the village. After a while, a big, muscular, coarse-looking man, who held a saber and had a bow on his back, led 10 or so men with similar equipment out of the village. It seemed that they were going out to hunt. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu immediately went to gather his forces. Big brother Hu. We definitely have to catch a big wild boar today so that everyone can have some meat. One of the youths said excitedly to the big man. The big man candidly smiled as he replied, all right, let alone one wild boar, your big brother Hu will catch 3 wild boars for you. The youth looked at the man with respect as he said, okay. I believe in Big Brother Hu. Since you're the strongest person in our village, if you can't do it, then no one can. The big man laughed cheerfully. However, in the next second, his smile died as he looked around with a serious expression. When the youth saw the sudden change in the big man, the youth asked curiously, what is it, Big Brother Hu? The big man looked around and said in a low voice, enemies. Everyone else also heard what he said and became alert. The hunters grouped together and looked around them, but they could not spot anything. Everyone felt that the big man was wrong and looked towards him. Sirs, there's no need to hide. I've already detected you. The big man suddenly yelled. Even though they had not been fully surrounded, Zhao Fu knew that it was impossible for them to escape, so he revealed himself with the rest of his soldiers. The big man and the other people in his group saw the long grass in front of them shake as infantry, archers, and gnome crossbowmen rose up, causing their faces to pale. Who are you, sir? Why do you want to kill the Great Tiger Village's people? The big man's face was quite pale. Even though he had sensed danger, he did not expect there to be so many people. When he saw the arrows and crossbows pointed at them, he knew that there was no chance of escaping. 37 valiant general in a world where the strong preyed on the weak, asking why someone wanted to kill them was simply laughable. However, Zhao Fu still answered him, for your village. Zhao Fu then looked over and ordered, leave a few of them alive. The archers and crossbowmen were about to fire when the big man quickly called out, I'm the village chief of the Great Tiger Village, Zhangdo. Zhao Fu was quite surprised when he heard this. He hadn't expected the big man in front of him to be the village chief, so he immediately called out, stop. Zhangdo let out a sigh of relief. He knew from listening to Zhao Fu and seeing how well equipped and ferocious his soldiers were that the Great Tiger Village would face disaster if Zhao Fu attacked it. At this moment, Zhao Fu was looking at Zhangdo and wondering what to do. How he could use this big chess piece to take the Great Tiger Village. Why do you want our village? Zhangdo suddenly asked while looking at Zhao Fu earnestly. Zhao Fu did not plan to hide anything and simply replied, to stop the 5,000 orcs that are 100 kilometers away. What? 5,000 orcs? Zhangdu and his people were incredibly shocked. As residents of the Heaven Awakened world, they knew how terrifying the Outlanders were. Orcs normally never left humans alive. If 5,000 orcs came over and discovered the Great Tiger Village, not a single one of them would survive. Since Zhao Fu's soldiers were well equipped, perhaps they could stop the orcs. In that case, joining Zhao Fu would not be too bad because Zhangdu was not skilled at management. However, if they joined just like that, the Great Tiger Village would seem much too weak. Furthermore, they didn't have to join, they just had to work together. Because of this, Zhangdu decided to test Zhao Fu's strength as well as show his own power, so he pointed at Zhao Fu's soldiers and said, "The Great Tiger Village will not easily submit to anyone. I see that the pretty boy next to you seems to be a decent fighter. If you can beat me, I'll join your village. If I win, we'll only work together to stop the orcs, and you'll need to supply us with equipment." Pretty boy? Zhao Fu felt quite confused. He looked over and saw that Zhangdu was pointing at Beiqi, and Zhao Fu couldn't help but smile, thinking, this fellow dares to call Beiqi a pretty boy and wants to challenge him? He's simply seeking death. Zhao Fu thought about it, and since he benefited whether Beiqi lost or won, Zhao Fu decided to agree. Plus, he was quite confident that Beiqi would win. Zhangdu took off his bow and pulled out his large saber. When Beiqi started walking forwards, Zhangdu said, "Watch out, pretty boy, don't blame me if you get hurt." Those who knew Beiqi's strength said some prayers for Zhangdu. The battle began. Zhangdu raised his large saber and chopped down at Beiqi ferociously. Beiqi's expression was incredibly calm, and he did not move at all. Just as the large saber was about to hit him, a ray of sword light flashed. Clang! A metallic clanging sound rang out as Zhangdu felt a massive impact against his saber, almost causing it to fly out from his grasp. In the next second, a cold light flashed as Zhangdu saw Beiqi thrust his sword towards his neck. He quickly used his large saber to block Beiqi's sword when Beiqi spun, lashing out with a side kick and sending him flying. Zhangdu fell to the ground and looked unconvinced as he got up. He rushed over at Beiqi and was beaten down again in a few bouts. Zhangdu was dumbfounded. He was quite confident in his strength because the Great Tiger Village would have been destroyed by Outlanders long ago if it wasn't for him. How could this pretty boy be so strong? Wait, I admit defeat. By now, Zhangdu's saber had long since been sent flying away, and Beiqi didn't bother using his sword either. He smashed his fist into the big man's face repeatedly, making him feel immense pain. Zhangdu knew that he should have surrendered long ago, so after taking a few blows to the face, he decided to finally surrender. Beiqi stopped attacking and returned to Zhao Fu's side when he heard Zhangdu surrender. Zhao Fu couldn't help but smile. Zhangdu had dug himself a hole and had even jumped into it. He had even called Beiqi a pretty boy. Now, he had been taught a good lesson. "You've lost. Do you still remember what we agreed on before?" Zhao Fu said to Zhangdu as he suppressed his smile and walked over. Zhangdu sighed and knelt on one knee as he cupped his fists, saying, "Those who are prepared to bet must be prepared to lose. I respectfully greet sir." Zhao Fu received a system announcement that asked him if he wanted to accept Zhangdu's surrender. Zhao Fu accepted and received 100 achievement points. Following this, Zhao Fu looked at Zhangdu's stats with interest. Name, Zhangdu grade, SS title, non-profession, militia achievement points, citizen, 24 out of 500, race, human age, 31, 100, loyalty, 60 stats, strength, 10, intelligence, 6, constitution, 10, agility, 8 cultivation, stage 0 cultivation technique, non-skills, basic saber technique equipment, coarse cloth clothes, cloth shoes, coarse cloth pants. Zhao Fu was quite shocked when he saw Zhangdu's stats. Zhangdu was SS grade, but he did not have a cultivation technique and his profession was only militia, giving him only a basic skill. And yet, he did not look too weak. After joining the Great Ken village and receiving all sorts of benefits, Zhangdu would become vastly more powerful, and he would become a valiant general. Nearby, everyone in the peaceful Great Tiger village suddenly heard a system announcement, sending the village into chaos. Luckily, Zhangdu quickly returned and calmed everyone down. However, they still looked quite fearful when they saw Zhao Fu and his soldiers. It was because there were not only soldiers in plate armor but also goblins and gnomes among his 300 soldiers. After all, most humans were quite afraid of Outlanders. Zhao Fu went to the village hall and looked at the Great Tiger village's stats. However, he felt slightly disappointed when he saw them. It was only a bronze grade village, and it had only recently risen to intermediate level. The Great Tiger village was about 15 kilometers away from the Great Kin village, so Zhao Fu planned to take all of the villagers to the Great Kin village to fill in the gaps he had. After choosing to relocate the Great Tiger village, a system announcement sounded out, telling Xiaofu that the Great Qin village had received 540 experience point. This was the most experience point he had obtained from relocating a village, but because it was an intermediate village, it would go back down to a primary village. However, there was nothing Xiaofu could do about this. The Great Tiger village was simply too far away from the Great Qin village, and if something happened, Xiaofu would not be able to respond in time, so he had no choice but to relocate it. A few hours later, Xiaofu took the villagers to the Great Qin village. When the Great Tiger village's villagers saw how powerful the Great Qin village was, they secretly felt delighted and safe. After seeing how well organized and managed everything in the Great Qin village was, Zhangde felt quite embarrassed. He felt that his own village had been like a doghouse compared to the Great Qin village. Now that 600 or so people had joined the Great Qin village, the Great Qin village had 1,340 villagers. Considering the orcs, Xiaofu arranged for 300 of them to change professions, boosting his military to 600 soldiers. As for Zhangde, Xiaofu did not mistreat him at all. He first allowed him to change professions before giving him a refined martial soul, a fine gold rank saber, and secret silver rank armor. After receiving so many benefits so suddenly, Zhangde couldn't help but feel ecstatic, and his loyalty greatly increased. 38 horses. Those 600 soldiers did not include the soldiers at the bottom of the large crack or the soldiers who were in charge of defending the village. In total, Xiaofu's overall forces numbered around 720. However, even though their numbers had been greatly boosted, it was still far from enough to deal with 5,000 orcs. Xiaofu gave the 300 new soldiers to Beiqi to be trained for a few days, while he took some soldiers to continue exploring the Forest of Horrors. Over the past few days, Xiaofu explored 20 kilometers around the Great Qin village and did not find any villages. However, he did find some small iron mines but no other resources. This made Xiaofu feel somewhat disappointed. After regrouping at the Great Qin village, he took his 600 soldiers and started to head outside of the 20-kilometer radius around the Great Qin village. Little Gray followed along and sniffed the ground. It had not found anything over the past few days, and the pressure on it was quite heavy. Whoa! Little Gray suddenly detected something and howled, waiting for Xiaofu's command. After Xiaofu gave the signal, it immediately rushed towards the smell. Xiaofu and his people followed behind it. After running for a while, Xiaofu felt quite pleased because he started to see horse tracks on the ground. From the very beginning, Xiaofu had been looking for horses, and he had finally found some traces of them. Xiaofu excitedly ran behind Little Gray, and he finally found 10 or so horses on a grassy plain. The horses were tall and powerfully built, and their hair was completely black. However, their eyes were slightly green, making them look quite strange. After observing them, Xiaofu received some information about the horses. Black Forest Horse. Description: a type of horse that lives in forests and has good physical power. It is skilled at passing over obstacles. After reading the Black Forest Horse's description, Xiaofu felt that they were well suited to become war horses. He thought about the method he had used to capture the azure oxen but realized that it wouldn't work. First of all, these 10 or so horses were treasures. Moreover, their legs were not as strong as the oxen's legs, and if they were frightened, they would run incredibly quickly. As such, if they used the same method, it was possible that the horses would be crippled. After thinking for a long time, Xiaofu decided to go with the traditional method. He made lassos out of rope to throw around the horses' necks. This was often done in the real world and would not cause much harm to the horses. However, catching horses through this method required great skill. Since the 10 or so Black Forest horses hadn't discovered them yet, Xiaofu chose 10 or so of his soldiers to practice for a bit. Right now, they could only rely on these 10 or so people. If too many people went, it was likely that they would be discovered. Animals were not to be looked down upon. After 10 minutes of practice, the soldiers gripped their ropes and slowly crawled towards the horses. The plan went quite smoothly, but when it came to throwing the lassos, things did not go too well. The Black Forest horses were too alert, and they were only able to capture 8 of them while they missed 7. Now that the horses had been frightened, they immediately started running incredibly quickly. Even the lassoed horses started to run, and because of how strong they were, they started to drag the soldiers along. Luckily, the soldiers who hadn't lassoed horses helped them. However, it still took 2 soldiers to slow down a Black Forest horse, and they were still being dragged along. Xiaofu immediately ordered more soldiers to go and help. He rode on Little Gray, who was now about as big as a tiger and could carry Xiaofu on its back as it ran. Now that he had finally encountered horses, Xiaofu did not want to let any get away. Xiaofu sat on Little Gray's back and hugged its body. Little Gray was very fast and had a sensitive nose, so it quickly chased after the Black Forest horses. After a while, Xiaofu told Little Gray to stop because he heard many horses ahead. This gave Xiaofu a pleasant surprise, and he silently crept up to have a look. There was a grassy plain around 6 kilometers in diameter that had around 300 or so black forest horses within it. What Xiaofu was interested in was a stage made of brick that had a horse-shaped statue. Clearly, it was a den. Xiaofu immediately rode Little Gray back and brought all his soldiers here. When Beiqi saw so many black forest horses, he cheerfully exclaimed, "It's time for the Great Ken to have cavalry." Zhongdu also laughed cheerfully, "I want to have my own warhorse." However, Zhongdu's voice was quite loud, and he almost scared the horses. Everyone glared at him and he awkwardly scratched his head, gesturing that he would be careful in the future. Liu Mai also excitedly came over and said, "I also want my own horse." After discovering so many black forest horses, everyone felt extremely excited. The question they now faced was how to catch the black forest horses. Even though Xiaofu had many soldiers, they couldn't just charge over. If they charged, the black forest horses would attack as a group, and Xiaofu's soldiers would be forced to fight back. Xiaofu did not want to kill any of the black forest horses. Moreover, 300 black forest horses were not the same as 300 gray wolves. If such a massive group of horses rushed at them, it would be quite dangerous, and there would be many injuries and casualties on Xiaofu's side. Xiaofu looked around and saw a black forest horse that was twice as big as the normal black forest horses. It was jet black and looked incredibly powerful, and it had a small horn that was a few centimeters long on its head. It was the Black Forest Horse King. For most herd-type animals, as long as one could control the leader, it would be equivalent to controlling the entire herd. However, since the Black Forest Horse King was among the other horses, Xiaofu couldn't do anything to it. Perhaps they could find a way to lure it out. Xiaofu thought about it and finally looked over at Little Gray. He stroked its head, and Little Gray naively did not sense what Xiaofu was thinking and comfortably rubbed its head against his hand. Xiaofu smiled as he said, "Little Gray, how about you go and challenge the Black Forest Horse King to provoke into fighting you king against king? After that, lure it out." Little Gray immediately took a few steps away from Xiaofu and looked quite reluctant. As the Gray Wolf King, Little Gray was quite powerful, but there was no way that it could face 300 Black Forest horses. That was simply suicidal, and it wasn't willing to do such a thing. Xiaofu lightly smiled, took out a small medicine bottle, and drew out 2 little spirit pills. Xiaofu walked over and fed them to Little Gray, and he stroked its head and said, "Don't worry, if it's dangerous, you can just retreat. I won't let you get injured." After consuming the 2 little spirit pills and hearing Xiaofu's words, Little Gray thought for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. It leapt up and ran towards the horses from another direction. A woo-oo. Little Gray's howl could be heard from over 1 kilometer away, and Little Gray gave off the domineering airs of a king as it walked towards the horses. 39 black fours as Little Gray howled. The Black Forest horses all stopped what they were doing and looked towards Little Gray. A woo-oo. Little Gray howled again, a clear challenge to the Black Forest Horse King. Facing Little Gray's provocation, the Black Forest Horse King, who had been lying down at the den, gracefully stood up and gazed at Little Gray. It whinnied, and just as Xiaofu thought that his plan had succeeded, the 300 or so horses started to run at Little Gray instead of the Black Forest Horse King. The ground started to shake as if there was an earthquake, and the horses gave off a fearsome aura. Little Gray was scared and quickly ran away. Luckily, Little Gray was completely prepared and ran quite quickly, or it would have been stomped into a meat paste. After returning to Xiaofu's side, Little Gray looked incredibly wronged as it howled pitifully. Xiaofu awkwardly smiled and took out another little spirit pill to comfort it. That plan had failed. Now, he could only think of a new plan. Xiaofu sank into deep thought, and after a while, Xiaofu once again looked at Little Gray. Facing Xiaofu's gaze, Little Gray was already quite wary, and it prepared to run. Xiaofu couldn't help but laugh, and he grabbed its tail and said, "Little Gray, what are you running for? Don't worry, you won't have to do anything this time but give commands." Following this, Xiaofu told his plan to Little Gray. After hearing the plan, Little Gray reassuringly howled, signaling that it agreed. Apart from Little Gray, Xiaofu also brought 6 normal gray wolves. This time, Xiaofu ordered Little Gray to command the gray wolves to pretend to attack the Black Forest horses in order to lure them out slowly. Everyone else also made preparations and formed an encirclement. Once this was completed, the plan began. Ahwhoa! 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 The 6 gray wolves rushed out from within the forest and acted like they were going to attack. The Black Forest horses did not take the gray wolves seriously. The Black Forest horses obviously wouldn't attack with all 300 horses, and instead, only 20 or so horses started to gallop towards the gray wolves. The gray wolves immediately turned and ran, and the 20 or so Black Forest horses chased after them. Since the gray wolves immediately fled, the Black Forest horses decided to return to the herd. Ahwhoa! 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 The gray wolves stopped and roared at them with a ferocious look, and they charged towards the 20 horses as if they were going to devour them. Facing the gray wolves' provocation, the 20 black forest horses once again rushed towards them, vowing to stomp them into the ground. The gray wolves once again turned and ran, and they looked incredibly devious. These black forest horses were very fast and filled with anger, causing them to run at their fastest speed. Soon, they started to catch up to the gray wolves. At this moment, lassos flew out from the grass nearby, falling on the black forest horses' heads. After being lassoed so suddenly, the black forest horses panicked and turned back to escape. However, the soldiers that threw the lassos quickly tied the other end of the rope to large trees. 3 of the horses that had not been lassoed tried to run, but in the next second, countless lassos flew at them and captured them as well. Zhao Fu was quite happy to catch 20 or so black forest horses in one go. When the horses tired themselves out, Zhao Fu's soldiers started taming them. After this successful run, he continued using this method. The 6 gray wolves howled as they rushed out from the forest. The black forest horses were not too intelligent, and they did not wonder where the previous black forest horses had gone. Another 20 or so horses went to chase the gray wolves. After repeating this method many times, it gradually lost its effectiveness. Now, there were 100 or so black forest horses remaining, and they all became alert. After so many horses had disappeared, they would have to be idiots not to realize that there was something wrong. "Awoo!" Little Gray howled again as it walked out from the forest. This time, it did not look as wretched as when it was running away, and its mouth was instead curved like a human smile, making it look quite pleased. The Black Forest Horse King looked at Little Gray furiously and understood that Little Gray was somehow involved in all of this. The Black Forest Horse King whinnied as it led the charge towards Little Gray to crush the despicable wolf. When Little Gray saw the Black Forest Horse King personally rush over with 100 or so Black Forest horses behind it, Little Gray immediately ran away. In the next second, a lasso flew towards the Black Forest Horse King and fell around its neck. Now that the Black Forest Horse King had been caught, the rest of the Black Forest horses panicked. The Black Forest Horse King whinnied furiously and leaping high into the air as it ran. The 5 soldiers gripping the rope lost their balance and were dragged behind it. Another lasso fell around the Black Forest Horse King's neck. This time, Beichi also acted, yet they were still dragged away by the Black Forest Horse King. This Black Forest Horse King is so strong. Lassos continuously fell around the Black Forest Horse King's neck. In the end, it took 30 soldiers, Beichi, and Zhongde to finally stop the Black Forest Horse King. After being caught by the lassos, the Black Forest Horse King continued to struggle, and they used all their strength to hold the ropes in place. Zhao Fu moved his attention from the Black Forest Horse King for now and made sure that the other horses were caught as well before turning back to the Black Forest Horse King. Even now, the Black Forest Horse King was still vigorously resisting. Zhao Fu was not in a hurry, and after waiting for a few hours, the Black Forest Horse King was tired to the point that it was lying on the ground and breathing heavily. Only then did Zhao Fu walk up and try to use taming. However, the effects were the same as when he had tried to initially use it on Little Gray, and the Black Forest Horse King stubbornly resisted. At this moment, Little Gray rubbed against Zhao Fu as if it had an idea. Zhao Fu was quite surprised, but he allowed Little Gray to try. Little Gray ran over and quietly howled at the Black Forest Horse King, and Zhao Fu had no idea what Little Gray said. In response, the Black Forest Horse King turned its head away, completely ignoring Little Gray. Little Gray ran over and used its claws to hit the Black Forest Horse King's head a few times, infuriating it and causing it to want to stand up and teach Little Gray a lesson. However, it was already completely exhausted, and there were also many lassos binding it. As such, countless scratches appeared on its face, and there were many bites on its body. Zhao Fu could tell that this was Little Gray's revenge against the Black Forest Horse King for chasing Little Gray for so long. Zhao Fu smiled and called Little Gray to stop before going to the Black Forest Horse King's side and looking at it. He stretched out his hand and said, "This is your last chance. If you don't submit to me, I'll have to kill you." Following this, Zhao Fu used taming, and the light from his palm covered the Black Forest Horse King's body. The Black Forest Horse King's green eyes looked at Zhao Fu as if it was considering something. 40 Returning to the Family System Announcement. You have obtained the loyalty of a Chief Class creature, the Black Forest Horse King. System Announcement. You have obtained 50 achievement points for subduing a Chief Class creature. Finally, the Black Forest Horse King chose to give in, and Zhao Fu was able to successfully tame it. He felt quite happy as he opened the Black Forest Horse King's stats. Black Forest Horse King, Chief, Level, Tier 0 Level 4 Grade, S Stats, Strength: 10, Intelligence, 9, Agility, 21, Constitution, 14 Skills, Horse King's Might, makes ordinary horses feel fear, making them submit. Nightmare Dash runs at a very fast speed. After looking at its stats, Zhao Fu felt that the Black Forest Horse King was quite similar to Little Grey, and the only difference was in some stats. He told his soldiers to remove the lassos, and after everyone heard that the Black Forest Horse King had been conquered, they were quite delighted and went off to pick their own horses. After Zhao Fu went to the den and touched the horse statue floating in the air, some information appeared in his mind. Den, Black Forest Horse, primary 1400 out of 5000, grade, white, description. The den of Black Forest Horses spawns 2 to 5 Black Forest Horses per day. After seeing this information, Zhao Fu decided that if everything went smoothly, the Black Forest Horses would be the Great Kin's main war horses, and they would conquer everything under the heavens with him. After Zhao Fu chose to conquer the den and relocate it, the Great Kin village received 140 experience point and he received 50 achievement points. Now, Zhao Fu already had 463 achievement points, and he was 37 away from being promoted to Esquire. He had perfectly resolved the situation with the Black Forest Horses. At the end of it all, they had tamed 324 Black Forest Horses. Out of his 600 soldiers, Zhao Fu chose 200 to change their profession to cavalry. Right now, the Great Kin village was an intermediate village and would summon 24 to 29 new villagers per day. For now, Zhao Fu planned to increase the number of the other 3 professions before adding more cavalry to keep a certain ratio of each type of soldier. Just like before, after taking care of matters in the Heaven Awakened world, Zhao Fu returned to the real world. Just as he was thinking of boiling some water to eat some instant noodles, someone knocked on his door, and he opened it in surprise. There were 4 men and 1 woman standing outside. The woman was wearing a suit and a short dress and wore a pair of sunglasses. She was holding a document folder and had good looks. The other 4 men wore suits as well and gave off deep auras. From that, Zhao Fu knew that they were not ordinary people. Just as Zhao Fu opened the door, he became quite wary, and he asked, "Do you have any business with me?" The woman slightly smiled and introduced herself. "Hello. My name is Ji Qin, an employee at the Ying Family Collective. Are you Zhao Miling's son, Zhao Fu?" Zhao Fu felt that this matter was not simple at all. He realized that there was no way of hiding since they had found him, so he nodded in response. Ji Qin continued, "Mr. Zhao, you have the Ying family's blood flowing in your veins. According to the Ying Family Collective's orders, we are here to invite you to come with us to the Ying family. Don't worry, we won't hurt you, and this is a great opportunity for you. In the Ying family, you won't have to do anything, and the Ying family will give you a good life." Zhao Fu instantly realized what this was all about. The powerful families were gathering everyone who had their bloodlines. After all, they were part of the same family, and these people could be beneficial to helping them grow and consolidate in the future. The Ying Family Collective had most likely come to find him because his mother's relatives had gone and returned to the main family. The descendants of his maternal grandpa and grandma most likely had the Ying family's blood. After entering the Heaven Awakened world, they would be notified of their bloodlines, and with the Ying family giving them such good treatment, why wouldn't they return to the main family? This was most likely how they had found out about Zhao Fu. By now, Zhao Fu had more or less worked everything out, and his expression became calm as he replied, "No need, I prefer being by myself." Ji Qin once again smiled, but her tone changed and became more assertive, saying, "Apologies, Mr. Zhao, but this is an order from the Ying Family Collective. All descendants of the Ying family must return to the family." Zhao Fu frowned. It was a bit too domineering to force him to go with them. However, he realized that it was because the Ying family had not found the legatee of Great Qin after such a long time and was probably going mad over it, which was why the Ying family decided to do such a thing. Now, Zhao Fu had 2 choices, to return with them to the Ying family or to escape. The second option simply wasn't feasible. If he escaped, he would be a person of suspicion, and he would not be able to hide forever from a big family. He would be caught sooner or later, and if that was the case, it would be better to simply go with them now. As such, Zhao Fu cooperatively nodded as he said, "All right, please wait for a moment. I'll get my things." Ji Qin smiled in a friendly way and nodded. After going into his room, Zhao Fu looked around and felt that there wasn't much worth taking. He picked up a bag and put in a few sets of clothes and the important Heaven Awakened stone before leaving with Ji Qin. In the Li family's villa, the butler had been monitoring Zhao Fu the entire time. As such, when Zhao Fu was taken away by the Ying family, the butler immediately heard about it and told the Li family's leader, Li Feng. Li Feng was quite angry, but he heavily sighed as he said, "Who would have thought that he also possessed the Great Qin's bloodline? If we knew about this, allowing Zer to marry her wouldn't have been a bad thing. In fact, it might have given our families an opportunity to work together." However, Li Feng's gaze became cold. That bastard child will definitely attain a good position in the Ying family considering his personality and abilities. Now, Zhao Fu was able to slightly threaten the Li family, and it was possible that he would obstruct the Li family's growth and harm his darling grandson and the Great Tang Empire's future. The best thing to do right now was to kill him. Of course, if they killed Zhao Fu, they might offend the Ying family, so Li Feng said with a serious expression to the butler, "Find someone else to take care of him, and make sure that the Li family is not connected to the death. Otherwise, the consequences will be terrible. Even though the Ying family hasn't found its legacy yet, none of the 5 great families can be easily angered." The butler nodded with a serious expression and left the room to find an assassin to dispose of Zhao Fu. On the other hand, Zhao Fu had no idea about any of this. Instead, he was completely shocked by the Ying family's resources. He was put on a private jet with some other people who had the Ying family's blood, and they flew to the Ying family's headquarters in Nankou City. 41 kobolds. A few hours later, Zhao Fu arrived at Nankou City in the private jet. There was then a private car to take Zhao Fu and the others to a high-class district. The high-class district that Zhao Fu was taken to was one of the Ying family's assets. Not only was the scenery around it quite good, but the security was also quite high as well. There were a couple thousand people living here, and all of them had the Ying family's bloodline. Of course, these people were not from the main branch of the Ying family. Those who were from the main branch lived in an even better place. Here, Zhao Fu met his maternal grandparents. After they hugged him and cried for a while, they asked him why he hadn't returned to live with them. Zhao Fu was grateful that he was able to see his maternal grandparents. As for why he hadn't returned to live with them, it was because he didn't want to be a burden to anyone. They were getting to be quite old, and Zhao Fu was unfamiliar with his other relatives on that side of the family. His maternal relatives were quite cold towards him, so he was not very interested in staying in contact with them. Afterwards, Zhao Fu was given his own house. It was about 100 square meters in area and luxuriously decorated. There were all sorts of electronic appliances, and it was clear just how wealthy the Ying family was. After turning on his brand new computer, Zhao Fu went on to the Heaven Awaken World Forum out of habit to see if there was any news. Right now, the other powers were developing slowly because creating a massive enterprise was something that took many months and years and could not be done in an instant. Because the regions were all separated, many of the powerful families were fragmented and separated into different places. As such, they established guilds to recruit normal people. Of course, these normal people could not be disciplined and controlled like in the military because who would want to do such a thing after living in comfort in the real world? Moreover, after players died, the penalties were incredibly onerous. Players lost all of their levels and equipment upon death, and they would not be able to enter the Heaven Awaken world for 10 days. Those who were not lords would also randomly spawn in another place. Essentially, the players that guilds recruited were not very reliable and very few became elites that were nurtured by the large families. Apart from the large and powerful families, there were also ordinary people who were doing quite well. After all, it was not just the large families that had great ambitions. Chaotic times often produced heroes, and every person, regardless of birth, could become someone great. Even ordinary people who were not from large families were able to rise above the masses. Gu Jun led hundreds of players to take down a mountain stronghold with 1,000 people. Liu Xiaoming took hundreds of people to destroy 3 outlander villages. Zhang Qingshui received the recognition of a village and became the village chief of Sanjiang village, obtaining 600 villagers. After looking through these threads, Zhao Fu once again returned to the Heaven Awaken world. Compared to the real world, Zhao Fu felt a greater sense of belonging in the Heaven Awaken world. After returning to the Heaven Awaken world and thinking about everything he had read on the forum, Zhao Fu felt a sense of pressure. He realized he could not be careless and started to carry out a census. Right now, the Great Qin village had 1,340 people, and there were 4 other human villages, 3 goblin villages, and 1 gnome village. After these few days, those villages had gradually recovered. The 4 other human villages collectively had 524 people, the 3 goblin villages had 410 goblins, and the gnome village had 189 gnomes. Zhao Fu went to the different villages and chose some more people to become Great Qin soldiers. Now, there were 930 Great Qin soldiers, 150 goblin soldiers, and 100 gnome soldiers for a total of 1,180 soldiers. However, outlanders could also change their professions into Great Qin soldier. There was no limit to how many Great Qin soldiers there could be, nor were there any race requirements. It was just that each village had a military limit, and any additional soldier would not receive that village's stats. As such, all 1,180 soldiers were Great Qin soldiers, and they received the stat bonuses from their professions. 35 of them were responsible for exploring the passages, 245 were responsible for protecting the village, and Zhao Fu led the other 900. Zhao Fu led these 900 soldiers and explored the region outside of the surrounding 20-kilometer radius. Things were much more convenient now with horses, but only a minority of them knew how to ride. As such, most of the soldiers still walked. After all, there were only 200 cavalrymen. Right now, Zhao Fu was riding Little Black, the Black Forest Horse King, at the front of the army while Little Gray walked beside them and sniffed around. Suddenly, Little Gray discovered something. It howled before running forwards, and Zhao Fu followed behind it on Little Black. After a while, they discovered an intermediate village on a plain. It was an outlander village, and the beings that lived there had the head of a dog and the body of a human, looking quite like kobolds. It was a kobold village and had roughly 1,000 kobolds. There were 700 kobold soldiers and the remaining 300 were all elderly, women, or children. The kobold soldiers either held sabers or spears. Zhao Fu did not dare to get too close to observe because it was possible that their noses would be as sensitive as a normal dog's. 1,000 kobolds was quite a large force. If there were only 500 or 600 kobolds, they could wait until nighttime to ambush the village. What should we do? Zhao Fu suddenly thought of something and looked over at Little Gray. Little Gray, who had completed its task and was lying down to rest, suddenly felt a chill and turned to see Zhao Fu looking at it with an evil look. Immediately, Little Gray felt like running away. This time, Zhao Fu didn't have to do anything. Little Black bit Little Gray's tail as revenge for the bullying from before. How could it give up a chance to take revenge? Little Gray turned around and howled to tell Little Black to let go. Little Gray knew from his shameless owner's look that he was having wicked thoughts. Little Black also whinnied as it held on and seemed to smile as it revealed its white teeth. It seemed to be saying, "Heh, the one who's going to suffer is you, not me. I'm just being a good and obedient boy." Little Gray was incredibly furious and turned to bite Little Black, that shameless horse. However, Little Black held on and constantly dodged. Zhao Fu couldn't help but lightly laugh and said, "All right, you can both stop." In actuality, Zhao Fu didn't want to make Little Gray do anything like last time. Rather, it was because he remembered how much of an advantage Little Gray's sensitive nose was. However, an advantage could be turned into a disadvantage if abused. The kobolds most likely had sensitive noses too, so Zhao Fu thought about how to make use of this. Zhao Fu took his soldiers back to the Great Qin village so that they wouldn't inadvertently alert the kobold village. After returning to the Great Qin village, Zhao Fu gave the order for everyone to work on one thing, to collect chilies and then dry them over a stove before crushing them into powder. Zhao Fu and his soldiers prepared a few hundred kilograms of chili powder before confidently going back to the kobold village. 42 Spearwolder. After coming near the kobold village, Zhao Fu first told everyone to get ready. Everyone covered their noses and mouths with pieces of cloth to prevent themselves from being affected. In order to convince them to submit, Zhao Fu ordered his people to catch a kobold. After forcing him to submit, he obtained the kobold's language skills. Following this, the soldiers got into formation and marched towards the kobold village. Before they had even revealed themselves, the entire kobold village became alert because the kobolds had already detected many enemies through their noses. A while later, Zhao Fu and his 900 soldiers reached the front of the kobold village, while all of the kobolds were standing at the entrance with their weapons. The two sides faced off against each other. Zhao Fu did not do anything, and the kobolds were too scared to make the first move. Zhao Fu had 900 soldiers while they barely had 1,000 kobolds in total, so if Zhao Fu did attack, the kobold village would suffer countless casualties. "I don't want to kill any of you. It is in your best interest to surrender. I will treat you as I treat my own people," Zhao Fu shouted while on top of Little Black. After shouting, Zhao Fu gestured for the kobold by his side to translate. "Jitra awolo gulo." The kobold loudly translated, after which what seemed to be the leader of the kobolds stepped out and spoke for a long time. Zhao Fu could not understand him, so he looked at the kobold beside him. The kobold immediately translated. He says, "Humans, go back. We will not easily submit to anyone." Zhao Fu's expression remained calm because he had expected this. He did not hold back anymore and gave the order to use the secret weapons as the shield bearers raised their shields and the archers knocked their arrows. There was a small cloth pouch tied to each arrow. Of course, they were filled with chili powder, and the friction against the air would cause the chili powder to spill out. Swish, swish, swish. Arrows flew through the air and left behind red trails behind him as they flew towards the kobolds. The arrows did not hit any kobolds, and they instead flew high above their heads, causing the red powder to descend on them. The leader of the kobolds was about to order the kobold spearwielders to attack, but in the next second, he breathed in some chili powder, causing a fiery pain to erupt in his nose. All of the kobolds desperately coughed as tears began to flow out of their eyes. Even normal people would have been completely overwhelmed if they had breathed in so much chili powder, so Zhao Fu had ordered all of his soldiers to cover their noses and mouths. In fact, Zhao Fu did not even bring Little Gray this time. One could only imagine how much pain the kobolds were feeling. Zhao Fu did not stop, and he once again gave the order for the chili powder arrows to be fired towards the kobold village. The chili powder once again descended from the air, making it seem as if there was a red mist around the kobolds. Within the kobold village, no one could remain standing. They all covered their noses and howled on the ground, tears streaming down their faces as if they had been affected by a biological weapon. Then again, chili powder was like a biological weapon to the kobolds. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he gave the order to capture the kobolds, who couldn't resist him at all now. In the end, Beiqi and Zhangde brought the kobold leader to Zhao Fu. After pouring a few buckets of cold water on his head, he was able to somewhat recover, and he hatefully glared at Zhao Fu as he rapidly barked in his language. Zhao Fu was currently riding on Little Black and was looking down at the kobold leader. He couldn't understand what the kobold leader was saying, so he looked at the kobold beside him. The kobold translated somewhat fearfully, "Lord. The leader says that you're too despicable and that you don't dare to fight with them directly, which was why you used such a shameless tactic. He feels embarrassed for you." Zhao Fu couldn't help but smile. Even though no one else could understand what the kobold leader was saying, everyone could tell that it was cursing at Zhao Fu. Liu Mai, who enjoyed abusing others, rode her horse over and said to Zhao Fu, "Your Majesty. I'll teach him a lesson for you." In response, Zhao Fu nodded before riding Little Black towards the kobold village. Liu Mai grinned and slowly took out her whip as she looked at the kobold leader. Kobold warrior, F-grade military. Description: warriors among the kobolds. Effect: receives, kobold saber technique. Kobold spearwielder, F+ grade military. Description: spearwielders among the kobolds. Effect: receives, spear throw. What surprised Zhao Fu was that the spearwielder profession wasn't a special military profession, and there was no limit to how many people who could have this profession. After looking at the barracks, Zhao Fu went to have a look at the other places and did not find much. However, the kobold leader could not take Liu Mai's abuse anymore and chose to surrender to Zhao Fu. System announcement: Doke Village has surrendered to you. Would you like to accept? Zhao Fu chose to accept before walking to the village hall. He chose to conquer the village and received 100 achievement points. Now, Zhao Fu had risen from citizen to esquire. He needed 1000 achievement points to go from esquire to third-ranked baron. Zhao Fu then looked at the kobold village's stats: village name, Doke Village, blue, level, intermediate, 400 out of 30,000, village area, 3 square kilometers. Village territory, 15 square kilometers. Residents, 1002 out of 2040 military, 618 out of 618 popular support, 78 village special stats, territory crop output plus 8%, territory crop growing time minus 8%, population limit plus 2%, military limit plus 2%. Subsidiary village limit, 2 in terms of stats, it was much better than a normal village's, but it could not compare to the Great Ken village. Zhao Fu decided to relocate it and received 540 experience point, because it took 5,000 experience point to level up from primary to intermediate level village. Zhao Fu received 540 experience point as opposed to 40 exp. This time, he obtained more than 1,000 pieces of bronze rank equipment and 8,000 or so copper coins. The most important thing, however, was the 1,000 or so villagers that he had gained. Now that these 1,000 kobolds had joined him, the Great Kin village had the strength to start protecting itself against the 5,000 orcs. That was the key thing. Out of the 1,000 kobolds, Zhao Fu picked 500 kobolds for his army, 300 kobold warriors and 200 kobold spearwielders. Now, the Great Ken village's military numbered 1,400, and it had once again become much more powerful. This was Zhao Fu's new strategy. Even if it took more time, he wanted to gain as many villagers as possible. What every power always lacked was people. 43 Iceborn Tiger now, the kobold leader, Doke, had also become one of Zhao Fu's main fighters. Zhao Fu looked at his stats and found that he was S-grade and used sabers. Zhao Fu greatly lacked those who used sabers, so he directly gave Doke one of the fine gold rank sabers. Because Doke had been severely abused by Liu Mai, he was a little traumatized. Every time he met Liu Mai, he actively avoided her. Zhao Fu had no idea what Liu Mai had done, but when he returned, he saw Doke covered with wounds and on his final breath. Now, the Great Ken village's main task was to continue exploring. Bringing along Little Gray was something that was now essential to Zhao Fu. With its nose, he could find other outlanders and animals much faster. Little Gray led the way as it sniffed around, and Zhao Fu followed behind it while riding on Little Black. Suddenly, Little Gray discovered something. It raised its head with a serious expression on its face as it looked ahead before turning around and calling out a few times to Zhao Fu. This meant that there was some sort of powerful creature ahead. Zhao Fu nodded and told everyone to be careful. Roar. As everyone advanced, a massive tiger roared. A ferocious tiger the size of a cow walked out. The tiger's fur was snow white without any blemishes, and it gave off a cold aura. Iceborn tiger, ice-type chief class creature. Zhao Fu immediately gave the order to attack when he saw the tiger. Arrows started to fly towards it, but in the next second, an ice wall appeared in front of the iceborn tiger, blocking most of the arrows. However, a few of the arrows from the soldiers with refined martial souls were able to pierce through the ice wall, though the iceborn tiger was able to easily evade them by the time they arrived on the other side. When the iceborn tiger saw so many people, even though it wasn't weak, it wasn't stupid and knew that it would lose, so it chose to run. Zhao Fu immediately gave the order for the kobold spearwielders to attack. In order to increase the strength of the spearwielders, Zhao Fu prepared 10 iron javelins for each spearwielder and gave them a bag to carry them on their backs. This was so that they would still have a weapon if they threw their weapon and was not able to retrieve it in time. The might of 200 javelins at once was simply terrifying. Whoosh! 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 The air was torn as the javelins rained down towards the iceborn tiger. Facing so many javelins, the iceborn tiger immediately summoned another ice wall. However, the ice wall simply could not stand up against so many javelins, and the iceborn tiger was still hit by 7 or 8 javelins. Because the iceborn tiger was a chief-class creature, it had powerful defenses and only the heads of the javelins pierced into its body, and they were not able to deal fatal damage to it. In its immense pain, the iceborn tiger lost its rationality and leapt at Zhao Fu's soldiers, opening its massive mouth. Roar! The iceborn tiger roared as washbowl-sized ice bullets shot towards Zhao Fu's soldiers. The shield bearers immediately raised their shields and stepped forwards. Bang! Massive explosions sounded out as the ice bullets smashed onto the shields and exploded, sending the shield bearers back by 1 step. Frost also started to cover their shields. Zhao Fu's expression did not change as he ordered his archers to attack. The iceborn tiger rapidly dodged the arrows, but it was still hit by quite a few of them. Currently, the iceborn tiger's body was covered with arrows, but it still angrily charged over. Beichi, Zhongdo, Doke, Old Logue, and Liu Mai went forwards to meet it, launching their various skills. First was Old Logue's 2 blood-colored fireballs, which flew towards the iceborn tiger. The iceborn tiger dodged to the left, avoiding Old Logue's attack. However, in the next second, Liu Mai's wind blade flew at it from the direction that it had dodged in, hitting it and leaving a wound on its body. Roar! The iceborn tiger roared in pain. Following this, Zhongdo and Doke attacked from its right and left, and the iceborn tiger raised its paws to swipe at the 2 people. However, the 2 of them instead ran past it, not only dodging its paws but also leaving cuts on its sides. The iceborn tiger furiously turned to bite Doke when a ray of sword light suddenly flashed and massive amounts of blood spurted out. Beichi had slashed its throat with a single strike. Zhao Fu did not do anything the entire time as he sat on Little Black, and he did not take a single step. He calmly watched his subordinates attack the iceborn tiger. After all, that was the role of a lord, to sit at the back and look calm while watching his or her subordinates get rid of enemies. System announcement. Your general has killed the chief-class magic beast, Iceborn Tiger, and has gained 27 achievement points. System announcement. You have gained 23 achievement points. After the Iceborn Tiger died, it dropped 100 or so silver coins and 3 items. The first item was a cube that shined with blue light. Zhao Fu knew that this could be used to create a village. In actuality, elite magic beasts could drop bronze rank city creation stones, chief-class magic beasts could drop secret silver rank city creation stones, and lord-grade magic beasts had a chance of dropping fine gold rank city creation stones. The city creation stones obtained from killing magic beasts were not restricted to any race. The race of the villagers that spawned from it was determined by the user's race. Zhao Fu put the city creation stone away and looked at the orb of light in front of him that gave off a chilling aura. This was similar to something Zhao Fu had seen before. Innate elemental orb. Description. After using the orb, one will obtain the D-grade skill Ice Explosion Bullet. Ice Explosion Bullet was most likely the skill that the Iceborn Tiger had used just then. Zhao Fu thought about it, and his main subordinates who did not have magic skills were Beichi, Zhongdo, and Doke. Because Beichi solely focused on using his sword, Zhao Fu decided to give the innate elemental orb to Zhongdo. After receiving the orb, Zhongdo happily thanked Zhao Fu deeply and used it, making Doke, who had just joined Zhao Fu, to feel quite a bit of admiration. The third item was something that Zhao Fu did not recognize. It was an unevenly shaped stone that gave off traces of chilling aura. Ice Strengthening Stone. Description. An ice-type strengthening stone that can strengthen all equipment and give ice-type damage bonuses or ice-type defense bonuses. After looking at this information, Zhao Fu said, Beichi. Give me your sword for a minute. Beichi did not hesitate at all when giving his dark gold rank star-slashing sword to Zhaofu. Zhaofu took the star-slashing sword and placed the strengthening stone against it and chose to use it. The strengthening stone turned into a cold mist that surrounded the star-slashing sword before slowly merging into it. The star-slashing sword now seemed to have a layer of frost on it, and it had an icy feeling when held in one's hand. Zhaofu looked at the star-slashing sword's stats: Ice, star-slashing sword, grade, fragmented epic rank, incomplete, stats, strength +10, constitution +6, agility +4. Description: a fragmented epic rank weapon that has become rusty due to the passage of time, becoming an ordinary dark gold rank weapon. After being strengthened by the ice strengthening stone, it has recovered some of its fragmented epic rank power and deals bonus ice damage. 44 Ice strengthening. After looking at the star-slashing sword's new stats, Zhaofu was quite shocked. The strengthening stone increased each of the 3 stats by 2 points and added bonus ice damage. What's more, it brought the star-slashing sword back to its original grade. Strengthening stones had excellent effects, but they were quite rare. It reminded Zhaofu of the soldier souls, which also strengthened equipment. He did not know what sorts of effects they had, and just thinking about it made Zhaofu quite excited. However, after remembering that general armaments required 100 soldier souls, Zhaofu could only forget about it for now. If soldier souls had similar effects to strengthening stones, then 100 soldier souls combined together would have monstrous effects. Even though it seemed quite far away, Zhaofu was greatly looking forwards to having a general armament someday. Right now, Li Wen was exploring the passages with some other soldiers and had collected 47 soldier souls over the past few days, so the day that Zhaofu would obtain a general armament was quickly approaching. After giving the star-slashing sword back to Beichi, Beichi looked at its new stats and felt quite ecstatic. The Iceborn tiger's body had all sorts of valuable materials, so Zhaofu ordered his soldiers to take care of its corpse. After all, most of these materials could be used to create fine gold rank equipment. By looking at the position of the sun, Zhaofu was able to determine that it was lunchtime, so he decided that it would be best to eat the Iceborn tiger's meat. They rested and prepared the Iceborn tiger's meat by splitting it into chunks and roasting it. Zhaofu ate a piece of the meat and felt that it was quite tasty and chewy, and he even obtained a system announcement telling him that he had received +1% ice resistance. Who would have thought that the meat would be so good? It was a pity that there was only enough of it for 100 or so people, so many people couldn't taste it. Afterwards, they continued exploring. After eating a few pieces of the Iceborn tiger's meat, Little Grey worked harder and led the way as it sniffed around. Little Black liked to eat grass, so it was not given any of the Iceborn tiger's meat, making it feel slightly unhappy. However, after being appeased by a little spirit pill, its mood became better and it lightly walked behind Little Grey. Whoa! Little Grey seemed to smell something and howled before running and stopping near a gnome village. The village was a primary village and only had 300 or so gnomes. There were 2 types of military units, gnome crossbowmen and gnome warriors, who used scimitars. The gnome warriors had fairly weak fighting power, and they were much weaker than the goblin warriors. Zhaofu didn't bother with special tactics when facing the 300 gnomes. He now had 1,400 soldiers, and they could completely suppress the other side. As such, he took his soldiers and tightly surrounded the gnome village before telling his gnomes to ask the gnome village to surrender. What surprised Zhaofu was that the gnome village wasn't willing to surrender and wanted to fight to the death despite seeing Zhaofu's numbers. Zhaofu was not in a hurry, and he prioritized gaining as many villagers as possible. As such, he ordered his soldiers to cut down trees and to build a simple barrier around the gnome village like they were creating a dumpling. When the gnomes saw that Zhaofu was building a barrier outside, they understood what Zhaofu was doing and started to panic. There seemed to be quite a lot of chaos and dissension as a result. Zhaofu observed everything in the village and understood that the gnome village had split into factions. One faction wanted to surrender because it understood that it was impossible to fight against Zhaofu's forces. Moreover, they saw that there were many gnomes in Zhaofu's army, making it unlikely that they would be killed after surrendering, so they wisely wanted to surrender. However, the other side was stubborn and refused to surrender because those gnomes wanted to die with the village. At this moment, Zhaofu gave another order. He told the archers to light up fire arrows. By now, the gnomes knew that they would be burnt to death if they didn't make a decision. A large group of gnomes walked out from the village and knelt on the ground, indicating their surrender. Zhaofu nodded to show that he accepted and looked at the 50 or so gnomes who were still in the village that refused to surrender. Zhaofu changed his mind and ordered the archers to aim for the gnomes who refused to surrender instead of the buildings. Of course, Zhaofu would not kill all of them, he just wanted to send a warning that he would not act softly against their stubbornness. He didn't believe that those gnomes truly did not fear death and wanted to die with their village. Fire. Zhaofu gave the order and the arrows flew towards the gnomes. The gnomes desperately fought back by shooting with their crossbows, but the crossbow bolts were completely blocked by the shield bearers. Zhao Fu's archers' arrows contained immense strength, and they instantly pierced 10 or so of the gnomes. After seeing those that they had just been speaking to suddenly shot to death, the aura of death quickly spread around the other gnomes. Facing true death, the remaining gnomes became terrified, and when Zhao Fu was about to order the second wave of archers to fire, the remaining gnomes cried as they ran out of the village and knelt on the ground, choosing to surrender. Zhao Fu accepted their surrender. This time, he had gained 301 gnomes. Following this, Zhao Fu went to the barracks and had a look at the profession change stone steel for gnome warriors. Gnome warrior, F-grade military. Description: warriors among gnomes. Effect: receives scimitar control. It was an ordinary trash profession, and Zhao Fu did not take much interest in it. He went to the village hall and chose to conquer and relocate the village, earning him 50 achievement points and the Great Kin village 169 experience point. After conquering this village, Zhao Fu wanted to take everyone back to the Great Kin village. However, they soon found a bandit village. The bandit village had roughly 400 bandits, and after the bandit leader left the village to hunt, Zhao Fu took advantage of the situation by attacking the village. After receiving a notification that the village was under attack, the bandit leader hurried back, but he was ambushed and killed by the soldiers that Zhao Fu had waiting for him. This time, Zhao Fu obtained 340 bandits, all of whom he placed in the army. However, because of a thread he had read on the forum, he decided to closely monitor them. Most of the villagers that spawned in bandit villages were men, and all of them had decent fighting strength, as opposed to ordinary villages which also spawned elderly, women, and children. Someone had wanted to use bandit villages to quickly spawn men for his or her army, so the person took over 2 bandit villages. He or she did not turn the bandit villages into ordinary villages afterwards, allowing the bandit villages to continue spawning bandits. However, once more than half of the person's army comprised of bandits, they immediately rebelled. Even though ordinary villages would spawn all sorts of villagers, they would be absolutely loyal to their lord. As long as one did not oppress them or force them into dire straits, they would always remain loyal. However, bandits were different. If one did not manage them rigorously and keep their collective loyalty above 60, it was possible for them to rebel. If someone had more bandits than loyal soldiers, it would be extremely dangerous. 45 Oracle message: out of the 301 gnomes, Zhao Fu added 100 gnome crossbowmen into his army. After returning to the Great Kin village, he re-established the gnome village and the bandit village. He then went west of the Great Kin village, took out a blue cube, and pressed it against the ground. Following this, blue light rippled out as a system announcement sounded. System announcement. Would you like to use this city creation stone? Zhao Fu replied, yes. The hazy images of a few structures appeared and gradually solidified as another system announcement sounded out. Please give this village a name. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided that since this village was established west of the Great Kin village, it would be called Westwood Village. After naming the village, 4 figures slowly appeared. One was a white-bearded elder and the other 3 people were the blacksmith, apothecary, and tailor. The white-bearded elder was B-grade while the other 3 were C-grade. Following this, Zhao Fu brought over 10 or so people from the Great Kin village to build some basic buildings for the Westwood village. Zhao Fu then went to the space of bones and placed the bandit leader's corpse on the altar. He activated the heaven and earth refining formation and obtained an S-grade orb. By now, they had used around 1% of the remaining energy stored in the energy stones and would be able to refine about another 100 corpses or so. As for who Zhao Fu would give this S-grade orb to, he had long since made the decision: Li Wen. Zhao Fu felt guilty towards him because he had voluntarily taken the skeleton general profession and had been sent into the darkness every day to explore the passages. Li Wen, here. Zhao Fu called Li Wen over and personally handed him the orb. Li Wen knelt on one knee and looking incredibly excited and moved that Zhao Fu would think of him first. He thanked Zhao Fu profusely before choosing to use the orb. The great orb shined with a slightly blood-colored light and floated to Li Wen's head. It slowly enlarged until it became a bubble that surrounded Li Wen's entire body. Within the bubble, Li Wen tightly closed his eyes as if there were intense changes happening, and after a while, the bubble disappeared and Li Wen's grade rose to S grade. After he saw Li Wen's grade rise, Zhao Fu went back to the surface. Now, Zhao Fu had conquered 11 villages. There were 6 human villages, 3 goblin villages, and 2 gnome villages, and he now had 1,800 soldiers in total. Now that he had such a large army, Zhao Fu thought about launching some attacks against the orc village 100 kilometers away. Of course, Zhao Fu would not be so stupid as to reveal his own villages, rather, he wanted to see the orc village's true strength. Compared to living in fear of a possible orc attacking every day, it was better for them to take an active role. Zhao Fu once again gathered his army when a gnome mechanics scholar ran over and said something to him. A look of delight appeared on Zhao Fu's face and he decided not to set out for now. Instead, he decided to remain in the Great Qin village for another few days. During this time, he gave the soldiers to Beiqi to do some training. A few days later, Zhao Fu once again gathered his forces and brought some food, preparing to move out. Suddenly, Zhao Fu's body trembled as a system announcement sounded out in his mind. "You have received an oracle message." A strange look appeared on Zhao Fu's face. He had almost forgotten about his demon priest profession. The so-called oracle message was most likely from the god Kerr. Zhao Fu looked at the oracle message and saw that it wanted him to develop the number of believers and make a sacrifice. After looking at the oracle message's contents, Zhao Fu slightly frowned. He could make a sacrifice, but he wasn't willing to make his villagers believe in a god to increase Kerr's believers. After all, Zhao Fu did not believe in any gods, he believed that man could conquer nature. Suddenly, he remembered that the heaven and earth refining formation's description said that it could refine anything. Zhao Fu mumbled to himself, then, "Can it refine godly spirits?" After this thought appeared in his mind, Zhao Fu started to feel quite excited. Plans rapidly formed in his mind and he had a feeling that it was possible for them to succeed. The god Kerr didn't know that Zhao Fu was starting to have wicked thoughts about it, and of course, Zhao Fu wouldn't directly go and kill a god. First off, he did not have the power to cross the plane of existence, and even if he could, he and his soldiers would be instantly killed. Even though that god Kerr was a weak godly spirit, it was still a godly spirit, and it definitely wasn't something that Zhao Fu could fight against. Zhao Fu understood all of this clearly, but he had a crazy idea. However, he wouldn't think about it for now, it was best to deal with the orc village first. Finally, Zhao Fu and his soldiers set off. The sky was overcast, making the lighting quite dim, and the wind that blew through the trees was quite chilling. Zhao Fu and his soldiers had traveled for a few days and had traveled 100 kilometers away from the Great Qin village. Because there were a few grey dwarves leading the way, Zhao Fu and his soldiers found the orc village quite quickly. The orc village was situated at the bottom of a mountain, and there were definitely more than 5,000 orcs. There were 1,000 or so elderly, women, and children, and the remaining 4,000 were orc warriors. The orcs were all incredibly tall and muscular, and they had grey-white skin. Their faces were terrifying, wore beast skins, and normally held hatchets or maces. Zhao Fu knew that his side would definitely not be able to win if he launched a direct attack when facing so many orcs. The orcs had incredibly powerful bodies, and ordinary people would have a hard time fighting against them. However, Zhao Fu's soldiers had various professions and profession bonuses, so things would be slightly better for them. If it was just Zhao Fu's soldiers, it would be quite difficult for them to defeat the orc village, so Zhao Fu fell into deep thought. Beiqi said, "Your Majesty, you should look to see if there are any other factions around here. After all, we're from over 100 kilometers away, so we should gain some information before creating battle tactics." Zhao Fu nodded in response and understood that he was being too hurried. As such, he asked the Grey Dwarves to introduce him to the surrounding powers. After listening to the Grey Dwarves, Zhao Fu learned that there were 3 big factions in the surrounding 50-kilometer radius. One was 18 kilometers to the south, a goblin village with around 5,000 goblins, another was 21 kilometers to the west, a kobold village with around 4,000 kobolds, and the final one was 20 kilometers to the east, an elf village with around 3,000 elves. After receiving this information, Zhao Fu's mind felt much clearer. In his mind, he had 2 choices. One was to ally with the 3 villages to defeat the orc village. With the orcs' brutal and barbaric tendencies, the surrounding villages must have suffered at their hands, so it was quite possible that the alliance would succeed. The second method was to pit the 3 villages and the orc village against each other. That way, not only would he be able to destroy the orc village, but he would also be able to devour the other 3 villages without wasting his own forces. 46 powerful orcs. In order to accomplish the first method, Zhao Fu had to ally with the other 3 villages. He would have to make some sacrifices in order to convince the other 3 villages, and he would also have to bear the brunt of the orc attacks. Otherwise, he would not be able to fully gain the support of the other 3 villages. In the end, he would bear the greatest losses. In fact, it was possible that they would betray him and stab him in the back if they did not believe that he could defeat the orcs. The second method presented his own side with the greatest benefits and the smallest losses. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided to take the second option because it clearly had the greatest benefits. If the 3 villages were his allies, he would not be able to do such a thing, but right now, it was unclear if they would be his allies or enemies. As such, Zhao Fu did not hold back. Now, the question was how to go about executing this plan. The orc village was most likely not willing to attack the 3 villages because it knew that it would cost too much to take down the 3 villages. As such, Zhao Fu had to make them go crazy and attack the other 3 villages at all costs. What was key was how to make them do something completely crazy. Zhaofu had kobolds and goblins. They could pretend to attack the orcs and make them think that it was the kobold village and goblin village that had done it. However, they were too weak, and they could not cause the orcs to go mad. Instead, it might even cause them to have doubts. The orcs might even suspect why these villages had dared to attack them despite being so much weaker than them. Zhaofu never looked down on anyone or anything, so he naturally did not look down on the orcs. As such, he would not use such a method. He decided to hide for now and catch an orc during the night to get some information out of it so that he could make a more precise plan. As the sky darkened, torches started to be lit in the orc village below, and it also started to drizzle. Beichi, Jongdo, and a few others took this opportunity to catch one of the weaker orcs. Within a large hole in a tree, Zhaofu looked at the bound-up orc. After Zhaofu ordered his soldiers to whip it a few times, it quickly surrendered. This orc was weak and clearly nutritionally deficient, and it seemed to have lived a tough life in the orc village. It was most likely looked down upon and bullied most of the time. This often happened in human villages as well. Those who were strong would often bully those who were weaker than them. The law that the strong preyed on the weak existed in all cultures, and even humans, with their superior intellect, acted in this way. Because its status was quite poor in the orc village, its loyalty towards the village was quite low, so it gave in quite easily. If Zhaofu's soldiers had caught orcs that were quite well off, they might not have given in even if their skin was turned into a bloody pulp. "What is your name?" Zhaofu asked the orc. The weak orc replied fearfully, "Sir, my name is Enlun." Zhaofu nodded in satisfaction and asked, "I want to know everything about the orc village. If you know what's best for you, you will tell me." Following this, Orc Enlun obediently told Zhaofu everything about the orc village. The orc village was called Dadeus village, and it was an advanced village. Its chief was called Dadeus, who was the most powerful orc in the village. Dadeus also had a little brother called Oka, who was also quite strong, and Oka was the second in command in the village. Zhaofu quickly asked, "How is the relationship between the chief and the second in command?" Enlun replied, "It's quite good, the chief cares about the second in command greatly." Zhaofu smiled, he now had a target. He continued to get information from Enlun about the orc military and found out that there were 2 orc military units, Orc Warrior, E-grade military. Description: powerful warriors among the orcs. Effect: receives, barbaric battle. Strong orc, D-grade military. Description: powerful warriors among the orcs. Effect: receives, ancestors' might. The second type was a special military profession, and because the village was an advanced village, the limit was 30 orcs. Both of the orc chiefs were strong orcs. Zhaofu asked about some other matters, and after receiving some satisfactory answers, he left the orc underguard before discussing with Beichi and the others his strategy. The next day, Zhaofu and his soldiers continued to observe the village from far away. At this moment, a 2-meter-tall orc with totems tattooed all over his body walked out with 100 or so orcs. From the information he had obtained from Enlun, Zhaofu knew that this orc was the second in command, Oka. Zhaofu was quite surprised that he only took 100 orcs with him. However, since the orcs were the overlords here and everyone would try to avoid them, they were most likely used to going around unhindered. How could they expect Zhaofu, who should have been 100 kilometers away, to be right in front of them? Zhaofu told his soldiers to lay an ambush and began the plan. "Second Chief, where are we going to hunt today?" Oka was leading his team forwards, and just as he was about to respond to the question, swish, swish, swish. The sound of the air being torn sounded out as Oka looked over in surprise and roared, "Ambush!" However, it was too late. Zhaofu had 300 archers, 200 crossbowmen, and 200 kobolds with javelins. How could the 100 or so orcs evade these attacks? The orcs were either shot to death by countless arrows and crossbow bolts or pierced by javelins and nailed to the ground. Blood spurted everywhere, and it was a total massacre. Oka was hit by many arrows, but he slashed away the javelins flying towards him with 2 saber strikes. Looking at the dead orcs around him, he furiously roared, "Who is it? Get out here!" Zhaofu slowly brought his soldiers over and looked at the orc village's second chief, Oka. Oka was quite surprised when he saw that it was a human. When were there humans around here? However, Oka understood his situation and yelled, "I'm Dadeus village's second chief. Human, do you know just who you're going against?" Zhaofu couldn't understand him, but after Enlun interpreted what he said, Zhaofu lightly laughed. Suddenly, Oka turned into a black blur and rushed towards Zhaofu. He was covered with arrows and heavily injured. He knew that his only hope was in capturing Zhaofu, so he rushed over and tried to catch him unprepared. However, Oka had underestimated Zhaofu. The instant he moved, countless arrows flew towards him, forcing him to quickly defend with his saber. Suddenly, a spear flew at him like a bolt of lightning, piercing Oka's chest. The kobold chief, Doke, had ended Oka's life with a single strike. 47 kill them all. Zhao Fu looked at the orc corpses, which were covered in arrows, and gave the order for all of the arrows to be pulled out. He then told his soldiers to use spears or sabers to make it look like all of the wounds were caused by kobolds. The most powerful of the 3 other villages was the kobold village, which had 4,000 kobolds. Next was the goblin village. Even though it had 5,000 goblins, its overall battle strength was far weaker. The weakest faction was most likely the elf village, which had 3,000 elves. Since the kobolds were the most powerful, Zhao Fu would bring disaster to them first. They continued executing the plan, and Doke took all of the kobolds under Zhao Fu's command to drag the orc corpses near the orc village before leaving a trail of orc corpses towards the kobold village. Within the orc village. Urgent. I saw a lot of kobolds dragging away orc corpses west. Some of the orcs standing guard at the village entrance suddenly yelled as they ran into the village. Many of the orcs who heard this did not initially believe it. Why would the kobolds dare to attack them? However, when some orcs dragged back a few bloodied orc corpses, all of the orcs became completely enraged. When they saw the injuries on the corpses, they could only imagine how much they had suffered before dying. Countless orcs ran to the village hall and loudly shouted that they wanted permission to destroy the kobold village. Within the village hall, an orc that was more than 2 meters tall with totem tattoos also looked completely enraged. This was Chief Audeus. Right now, he had a terrible feeling because these corpses were all those who went with his little brother. Worried that something had happened to Oka, Audeus gathered most of the orc warriors, leaving very few of them behind to defend the village, and headed west. They saw many wretched orc corpses on the way, and all of the orcs suppressed the flames of fury in their hearts as they quickly made their way to the kobold village. On the other side, the kobold village was the same as usual, and everyone went about their normal business. Everything seemed quite peaceful. At this moment, the kobolds standing guard saw a few unfamiliar kobolds dragging what looked like corpses to a large tree about 300 meters in front of the village. Because the approaching kobolds swaggered forwards like they were completely confident in what they were doing, the guards thought that they were new kobolds who had recently spawned, which was why they did not recognize them. They felt that their actions were quite strange, so they asked, "What are you doing?" Doke and his soldiers were about to hang up a body, and when he heard the kobold guard's question, he cheerfully responded like they were friends, "Nothing much. We're just hanging something here." Following this, Doke changed the subject by loudly declaring, "The kobold village is the strongest one here, let's all be proud of our village." The guards were quite confused by what Doke initially said, but after hearing him continue, they started to feel quite pleased. Who wouldn't feel happy when someone glorified their race? The guards shouted back, "That's right. The kobold village is the strongest. Orcs? Elves? Goblins? They're all trash. The kobold village will get rid of them sooner or later." By now, Doke and his soldiers had hung up the orc corpse, and when he heard what the guard said, he laughed and raised his hand as he shouted back, "Shout your praises to the kobold village. We'll definitely become the most powerful race and conquer all the other races. Kobolds forever." Doke lived up to his reputation as a former chief of a kobold village. He was able to instantly make the atmosphere incredibly joyful and lively, and the kobold guards' blood boiled as they raised their hands and shouted back, "Kobolds forever." After completing his task, Doke looked at the kobold guards and cheerfully laughed as he said, "The chief has given us other orders, so we'll be off now." The guards enthusiastically yelled back, "Brothers, we'll treat you to some wild boar meat when you come back." Doke and his kobolds suppressed their laughter when they heard the kobold guards call them brothers. These guards had no idea they had been played by Doke, and they called him their brother and wanted to treat him to wild boar meat. A while after Doke and his kobolds had left, a faint breeze blew over and a guard wondered, "Why do I smell orcs?" The other kobolds also smelled it and looked ahead of them, almost forgetting something. They had thought that the chief had ordered this corpse to be hung up, and no one paid much attention to it. However, they couldn't stop themselves from going over and having a look at the bloodied corpse, and when they saw it closer, they became so scared that their legs weakened. They recognized this orc. It was the incredibly ferocious and evil second chief of the orc village. By now, Audeus and his orc warriors had reached the kobold village. Even though he had hoped that his little brother would be fine, he felt as if his eyes were going to burst when he saw his brother's corpse hanging off the tree, and he shrieked, "Kill them all." The fury that the orcs had suppressed this entire time suddenly exploded out. 4,000 or so orc warriors rushed at the kobold village like a flood, causing the earth to tremble and birds to fly away in fear. The kobolds quickly came out to defend against the orc attack. Spears flew through the air, and because the orcs knew exactly what they were going to be dealing with, they had come prepared. They all had wooden shields, or rather, wooden blocks, that they held in front of themselves. Bang! 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 The spears contained immense force, and while some of them were stopped by the wooden shields, others pierced through the wooden shields, killing the orcs behind them. However, the spears only killed a few orcs, and the orcs continued to charge forwards. The orcs were incredibly ferocious as they rushed over, and when they brandished their hatchets and maces, the orcs gave off an aura that made it seem as if they would destroy everything. The two sides quickly clashed, and facing the orcs' attacks, the kobolds desperately defended. Zhao Fu coldly watched the battle in front of him. Lives disappeared in an instant, and blood stained the ground as the aura of death spread. Prepare to release the fire arrows, Zhao Fu ordered as his soldiers lit their arrows and shot them from behind the kobold village, lighting many buildings on fire and killing many kobolds. Right now, Zhao Fu had to help the orcs destroy the kobold village. He still needed the orcs to destroy the other two villages, so he had to preserve at least a portion of the orcs' strength. The kobolds were facing the orcs' savage attacks from the front, and they were now attacked by Zhao Fu's forces from the back. After being pincered, the situation quickly became ugly for them. When he heard that orcs were attacking from the front and that humans were attacking from behind, the kobold chief became incredibly furious and thought that the orcs and humans were shamelessly working together to destroy the kobold village. The kobold chief knew that they would definitely lose, so he went to the village hall and chose to relocate the village before giving the city heart and 100 warriors to a trusted aide. The aide was to escape with 200 elderly and children, while the chief would fight to the death to buy some more time. 48 elves. Zhao Fu watched as the structures gradually vanished, and he understood that the battle was over. He ordered his people to retreat, surprising the kobold chief. Now that they only had to defend against the orcs, with most of the kobolds defending, they were able to give the ones that were escaping some time to run away. Now, the kobold chief drew his large saber and personally went to fight with the orc chief, Audius. Why did you ally with humans and attack the kobold village? The kobold chief furiously roared as he slashed Audius. Why did you kill my little brother? Audius roared as he hatefully glared at the kobold chief. It was a pity that they could only speak their respective languages. Neither of them could understand each other, and the only thing they saw was an enemy that they had to kill. The thought that someone had orchestrated all of this never came to their minds. Zhao Fu also noticed the escaping kobolds and turned to look at the kobold chief, who was fighting a bloody battle. He was willing to sacrifice himself so that some of the other kobolds could escape. All the escaping kobolds watched their chief desperately fight on the battlefield as tears streamed down their faces. His body seemed to be glowing with light, making him look incredibly heroic. Zhao Fu saw that the kobold chief had been injured many times by Audius's hatchet and was covered in blood. And yet, he was still fighting valiantly, though his movements were growing sluggish. It was clear how this would end. Zhao Fu sighed. In these disturbed, chaotic, war-filled times, if Zhao Fu did not become powerful, his result would be like that of the kobold chiefs or even worse. If he did not become powerful, his forces would be devoured by someone else's. Zhao Fu turned to look at the 300 or so escaping kobolds and gave the order to capture them. Humans! Why will you not spare us? By now, 900 of Zhao Fu's soldiers had surrounded the 300 kobolds, and a kobold leading them angrily yelled at Zhao Fu. I want you to surrender to me. As long as you surrender, I promise that I won't harm any of you, Zhao Fu said as Doke interpreted. Haha. You and the orcs attacked our village together and killed so many of our people, yet you want us to surrender to you? The kobold mocked as he coldly laughed. Zhao Fu remained expressionless as he coldly replied, First, I didn't collaborate with the orcs. Second, if I didn't reduce you to this state, would you have agreed to surrender to me? Third, I'm not negotiating with you. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. All of the archers and crossbowmen raised their weapons. As soon as Zhao Fu gave the order, they would fire at the kobolds. The expression of the leading kobold became ugly. He thought back to how the chief had entrusted everyone's lives to him, and he hesitated before choosing to surrender. Now, the main battlefield was split into three. Since the escaping kobolds were taken care of, Zhao Fu went back to the kobold village. There was only a small team of kobolds desperately fighting back, and in the end, all of them were killed. This, of course, included the kobold chief. The orcs had came to seek vengeance, and they normally didn't take prisoners anyways. All the kobolds, except for the ones that had surrendered to Zhao Fu, had died. Around 1,000 of the 4,000 orcs had died, and most of the surviving orcs had been wounded. Audius wanted to chase down the 300 kobolds that escaped, but after massacring the entire village, he decided that he had taken revenge for his little brother. When he saw how exhausted his subordinates were and thought about how far the kobolds would have run away by now, he decided to give up. Suddenly, a few orcs reported that they had seen humans, although there were very few of them. Even though Zhao Fu's soldiers had been stealthy, they were still seen by a few orcs. Luckily, Zhao Fu's soldiers had split up, so the orcs had only seen 10 or so humans. After listening to their reports, Audius did not give much mind to those 10 or so humans. It was possible that a human village nearby had been attacked by the kobolds, and they could be slaves that the kobolds had captured. While all of this was happening, Beichi took 900 soldiers to attack the orc village while most of the orcs were attacking the kobold village. Old Logue and his goblins attacked from the front while Beichi and his soldiers stealthily killed some elderly and young orcs. Zhao Fu had to admit that these methods were quite vicious, but if he had to choose between the elderly and young orcs and his people, he would choose the orcs to die. Beichi's job was to make it look like the goblin village had attacked the orc village, and since many elderly and young orcs were killed, it was as if the village had become hell. In order to infuriate the orcs even more, he even torched some of the buildings. After doing all of this, Beichi ordered the goblins to leave clues that this was done by the goblin village to the south. After the 3,000 orcs returned from destroying the kobold village, even though they had taken revenge, their hearts still felt quite heavy. After all, they had lost nearly 1,000 orcs. However, what they never expected was that they would see many elderly and young orcs lying in pools of blood when they returned. Their fury shot to the sky when they saw their family and friends' corpses on the ground.